All right, 9 o'clock here in New York City on this Wednesday, January 6th. Welcome to Yahoo Finance Live. I am Miles Udland, joined, as always, by Julie Hyman and Brian Sazi. Well, only one of the two Georgia Senate races held last night has officially been called, but the market has certainly made up its mind. Let's take a look at futures right now. We see the Nasdaq selling off here, tech stock, or the tech index rather, off about 1.7%. Dow and S&P futures moving a bit less. S&P off 0.5%. The Dow less of a tech weighting there, more of a financial cyclical weighting within that index. Roughly flat right now. Real action happening over in the Treasury market. We see the 10-year yield is back above 1%. The Russell 2000 futures for the small cap index are higher. Again, about 20% of the Russell is weighted to financials. We're also seeing Bitcoin higher, back at a record high above 35,000. The hot new trade has now been people will take their stimulus checks and put it into Bitcoin, but we'll talk about that as we get through the hour. But let's get right to what's going on in Georgia as of this moment. Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith joins us now from Washington, D.C. with the latest, Jess, on what we know as we get set for the trading session.
Yeah, we are still waiting on some results from Georgia this morning, but with Raphael Warnock's win, the Democrats are getting closer to controlling the Senate. One race is still too close to call. That is the race between Jon Ossoff and David Perdue. The remaining vote seems to be from largely Democratic counties, and Ossoff is leading right now by roughly 16,000 votes. He is confident. In a new video out this morning, he already thanked Georgia for sending him to the Senate. Let's watch.
This campaign has been about health and jobs and justice for the people of this state, for all the people of this state. And they will be my guiding principles as I serve this state in the U.S. Senate.
Senator Chuck Schumer has also kind of declared victory a little early here, saying that it is a new day, celebrating a Democratic-controlled Senate. But the Perdue team is still holding out hope. In a statement, he called for time and transparency. He went on to say, "We will mobilize every available resource and exhaust every legal recourse to ensure all legally cast ballots are properly counted. We believe in the end, Senator Perdue will be victorious." Now, the Associated Press has already called the other race in Georgia. That's Raphael Warnock versus Kelly Loeffler. Warnock has defeated Loeffler by more than 53,000 votes, and he's set to become Georgia's first Black senator. Here's what he had to say overnight when it became clear he won.
We were told that we couldn't win this election. But tonight, we proved that with hope, hard work, and the people by our side, anything is possible.
Now, Loeffler has not conceded yet. She said yesterday that there is still work to do. She's headed back to D.C. today to object to the certification of President-elect Biden's victory. But if Ossoff does hold on to his lead today, that means Democrats will control the Senate because of that tie-breaking vote that Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will have. So Biden would come into the White House with a Democratic Congress, just like President Obama did, but Biden's majorities would be very, very narrow. Miles?
Well, Jess, we're 13 days, if my math is right, away from the next president being sworn in, the next Congress being seated. Presumably, it sounds like both Perdue and Loeffler are going to explore their legal options, but is there any chance that that's going to drag on beyond, the 19th of January? Like, what is the exact timeline here in terms of getting this thing settled? Because as you mentioned today, DC, we're doing the electoral certification. We've also got all these protests up there because I don't know what today's the coup day or whatever, according to QAnon or something. So, what is the status of all that as we try to wrap this up?
Well, it could drag on a bit, the Ossoff race in particular, if he does hold on to his lead, but it is still within half a percentage point that the campaign can request a recount. So that would drag things on a bit. Plus, you have to go through the process of actually certifying these votes. So it could be some time before the new senators are actually sworn in. The timeline isn't exactly clear. And again, it's going to depend on whether they do a recount, which It looks like at least the Ossoff race is in that margin at this point, but it could be more like January 23rd-ish is a date that I'm seeing that could be the earliest that they would be sworn in. But again, everything very fluid right now.
All right, Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith with the latest from DC. All right, well, let's stay on this race. Implications for the markets. As we mentioned, we've already seen financial markets moving considerably in the overnight hours and into futures this morning. Joining us now to talk more about this is Isaac Boltanski. He's the Director of Policy Research over at Compass Point Research and Trading. So, Isaac, let's just start with, I like this phrase that you use. It's a blue tide, not really a blue wave. How do you expect, a split Senate that has effectively a one-seat majority with the vice president to go about getting some policies through, and how, I guess, conservative do you expect to be? Maybe not quite the right word, but conservative this, Democratic control to be in terms of advancing some of their main policy goals?
Good morning. Before we jump into anything, I think Jess's point is absolutely right. This is still very fluid. We only know the outcome of one of the races. That second race still has the potential to have a recount in it. So it's just important to always highlight that point that there is still some uncertainty. But if we go down that rabbit hole of Democrats winning control of the Senate, my view is that there's going to be a group of moderate red state Democrats who are going to, in many ways, dictate what is possible on Capitol Hill. And that is net market positive. And that group to watch is Manchin from West Virginia, Tester from Montana, Sinema from Arizona. Those folks are going to decide what is possible. And the takeaway from markets should be simply that the most expansive progressive policies that we heard from the campaign trail simply will not be enacted in that scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you say these folks are going to be the sort of deciding factors, and we already know what they're going to do, right? I mean, these are known quantities in the Senate already when you talk about folks like Manchin and Tester. And so what do you think are the more sort of realistic parts of the Biden agenda that can be achieved, even with, say, one flip of a Senate seat in Georgia?
So I think there are three different buckets that I'm focused on. The first one is there will be more fiscal stimulus and COVID support. I think that we should now expect in this scenario a $500 billion to $1 trillion package getting passed in the first quarter. That's issue number one. Number two is all, or at least most, of the Biden nominees would get confirmed. And so I think that you would see a more aggressive regulatory posture in certain areas like financials and energy and healthcare because they'll be able to get their nominees through. And then on the third bucket, we've got to watch taxes. And there will be a budget reconciliation bill in this scenario that would allow a simple majority to pass a tax bill, just like we did in 2017. But I truly believe that Biden campaign tax proposal of a 28% corporate rate, that will have to be moderated because of those centrist red state Democrats that I mentioned before in the Senate.
We're seeing a pretty big move in the pre-market here in cannabis stocks, Isaac, really double-digit gains for the likes of Tilray, Aurora, many others in the space. But is that the wrong market reaction here in the early going? And I bring that up because Biden and Harris, they haven't necessarily supported federal legalization of cannabis. They have just supported decriminalization.
It's a very important distinction. And I understand why the headline reaction is that this is positive for cannabis stocks. I get that. But when you actually dig into the proposals, and when you think about the composition of this Congress, I don't think that we are going to have marijuana being legalized. I think that we will continue to, on the federal level, I think we will continue to see some easing of restrictions. I think it will be easier for operators in states where it's already legal via the return of something called the Cole Memo, and most likely more research bills, which would make it easier for the decriminalization. But look, I think that the road to full federal legalization is more complicated than the headlines suggest right now.
Isaac, let's talk a bit about the bank's financial policy. You write quite a bit in your note about potential implications here. There's been a big deregulatory push under Mnuchin's, Treasury Department to kind of dismantle, I guess, the financial regulatory state, or pull it back somewhat. How do you see things evolving there in the Biden administration?
The Biden administration is going to nominate individuals who will roll back some of the bank deregulatory activity from the Trump administration, but not all. And I think it's important to note the scale and scope of the bank deregulatory actions by the Trump administration are actually far less than anyone thought the morning after Trump won. The timelines and some of the complicated nuances made it so that it wasn't a full pushback. And so the way I think about this is there will be certain areas of focus. And I look at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They will become more aggressive, and I think that they will go after especially COVID-related companies like credit bureaus or servicers or debt collectors, folks who are interacting with individuals during this crisis. And so I look at the CFPB as being far more aggressive. And then on the bank regulatory side, look, to me, the story here is we're going to have more fiscal stimulus. I think that's issue 1, 2, and 3 for bank investors. Yes, the regulatory state will become less hospitable over time, but that is going to be a storyline that plays out in the second half of 2021 and into 2022.
You wrote this morning pretty extensively, Isaac. Now the odds are higher for potential education reform. What are you talking about here? Is this full-scale debt reduction for students? How aggressive do you think the administration will be?
Well, look, President-elect Biden told us himself just a few weeks ago, he came out and said that he was unlikely to administratively cancel the $50,000 in student loan debt that some Democrats had hoped that he would cancel. My view is that there are really 3 buckets of action that we should expect. Number 1 is a real pronounced push to increase tuition relief for certain borrowers. There are things that you can do with Pell Grants to provide more funding. Number 2 is I think that they're going to revisit the dischargeability of student loan debt. Right now, there are very strict limitations on whether you can actually discharge student loan debt in bankruptcy. That's going to be something that they revisit, which is intriguing because obviously President-elect Biden wrote that bill when he was in the Senate. And the third area is cancellation. Look, I think there's going to be some cancellation. I don't think that it's going to be a huge number because of the budgetary realities around it. But yes, I do think that we can see a bill where we have $5,000 to $10,000 in student loan debt cancellation for federal student loans.
All right, Isaac Boltansky with Compass Point. Isaac, always great to get your thoughts. Thanks so much for joining this morning. All right, we've talked about a couple of the areas of the market that we're seeing on the move. We mentioned treasuries, we see Bitcoin, we see the pot stocks on the move. Julia, I think for me, the reaction here is just interesting in that it's somewhat similar to what we saw after the presidential election where, as Isaac mentioned, there is still a process to go through to have these results certified. But the market has moved past some of that. Some of those technicalities, right? The market has decided that this is going to be negative for tech stocks, negative for stay-at-home trades. Vaccine might get rolled out faster. The economy will grow maybe faster than expected this year.
The market's not very good at this historically, right? In other words, this sort of first blush reaction that we see on the part of stocks to political events, it's not always correct, right? Because as Isaac pointed out, forget about the outcome of the election. Let's say even if there were a blue sweep, the range of outcomes still legislatively are broad, right? How much student debt relief are they going to be able to do? What is the scope on taxes? What's the scope on even on stimulus? Even if the Democrats took the Senate and Kamala Harris as vice president could be a tiebreaker, could they get through a huge stimulus package given the difficulties, given the roadblocks still that the Republicans could perhaps put up, given those moderate Democrats that Isaac pointed to who have voted with Republicans at times? So I think this sort of thinking on the part of investors that they know what's going to happen in the political realm, it's not really been successful. Certainly the timing of it has not been successful. I mean, the market was betting on stimulus for months and months before it actually got done.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at the electric vehicle stocks this morning. I guess one parting gift from President Trump to Elon Musk is the more wealth for Elon Musk. You're seeing Tesla shares up close to 4% in the pre-market. Look, Biden and Harris have been very out in front in their desire to push through more favorable EV legislation, more favorable tax credits for people to go out and buy what is still a very expensive purchase. So I think what you're seeing with the Georgia runoff here and some of the reactions in a Tesla, even a GM, up close to 2% pre-market here, they're making a big electric vehicle push, is a better outlook potentially for the electric vehicle makers.
It's been interesting, Sazi, to watch. Oil and gas stocks went nuts after Trump was elected back in 2016, and we all kind of know how that worked out over the next couple of years. Obviously, been a huge push in the EV space, renewables. It's very exciting. I think there's certainly no question that the future of the country, of the world, is going to have more renewable energy in it. But we will see if the promise that the market is maybe kind of throwing onto this sector in the wake of what we've seen electorally over the last 3 months. We'll see if that promise gets fulfilled. Certainly lofty expectations. All right, we are off for a short break. On the other side, we're talking to one analyst about their latest call on shares of Airbnb. We are back with that in just 2 minutes.
Of course, one of the hottest IPOs of last year was Airbnb. It came public in December at $68 a share. The shares are up about 6.5% from their opening trade. And of course, they soared huge on that first day of trading. A number of different analysts have just initiated coverage of Airbnb. One of them is Brian Fitzgerald. He's a Wells Fargo Securities senior internet analyst. He's got an equal weight on the stock, $160 price target. Brian, thank you for being here. Welcome. A lot of analysts are coming out and saying the valuation is just a little too rich here. What kind of growth would Airbnb have to put up to justify, say, a buy rating at these levels?
Yeah, thanks, Julie. So we are an equal weight with a 160 price target. We do have a bull, bear, and base case in our initiation that we talked to. And so to have a bull case, a bull price target on this stock, we can see it getting to 210, but you would have to meet the high end of street expectations. That's 4.6 billion in bookings for 21. That's a street high EBITDA of beyond 326 million. And that's a growth rate, 5-year CAGR of 27%, 27% 10-year CAGR with steady margin accretion up to that long-term goal of 30%. I think most importantly, what you need to see is you need to see them attacking this $3.4 trillion TAM. And you need to see us slinging back towards a normalization of travel before we get to the second half of the year.
Brian, I'd love to ask you just about the process here. The stock was priced at 68 in its IPO, so with a price target of 160, it's like it's done quite well from there. Have you had conversations with clients who are maybe frustrated by how that went, and that they're only able to look at it at $140 today, which again by your work suggests that as of right now, it's sort of in the midpoint of some of these valuation kind of outlines you're looking at.
Yeah, so it's a great question. So we feel it's close to being fully valued here. You're right. It came out at 68, closed first day at 146, has hit a high of 175. It's had a low of 122 in its brief stock market career. So very volatile stock coming into the end of the year. But there's a lot to like about this story. It's a very big TAM. It's a market leader. It's got brand equity, brand leadership. And it's redefining the travel space. You have a solid, strong management team. You have a visionary founder who's still at the controls and still driving this with his vision. So a lot to like. And again, I think what investors are looking for and where they can play for the longer term is how do we snap back out of this pandemic malaise we're in? Did this fundamentally change the way travel is going to transpire? Did this change the way work is going to transpire? So we've all found new relaxed freedoms, more leash in terms of how do you work remotely, when do you have to get on? And so that opens up a long runway for some of these people who are almost turning into nomads in terms of traveling to places they wouldn't have been able to go to before with a laptop, with a phone, with an internet connection, and they're able to do their work from there. And so that's extending the length of stays, and that opens up a lot more availability, a lot more demand for Airbnb's inventory, and probably more so than a hotel inventory because they're longer stays. Their houses that you can stay at off the beaten path versus a hotel room that you're not going to stay in a hotel room ad nauseum if you're doing that type of work.
Brian, you have a pretty large coverage list, but I do want to lock into Uber and Lyft, two companies that you cover. Are you concerned about their outlooks for this year after the Georgia Senate race? Obviously, you have Joe Biden out there. He's pro-union. You had in California under Kamala Harris, you had them try to push through worker protection laws. Do the business models of these companies, do they look different to you today than yesterday?
Yeah, it's a great question, Brian. So that was a really interesting process going through that proposition vote in California. And you're right, Biden and Kamala Harris were proponents of that. The difference is, and I think with the vote coming out, I think there's going to be more of a focus on reeling in big tech. Uber and Lyft are getting up to be big tech. I think the focus more there is your Googles, your Amazons, your Facebooks. But there is a focus on both Lyft and Uber and how they meter through this pandemic. But I also find it hard for regulators or any type of politician to come down too hard on companies that are actually providing jobs for gig workers when we're at a time of recessionary or depressionary trends. So as we think about the stocks, we favor Uber over Lyft because it's got more diversification in its revenue streams. It's more of a global company than Lyft is. And when the ride sharing piece of the business isn't working, the food delivery piece of the business and the grocery delivery piece of the business is humming on all cylinders as well.
Brian, thanks for your time this morning. Brian Fitzgerald is Wells Fargo Securities Senior Internet Analyst. All the best to you, Brian. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Appreciate it.
And just wanted to mention a headline we got that the NYSE has apparently reversed course again on the delisting of 3 Chinese telecom stocks. At first, the NYSE said it was going to delist these stocks, which then triggered a wave of selling of them. Then it said, no, actually, we're not going to delist them. And that got Stacey Cunningham, the NYSE CEO, a call from Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin saying they should delist them. And so now they are delisting them once again. It says that they are going to suspend trading in securities of those companies as of 4 a.m. New York time on January 11th. This affects China Telecom, China Mobile, and China Unicom. So we'll be tracking this to see where they land, if this is in fact the ending point of this story. All right, we'll be right back with the opening bell.
All right, welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Miles Upton here in New York. We're less than 3 minutes away from the opening bell on this Wednesday morning. Let's stay on the markets here and talk a bit about the reaction we're seeing in the wake of those results out of Georgia last night. John Stoltzfus joins us now. He is the chief investment strategist over at Oppenheimer Asset Management. So, John, let's start with how the markets are initially taking the news. We know that one seat likely to go to John Ossoff, the Democrat. It appears, to Raphael Warnock, it appears that John Ossoff will also win, so we'll have both Democrats win. What's your initial reaction to the market's initial reaction to this news?
Well, I've got to say one thing. It looks like the markets are digesting this remarkably well, all told. I mean, we see weakness in the S&P 500 and particularly in the Nasdaq, but it's certainly not a dramatic sell-off at this point. Considering what the likely implications of a Democratic control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, and prospects for policy to change dramatically.
So, John, as I was pointing out a little bit earlier, stocks are not always very good at sort of predicting first, second, third, wave effects of political events. And so, of course, one would think most notably of the 2016 election, but there have been a number of other examples of this. So, how much are we to read into not only, what happens in Georgia, but then the stock reaction from it? I mean, does this blue wave really mean things are going to change that dramatically worse for the markets, especially since stocks tend to do pretty well under Democratic presidents?
Well, Julie, thanks for having me on, by the way. I've got to say this, historically, the Democrats have not been bad for the equity markets, and the Republicans have not been as good historically. Ironically, I think the big difference here is the concerns about the voice of the progressives, and considering that the progressives are, to put it mildly, not very friendly to business. That said, we have to look at it this way: the markets are very much like water, or businesses, let's say, put it that way, essentially looking for the point of least resistance and looking to how it can work with what it is given. So I don't think it means we're going to get a bad year here in the market. But what I do think that it is near term, we could have, it's increased volatility and concern as the Biden administration gives us an idea of what they really plan to do. There's not much definition yet, except a lot of talk about many changes on day one. We'll just have to see the way it works out. But I can recall when President Obama was elected, people were worried, and those turned out to be a great 8 years for the market.
And there you just had the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Star Peak company I'm going to have to look a little more into after the show, guys. But John, I woke up this morning. One of the first things that I saw was a spike, or a mini spike, I would say, in the 10-year above 1%. And my first thought was, wow, are we looking at a potential 2013 taper tantrum type situation, where now the prospects for maybe $1 trillion more in stimulus, we do in fact get that inflation, and by the end of the year, you have the Fed suggesting in 2022 they pulled back on quantitative easing, and as you know, the market would price that in maybe in the middle of this year.
I think we've got a chance at avoiding the 2013 tantrum effect, mostly because we're going to have Janet Yellen at the Treasury, and recognizing how good she was in leading the Federal Reserve during her tenure at the Fed. I think she brings very much a calming influence to the outlook in terms of policy at the Treasury, and likely to have a healthy influence on the Fed in cooperation as we move forward. So, the inflation picture, I think, is less worrisome if we consider the trends of globalization and technology, which are secular and are counterinflationary. So I think there will be methodology to recognize that what we're going to get is reflation. But there's going to be a point we're going to have to ponder this, as we move forward.
Well, John, this is Jared Blicker here, by the way.
A little bit about.
Sorry about that. Go, Miles. Well, I just wanted to follow up on that reflation idea there, because we got the 10-year yield above 1% now for the first time since March, and break-evens are at our multi-year highs, and we also have the 2s, 10s at multi-year highs. So at what point does increasing yields become a drag on equities here?
We'd probably say that it wants it from where we sit today, and I've been in this business for 37 years, so I can remember where treasuries were a heck of a lot higher than they are today. Essentially, even with yields beginning to rise, it's a process of normalization, and to account for the potential for a greater stimulus ahead. But what effect it'll have on the economy, and those anti-inflationary trends remaining in place, I think we don't want to get back to 3% on a 10-year Treasury too fast without a lot of growth. Let me put it that way. We think the most important thing to remember is we have seen Treasury yields rise significantly in 2018, when the Treasury went over 3.11% in March of that year, and later on 3.25% towards the end of that year. And those were erroneous reads by the bond market. The bond market was overreacting to Fed policy and misjudged the strength, the relative strength of the economy at that point. So similarly here, cooler heads are likely to prevail. So discipline and patience are very important on the part of investors, not always trends that are known amongst traders. So there you got the volatility.
And John, I just wanted to finally ask kind of the question that I think is going to be on everyone's mind, which is what, if anything, this means for corporate taxes. That was certainly the big boost to the stock market in 2017. There is concern that this could be a move to raise corporate taxes, but do you see this slim majority as perhaps taking that off the table for this, for the Senate?
Well, I think that's one of the big risks. That's what was one of our principal concerns whenever we talk to institutional investors as well as private investors or retail investors. What we often hear are their concerns over the budget deficits, over the debt that has been incurred, as well as the fact with many investors how pleased they were to see the increased earnings that were given to corporations as a result of tax reform. If that goes away, the concern there is it will make corporations less resilient to dealing with rough waters. If anything, the tax reform package allowed corporations to keep more of what they earned. It gave them a deeper resilience against the trade war narrative. It gave them a deeper resilience in the case of COVID. Of course, all that aided by technology that is another booster.
All right, John Stoltzfus with Oppenheimer. John, always great to get your thoughts. Really appreciate you taking the time this morning, and I know we will talk soon.
All righty. Thanks, Miles. Thanks, Julie. Brian.
All right, appreciate it, John. All right, let's stay on the markets here. We can see all three majors are lower in the early going. Nasdaq suffering the largest losses, though, as they like to say in the business. We are off the lows. Jared Blickery joins us now for a closer look at what's moving this morning in the market. Jared.
Well, I'll tell you what's moving here, and let's go straight to the Wi-Fi Interactive. You mentioned the three majors underwater here. The Nasdaq really off the most, 1% to the downside, but check out the Russell 2000. That's up over 1.5% here, and that's kind of reflecting the reflation trade and bets heading into that. And I think this market action is actually very positive. Now, you take a look at this heat map in the upper left. You got the mega caps under some pressure here. Apple's off 3%, but I think it's important to remember that most of the rotation took place in November and to a limited extent December. And the fact that we're not seeing these stocks off and we're not seeing the major indices off 3 or 4% means this was priced in. And let's just take a quick look at the bond market here, because this is very instructive. We were just talking to John Stoltzius about that, and it's above 1% for the first time since March. Pretty instructive, and just kind of communicating, bond market is communicating that that reflation trade is really now on. Now, at what point does it become a headwind for equities? Well, we'll have to see what happens in the long run there, guys.
Jared, let's stay on an area of the market that's been very interesting. Of course, that is crypto. I love the narrative that people are going to take their stimulus checks, which maybe they're now are going to be $2,000, put it into crypto. But hey, we got an all-time high for Bitcoin this morning.
Oh, that's right. Does Bitcoin need a reason to reach another all-time high? Probably not, but nevertheless, we have one right now. Bitcoin surging. This is reflecting the day-to-day change from UTC midnight, but you can see Bitcoin here is well above 34,000, holding that level, hit above 36,000 earlier. Just taking a look at the trailing month, we have it up now 80%. But you take a look at the crypto space overall, and we have some real winners here. So XLM, that's stellar. That's up 87% over the last month, up 52% today. So there is a lot of hot money flowing around. And we mentioned the cannabis space earlier, kind of as a parallel. I'll just bring that up too as well. A lot of that may already have been kind of looking ahead too far toward an eventual signing and legalization of cannabis here in the US, but markets are euphoric now. And I think that's what they're telling us.
Let's talk about another commodity real quick, Jared, just to get an update on what's going on with oil, because OPEC did come, it seems like, to an agreement with Saudi Arabia agreeing to cut production. What kind of effect is that causing?
Well, it's actually been very bullish because Saudi Arabia has agreed to cut 1 million barrels per day. That's quite a bit. The market was not expecting any cuts. Now, Russia is going to be increasing their production nominally, as is Kazakhstan. Both of them combined, that's only going to be 85,000. So that's just a drop in the bucket. So crude oil has been behaving pretty nicely. Now, let me get that chart up. We did top $50 a barrel yesterday, and you can see we're just above it right now. And looking at the energy sector, that is very bid. Energy had been the leading sector yesterday, up about 4%, and it's one of the outperformers today. The majors taking it very nicely. Exxon up 1%, Royal Dutch Shell and Total up over 3%, along with BP, by the way.
All right, Jared Blickery with a look at where things stand in the early going of today's session. As we're talking there, see the Dow moving back into green figures. The Nasdaq is now off less than 1%. We'll see how things shake out as we get through today's trading session. All right, a lot more coming up here on the other side of this break on Yahoo Finance Live.
Well, as we see stocks here in the United States mixed, as we look over to Europe, there we are seeing more strength, even as the UK and the continent are bracing for lockdowns. We also got the news that 1 in 50 people in England have gotten coronavirus. Our Kumana Ramanathan is there. So it's interesting to see stocks there rally with all of this going on.
Indeed. I mean, stocks are basically sort of ignoring the COVID reality that we all face right now in the continent. The focus very much right now is on what's happening in the US as markets sort of brace for the final outcome of the Senate race. We saw the FTSE really on a tear this morning, well over 3%. Now, that was led by oil as well as banking stocks. The oil story, of course, the surprise Saudi decision to halt production. That was a big move, of course, that moved our BP and other stocks here in the UK much higher, but also banking stocks benefiting from the idea that there's going to be more fiscal stimulus if there is a Democratic sweep in the US. Looking at a few specifically, Standard Chartered up about 8.7%, HSBC also higher, 7% as well. Barclays higher 7%, and Lloyd's also gaining about 5.4%. Now, this is a nice relief for European banking shares, of course, which have really been slammed by all of the regulatory pressure that has been put on them by the Bank of England, as well as the ECB. Of course, they were cutting dividends and halting and requiring more liquidity basically to be held by these banks as we face more and more pressure from COVID. Of course, those restrictions have been replaced now by an easing of restrictions. But the big story still very much being that there could be good days ahead for banking as a whole. Now, as you mentioned, Julie, COVID still a story here in the UK. While it might not be moving markets, it's something we're very much focused on. The UK is on its third national lockdown as a whole. France also has lifted its second national lockdown, but has extended its curfew. And then Germany is in its second lockdown, and it's going to be extended. Now, quick check of prices. The CAC is up about 0.7%, and the DAX is also up about 0.8%. So positive news overall out of the US that's moving markets higher here on the continent. But again, COVID, a reality very much in focus.
Yeah, really interesting sort of dichotomy there. Kamuta, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And when we come back, we'll be talking about the outlook for commercial real estate here in the US. Stay tuned.
Hi, welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Miles Southern here in New York. Again, a mixed market as we get underway on this Wednesday morning. The Dow is back in green figures about 20 minutes into today's trading session. Well, 2020, obviously a super challenging year for the commercial real estate business, and the challenges are certainly not over as we get into the next decade. Joining us now to talk a bit more about the outlook for commercial real estate, the future of corporate corporate setups here. Gil Borak is the CEO of Colliers US. Gil, thanks for joining the program this morning. So let's just start with sort of the impacts that we have seen in 2020 on commercial real estate, things that are realized, not just feared, and then maybe we'll get into some of the concerns that exist in the years ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. As far as 2020 goes, you have to look at the various asset classes within commercial real estate to really make a statement about what has been realized. I think it's fairly common knowledge that the industrial space, due to the demand in e-commerce, has been hot, is probably a good way to describe it. In 2020, there's been more demand for space than supply as e-commerce has taken off. Retail has been tough, and hospitality has been tough as there have been lockdowns and people haven't been able to travel and gather. But there are aspects of retail that have been steadily improving. And in the office sector, of course, the biggest sector, the biggest amount of inventory in the US, we've had lockdowns and we've had very limited capacity, limited number of people going in. So it hasn't been a complete write-off. People have gone in, but it's been very limited capacity. Landlords are generally still collecting rent, so it hasn't been as unhealthy as it might have seemed at first or might have been feared at first. But of course, that's a lot of inventory that isn't being highly utilized and has raised questions, as we all know, about the future of the office.
And Gil, it's Julie here. Thanks for being with us. I want to ask as well about the pace involved in all of this. We've talked a lot about acceleration of certain trends that have happened because of the pandemic. Typically, real estate cycles are not rapid, right? It takes a while. But this time around, have you had people trying to get out of leases, canceling leases, moving offices, et cetera, at a more rapid clip and at higher volume than we have seen in the past?
So I think the answer to that is yes, but when usually when you hit a slowdown, an economic slowdown, and this is what usually drives real estate demand and real estate movement. So when you hit that slowdown, and this one was caused by the pandemic, obviously that was the cause, but not necessarily the driver. So we're dealing with the slowdown, pandemic induced, and then you tend to see actually the cycle will move fairly quickly. So you tend to see a bunch of sublease space come onto the market, for example, which is exactly what we're seeing. And that tends to happen at a rapid pace. What is more elongated, of course, is the cycle, the growth cycle that we had. And the growth cycle, the demand increase for real estate that you generally see, that takes a number of years. And it takes a number of years to turn. But once it turns, as it has now, then you do actually see fairly quick activity. And for example, you can see capital markets activity, sales activity seize up pretty quickly based on a shock or an economic impact would cause that to move fairly quickly once it happens.
Bill, you mentioned retail real estate, and really so much of it now is continued to sit vacant. I mean, yesterday and Macy's come out and say it's going to close 45 stores. JCPenney is practically out of business. Who ultimately steps up and buys these big locations? And then how do you think they're redeveloped?
Yeah, it's a good question. Look, I think there's a lot of inventory there that isn't going to sit idle because for the long term, because owners are fairly creative. If you take and again, you have to look at what retail is being impacted more significantly, and it's generally older malls, perhaps in suburban locations where you have malls that give experience, and it's anything from movies to attractions to to potential health providers being within the mall. You are definitely seeing a shift. It's not the traditional mall that we used to know, and it's going to change more. But where there's an experience where the mall owners keep up with the consumer demand, I think those malls are going to be fine in the long run, and they'll transform themselves. They'll reestablish to provide in the space what consumers are looking for. The older malls that don't have the ability to adapt, I think, are the ones that are going to suffer and probably be repurposed. It's hard to know what for, but you could think of things like condo developments, and perhaps as things stabilize, office towers, and as the economy starts to grow and office becomes more in demand, you could see it be completely repurposed.
Gil, this is really all helpful to help us understand the sort of difference between the anecdotal data out there and what's actually happening on the ground. And so finally, I would ask you about the suburban versus urban situation. We've seen a residential suburban increase, boom, dare I say. What's happened on the commercial front with that divide?
Yeah, I think it's still, believe it or not, still a little early to comment definitively, but there has been movement to the suburbs, and particularly in large cities, New York, San Francisco, it's very clear that big financial firms, for example, and others are taking more space than they previously had in suburban areas. It's fairly common, you read now, that a number of those firms are taking space in Florida to sort of create a southeastern hub. So I think what we are seeing, and we'll see more of, is a spreading out of operations. I think a core, in the case of financial firms that have traditionally been headquartered in Manhattan, they're going to stay there. They're going to be headquartered there, but probably with less space. And that space dispersed by and large around the country or to certain other hubs. I think that's a very real trend.
All right, Gil Borok is the CEO of Colliers US. Gil, really great to get your thoughts this morning. Thanks so much for joining. We'll talk soon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, let's take a look at the markets here as we head to break. We got the Dow and the S&P both in green figures. Just want to call out a couple of names trading at record highs here. Maybe a nice, interesting mix showing where investors think the economy is headed. Caterpillar, Goldman Sachs, Johnson & Johnson, Target, all higher. Nice cyclical trade across the board there. Tesla, of course. Tesla goes up every day. Those are the rules in the modern market. That stock also at a record high. All right, we'll be back here in just 2 minutes with more on Yahoo Finance Live.
we were just talking about real estate trends in retail, among other areas. And Brian Sozzi, I don't know, I've just been thinking of you as sort of the undertaker for the malls. You're on death watch here. Macy's is on your list because they're closing another, 45 stores?
Mm-hmm. Well, I will live up to your expectations as the retail undertaker, Julie, because all I have here is bad news as it pertains to Macy's. So yes, Macy's came out yesterday afternoon saying they're going to close 45 stores. That is part of an early February 2020 plan to close 125 stores. So here are my 4 deep thoughts for Macy's on this morning. First up, these store closures likely means Macy's had an absolutely dreadful holiday season with a big fat capital D, because you don't close 45 stores if you had any indication that human beings may want to come back to these stores and ultimately buy things. Which brings me to my next point. Is this the year that the heavyweights on the Macy's board tap Macy's CEO Jeff Gennette on the shoulder and say, you know what, it's time to split up the CEO and chairman role? And some of those heavyweights on this board, former UPS CEO David Abney, former Home Depot CEO Frank Blake, and former Kellogg CEO John Bryant. At one point, do you step up here and say, hey, you know what, bro, we need new, fresh eyes here on a company that has clearly been struggling since you took over? And then number 3, if Macy's had such a bad holiday season, which I think they did, you want to look at some of the other trades here. That will probably mean Ralph Lauren had a tough holiday season, Fossil had a tough holiday season, Nike not so much, maybe even Tapestry had a tough holiday season. These are the companies that sell into a Macy's. And last but not least, more Undertaker grim news here. Macy's on January 15th has $506 million in debt coming due. They have the money to pay this debt. That's all fine and good. But I am concerned about more debt coming due next year, $450 million on January 15th as well. This is a company that has not entered the traditional retail debt spiral that we have seen with Sears and Neiman Marcus in the past, but has one foot in that grave, guys. And it's tough to see because this is Macy's. This is a brand we have all grown up with.
Well, Sozzi, to that point, who would want a piece of this? Does a PE shop, and we hear about dry powder, do they want a piece of it? What's the value here? Is it the loyalty memberships? One of our producers, Pam Granda, telling us yesterday, still has her Macy's card. Is there anything there that is of value? Because every time you tell us about Macy's, it's just, if this is bad, that's bad, and the other's bad, and Jeff Gennette's got to get fired.
Well, I'm looking for some good news. You know, I don't want to be the retail undertaker. It's not my full-time job anymore. But the real value here probably is the New York City Macy's Herald Square location. To my knowledge, they have not levered that up yet. Some of the estimates on what that building might be worth a couple years ago, $1 billion. They may have missed their opportunity to get $1 billion for it, but Macy's still owns that. And that is prime real estate to be involved with in the post-pandemic world, because we will all probably likely be shopping in New York City again at some point.
I have to say real quick, I mean, you can point the finger at Jeff Gennette or whatever you want, but it's hard to find any of the department stores, traditional department stores, that has done well throughout all of this. So it's tough to blame one person rather than blaming more secular trends, I suppose, to some extent. All right, got to leave it there. Guys, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to speak to Gita Gopinath about the direction of the global economy. We'll be right back. It is 10 a.m. on Wednesday, January 6th. This is Yahoo Finance Live. I'm Julie Hyman, along with Miles Udland and Brian Sozzi. Stock action this morning has been interesting thus far as people digest the results, or what we have of the results of the Georgia election. You see here the Dow and the S&P are now each in the green, with the Dow leading. It's up about 0.9%. Banks have been doing well, among other things this morning, the oil majors as well. The Nasdaq, though, still in the red, although it's cut its losses about in half, now down 0.8%. All of this as we got what you could call, for now, a half verdict in Georgia. That's where Reverend Raphael Warnock bested Senator Kelly Loeffler, while the Jon Ossoff-David Perdue race is still too close to call, although Ossoff has claimed victory. A global look at the K-shaped recovery, with developed countries set to get vaccines more quickly than developing. Will the wealth gap further widen? And renewable energy stocks are soaring this morning, as well as those Georgia votes are tallied. We're going to speak to the CFO of one of the nation's largest residential solar installers about the policy outlook. We do begin, though, in Georgia. Our Marquise Francis is still on the ground there a day after that big runoff election. Marquise, still we don't know the outcome of the Ossoff-Perdue race, but what are you seeing and hearing there in Georgia?
Yes, thank you. And as you mentioned, we have a half verdict to date. Warnock becomes the first Black senator in Georgia's entire history, and only the 11th Black senator in the nation's history. And Jon Ossoff, the young Jewish reporter himself, is set to make history, even though the final numbers are not tabulated. Right now, he's up by about 16,000 votes. There remains to be about 10,000 to 15,000 votes that have yet to be tabulated, but these are in the Democratic stronghold areas in and around Atlanta. And there's also some military and overseas votes that have until Friday at 5 p.m. To be collected. And I believe those are about 17,000 in total, and it remains to be seen how many of those votes come in. But overall, today is really a historic day. Reverend Warnock winning this seat, taking over for Kelly Loeffler, who was appointed last year. And this is for a 2-year term to finish out previous Senator Isaacson's term. And Jon Ossoff on the cusp of also making history, taking over for the 6-year incumbent in Senator David Perdue. And I've been watching a lot of cable news last night and this morning, and a lot of people are really pointing to two main factors. One of those being Black mobilization efforts, really spearheaded by Black women. Obviously, everyone hears about Stacey Abrams, who, between Fair Count and Fair Fight, a number of organizations that she started on the heels of her 2018 gubernatorial loss, really has been out mobilizing people. But there are a number of other people on the ground, organizations like Black Votes Matter, led by Latasha Brown, really getting out and really emphasizing the need for Black voters to be involved. And it really paid off. There were obviously within the metro Atlanta area, Black voters really came out and really overperformed, especially in the general election. And out and around rural areas where there's white conservatives rule the majority, Black voters still came out and overperformed. And then the second thing is Trump really lost this for the Republicans. Their Republicans for the past 2 months have really been getting mixed messages. Since November 3rd, Trump has been saying, your votes, you've been cheated. Your votes possibly don't matter, but yet still vote. He's been claiming election fraud. Him and his allies have launched over 60 lawsuits. None of them have actually been successful in overturning any of the races thus far. So it's a historic day here in Georgia, and also for the entire U.S. I think the reason why this election had so much stakes is because it would really cement what Joe Biden can and could not do in his first 2 years in office. So this is big for Georgia, but this is really big for the entire country.
Yeah, Marquise, certainly different than election night, when it seemed like it was going to be, we're going to run it back for 4 years with Republican control of everything. I want to talk a little bit about Stacey Abrams, because there was questions about why she herself wasn't in this race. I think her national profile has really exploded in the last year, and certainly this effort is going to cement kind of her role in the future of the Democratic Party. It's early here in figuring out, what her legacy is from this race specifically. But as you see the future again of the Democratic Party that's looking to re-engage with Black voters. How important is Stacey Abrams to that effort? I mean, is she the central figure right now, even maybe more so than Barack Obama?
Well, I think right now, Stacey Abrams has the eyes and ears of the country, and especially the Democratic Party. When you look at this Senate race, when you think about who Republicans were attacking, obviously Warnock and Ossoff were on the ballot, but President Trump and Loeffler and Perdue really attacked Stacey Abrams. And as you mentioned, she lost in 2018 to the now Governor Brian Kemp. But a lot of people are saying that one loss really is the catalyst to what we're seeing in this entire country. That loss kind of energized Abrams to help Joe Biden flip Georgia blue for the first time since 1992, and also help Ossoff. Well, we'll see what the results with Ossoff are, but help Warnock win, and possibly she will run in 2022 for the governorship. And I actually was able to ask Abrams a few questions yesterday about the possibility that Democrats win this election, how they're going to work with Republicans. And this is what she had to say.
Georgia is a divided state. We are 50-50. And my point is that the 50% that share democratic values of making certain people have access to health care, to jobs, and to justice, that their voices need to be heard, and that as often as possible we need to hold the power necessary to make those principles and values true. But it's always going to require partnership, or at least for the next decade. Demographics are changing, politics are changing, but nothing happens overnight. This is the beginning of a process. We're in the next phase, and this is the phase where everyone knows it's possible, and now we've got to get to the place where it's permanent.
Yeah, and absolutely. I think the numbers are showing, everyone knows Georgia actually becoming a swing state, no longer red, becoming more purple, up for grabs in the future. It went from a possibility to now a reality. So we'll see what comes today and in the coming days with the rest of the election results. But there's serious change happening in Georgia.
Marquise Francis, thanks for covering that for us there in Georgia. Yahoo News national reporter and producer. We look forward to more updates on the Ossoff-Perdue race throughout the day. All right, we zoomed in on Georgia. Now we're going to zoom way out beyond the United States and look at the global economy in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic. We want to bring in Geeta Gopinath. She is IMF chief economist, as well as our Brian Chung. Geeta, thank you so much for being here. As we look at the so-called K-shaped recovery coming out of this, something I'm interested to see is the trajectory of vaccine deployment in the developed versus developing world, because it seems as though early reports indicate that the developing world is not going to get it as quickly. Is that just going to make the K-shaped recovery worse? And then what are the longer term knock-on effects from that?
Indeed, it is a major concern. What we are seeing in terms of access to vaccines, in terms of advanced purchase commitments, it's coming to advanced economies quicker than it's coming to emerging markets as a whole. Now, of course, some emerging markets do have access to the vaccines sooner than others do. But in terms of the timeline, as of now, the expectation is that most advanced economies will, somewhere in the summer of this year, get to widespread coverage. But if you're looking at emerging and developing countries, especially low-income countries as a whole, we're looking well into 2022. And the COVAX facility that was supposed to be providing these kinds of vaccines to low-income countries is still underfunded. And so this is a major challenge, which, again, as we're seeing from around the world, there are new variants of the virus, coming up. And so if we don't control the virus in any part of the world, I think every part of the world is susceptible to this pandemic for much longer. So it's not just the K-shape, but it's even important for the advanced economies themselves to ensure that there's widespread availability of the vaccine.
Geeta, it's Brian Chung here. It's great to speak with you again. Now, I just want to ask about whether or not that changes the baseline projection from the International Monetary Fund. The last projection that you had back in October had 5.2% global GDP in 2021, specifically 3.1% here in the US. That was actually a slight revision down from the earlier update that you had in June. I understand the IMF is cooking the next round of updates on that. But again, there's that new strain, that B117 in the UK, but then you also have the vaccine development. So do you expect to upgrade or downgrade those revisions in the next update that we should expect in the coming weeks?
So yes, we are putting out our next update on January 26th, so very soon. There are a couple of things going into it, Brian. Firstly, in 2020, the Q3 GDP numbers, I think uniformly actually came in stronger than we had expected. So that pushes the global economy as a whole to a better starting point in 2021. Now, the end of 2020 and what we're seeing right now, of course, is a pretty dark winter. So that's having hit. It's not globally the case, but you're certainly seeing that in Europe. I mean, the UK is being hit very hard. You have lockdowns being announced, and that we know has a direct effect on these measures of activity. So, it's right now, the way I see it in the near term, it's a race between the virus and the vaccines. But given what we saw in 2020, that when you had reopenings, you had a pretty strong comeback, plus the stimulus that's in the system, including what was announced by the US and Japan towards the end of the year. That combination, should power a recovery in the second half. So in terms of the overall, direction of it, I mean, again, based on the 2020 to better than expected numbers, we should see an upgrade in some parts of the world.
So then what is the policy prescription for monetary policymakers, the central banks of the world? I mean, arguably, they were very important in making sure there wasn't a financial crisis that emerged from all of this, at least in 2020. But for 2021, at least here in the United States, the story is about quantitative easing for the Fed. Should they taper or increase their asset purchases? People are wondering, what is that going to do with regards to the trajectory of the virus, which is still primarily an epidemiological phenomenon? So what is the recommendation for global central banks as we begin 2021 as to how to engineer that recovery?
I mean, given the high level of uncertainty at this point, and the fact that we still have the pandemic and we have these new virus mutations, given all of that, of course, central banks should take a pretty cautious approach to withdrawing any kind of support measures. In addition, the vast majority of advanced economies have their inflation below target. And especially if you look at, for instance, the euro area, and if you look at what's happening in terms of inflation expectations, the risk of that drifting away further from their target is quite serious. So the strategy should be one of a cautious approach. We're still in the midst of this pandemic, and as things recover, of course, one reassesses. But given what we're seeing in terms of inflation levels around the world, in terms of inflation expectations, I'd expect it to be a pretty gradual process of any kind of, in terms of policy moves.
Gita, it's Miles Udland here. I wanted to ask more broadly maybe about what the IMF and the broader economics community may have learned out of this crisis. We've seen the U.S. economy do quite well with a huge amount of fiscal stimulus given directly to consumers and households. Is this maybe going to reframe some of how you guys at the IMF and again kind of broader the broader economics community thinks about how you crisis fight, how you help economies through this, and maybe reshape some of our ideas around, how to use policy in future downturns?
Well, I think an important lesson learned from the global financial crisis was, the importance of continuing fiscal support and not withdrawing it prematurely, which is what happened right after the GFC. So I think both of those lessons were learned, and thankfully, we got the right kind of stimulus that was needed as soon as the crisis hit. And it's important for countries not to prematurely withdraw that. I think that's a lesson that's been learned. Indeed, a second lesson that's been learned is that countries that are able to provide income support directly and quickly. So having a strong social safety net helps, and countries should put that in place, to prepare for the future. And so these are important measures that one has to take. And again, the recognition that we are in times when interest rates are low, historic lows, and expected to be low for quite some time, which gives fiscal authorities space to use their toolbox. And so all of this, tells you that given the nature of this crisis, fiscal is absolutely essential. And the stimulus has been quite considerable. I mean, one of the reasons one should expect to see a fairly good recovery in many parts of the world in the second half of 2021, if all goes well in terms of the virus, is the substantial support that's been provided. But I just want to point out that this, of course, there's tremendous variation. Advanced economies did about 20% of their GDP in terms of fiscal support. Emerging markets, that number is 6%. And when you get to low-income countries, it's 2%. So there is that variation that unfortunately is also part of this K-shaped recovery.
Geeta, given that significant stimulus you just mentioned and the fact that really cheap money from the Fed will be around for some time, and we could see that strong recovery fueled by the vaccine later this year and into 2022, in the U.S., do you think that will sow the seeds of an inflationary outbreak, and what would that look like?
So no, we don't think that's the case. Now, it is possible that once there is a strong recovery taking hold, that there might be some short-term supply issues that lead to some temporary spikes. But the question that's relevant for monetary policy is how durable this increased inflation, if any, if it comes about, will be. And there, if you look at what the impact on wage pressures, if you look at inflation expectations, both of which we know have been quite essential to the path of inflation, those remain, in many countries below target and or close to target. So, the expectation is not of, durable, very high levels of inflation. Also, let's keep in mind that the shift in monetary policy in the U.S. has also been precisely to avoid a situation of too low inflation. And so I'm sure central banks would actually welcome some bit of inflation that's coming up, even maybe above their target. So to prevent the worst scenario where you actually end up with inflation being too low and being stuck at the zero low bound for very long.
And Geeta, last question here. It seems like we kind of forgot about it amidst everything that's happened in 2020, but trade was a major story at the beginning of last year before this whole COVID pandemic really began gripping the world. What do you think the story is going to be between the United States and China, in addition to other kind of global relationships with regards to trade in 2021? Does that present headwinds or tailwinds to economic growth?
So just in terms of the facts on global trade, what we've seen is, again, in 2020, we saw rebound. It's a partial rebound, but again, that's stronger than what we had seen right after the GFC. So some of the concern that there would be a major breakdown of global supply chains, at least as of now, that's not there in the data. But in terms of services trade, of course, we're way off. Tourism and travel is still highly subdued. What happens next in terms of policies, I think this is something, of course, has been an issue. It was an issue, a major issue before the crisis. It's not going away. There's a still need to reform the WTO. There's still a need for countries to work together to address the grievances that exist in the trading system. So I suspect those frictions will still be there. But my hope is that maybe there will be, a resolution sometime in this year or next year, at least somewhere moving towards a resolution.
Hoping so. Geeta Gopinath, IMF chief economist, and Brian Chung as well. Thank you both so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
When we come back, we're going to talk about some more implications of the Georgia race, as well as, don't forget, that Electoral College certification today. We'll be right back.
All right, welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Miles Upton here in New York. We got a rally underway here. The Dow is now up more than 300 points. The S&P 500 up about 0.5%. Tech stocks clawing their way back to the flat line. This after results last night out of Georgia. Raphael Warnock will be one of the state's 2 senators, and it appears that John Ossoff will join him, but that is not official yet, to make 2 Democratic senators from the state of Georgia. Joining us now to talk about all of this is Yahoo Finance's Rick Newman. Rick, a lot of directions to take this, but I'd start you this way, which is, how much did Trump screw this up for the Republicans? And all we're going to talk about for the next 4 years is Trumpism dead? And I guess we should just start that question now.
I don't think we're going to talk about it for the next 4 years, maybe the next 1 year. I think Trump screwed it up just enough. I mean, this was going to be a marginal race one way or the other in Georgia. I'm surprised that it looks like both Democrats are going to win. I thought they might pick off one of those seats, but not both. I mean, we're going to find out through exit polls, and I think this is going to be debated for a long time. But Trump did not help. He's had some of his people in Georgia saying maybe Republicans shouldn't even vote because the whole thing is a fraud. The vote is not a fraud, but Trump saying that it is could have persuaded some Republicans not to vote. And the big story in Georgia does seem to be that Democratic turnout, and especially Black turnout, overperformed expectations, and that's why the 2 Democrats won. So Trump's whole little world is kind of imploding right now, his political world. And by the way, I think what's happened with these 2 Georgia Senate races is going to undermine what Republicans are going to try to do later today when they certify the vote for Joe Biden. They just don't look like they have much of a branch to stand on anymore.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't look like that. It didn't look like they did really ever, but even less so now. And so let's talk a little bit more about that, Rick, because if you look at polling data, there are definitely, I think, a majority of Republicans who say that the presidential election was not valid for various reasons. So kind of where do we go from here?
I think where we go from here is Joe Biden is going to become the president, despite the drama in Congress today. They are going to certify this vote, and Biden's going to take office on January 20. Trump has for sure persuaded some of his supporters that this was a rigged election. It was not. Those claims of fraud are all bogus. But let's really look at what's going on with these members, the Republicans in both the House and the Senate, who are going to try to stand in the way of certifying this vote. What they are doing is they are all trying to get the support of the Trump base for themselves for future elections. So you've got Josh Hawley from Missouri, the Republican senator, for example. It's pretty clear he wants to run for president in 2024. And what this is all about, what's going on today in Congress, is these politicians trying to secure the Trump base for themselves. That's a dubious proposition because the Trump base supports Trump. They don't just necessarily support anybody who's Trumpy. They support Donald Trump, and it's not clear they will transfer their allegiance to other politicians. But that's what's going on. So despite all the drama, come January 20th and after that, we are going to just have a functioning government, and everything with Trump is going to be sort of happening on the sidelines at that point.
Rick, we got 30 seconds. What happens today with the Electoral College?
Biden ends up getting certified, and he's going to take office on January 20.
All right, there we go. We only needed 4 seconds. Yeah, exactly.
There's going to be a lot of drama for all the inside the Beltway crowd, but Biden is going to be president on January 20.
All right. Democracy Defended in 4 seconds by Yahoo Finance's Rick Newman. Rick, always good to talk to you. We'll talk
guys.
soon. All right. Again, a lot more coming up here on Yahoo Finance Live right after this break. Taking a look at the markets, we see the Nasdaq continuing to be the only major index trading in the red. Not on the screen here. Russell 2000, nice big rally for the small caps, up over 1.5%. We're back here in 2 minutes.
Well, stocks remain mixed in the U.S. as investors weigh the potential outcome of the Georgia election, which, as we have been talking about, is thus far undecided, at least in one of the races. Our Inez Foray has been watching what's going on with stocks, and it's really interesting, the reactions in different corners of the market. For example, we've been talking about what's been going on with the 10-year.
That's right. The 10-year Treasury yield topping 1% for the first time since March. And if we just take a look at what the banks are doing, well, financials are really leading in the gains right now. You can take a look at the Dow. You've got JP Morgan up more than 1%. But let's take a look at the bank stocks on our Wi-Fi Interactive board. Bank of America up more than 6%. Wells Fargo also up more than 6%. Morgan Stanley as well. So really seeing some gains for those banks. If we look at the Nasdaq, we're seeing that Tesla, surprise, surprise, is up again today, up more than 3% at a new high. And you can see some of the big cap names. Earlier, they were down about more than 2%. So they are rising just a little bit. But you've got Apple that's down more than 1% as well as Microsoft. And Tesla, of course, with Morgan Stanley's Adam Jonas reiterating his overweight rating on Tesla and a price target, a street high of $810, raising that from $540 with a bull price target of $1,232. And if we look at some of the laggards on the NASDAQ, we can see that some of the stay-at-home trades, those that did really well in 2020, Zoom down more than 3%, Peloton down more than 3% as well. And I also want to mention some of our trending tickers because many of those being some of the cannabis stocks surging this morning on that Democratic win for one of the seats in Georgia on hopes that a second will also go to the Democrats. The Democrats are expected to pursue a more progressive agenda when it comes to cannabis. That's why you're seeing some of these gains. Aurora Cannabis up more than 13%, Tilray up 17%, and Canopy Growth up 16%. Julie?
Definitely a large ripple effect in a lot of different assets today and different sectors of the market. Inez, thank you so much. And speaking of which, we're going to speak about another one of those sectors coming up next, renewable energy, also getting a lift today. We will be speaking to the CFO of Sunrun. That's next.
All right, welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Miles Upton here in New York on this Wednesday morning. Let's take a quick look at the markets because we now have all three majors in green figures. The Dow is up 409 points, 407 points there. The Nasdaq up 2 basis points. We'll see if the tech index continues to claw back from those losses in the pre-market that were in excess of 1.5%. 2020 wrapped up with a number of very interesting trends in the marketplace. One of the hottest spots for investors was the alternative energy space, clean energy, and certainly what we've seen in the solar space. Joining us now to discuss is Tom von Reichbauer. He is the CFO of Sunrun company in the residential solar space. Tom, thanks for joining the show this morning. I'd love to begin by talking about what's happened in the solar space broadly from your vantage point. Investors have gotten very excited about the trade this year. What trends have you guys seen breaking your way over the last year to maybe back up some of that?
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me. 2020 was really a phenomenal year for, beginning the transformation to a renewable and decarbonized energy economy. In the last year, our business transitioned from, a business model that was largely oriented around in-person selling to one that we began to sell virtually, engaging with customers in new ways. I think we really had the right product for the right moment. Customers were spending more time at home, spending more time on more money on home energy use, and the ability to go into a solar and increasingly a solar plus storage offering for their home helped them weather that storm in a pretty meaningful way. And in the midst of that, we acquired one of our largest industry counterparts in Vivint Solar, and now have over 500,000 customers and feel really well set up heading into 2021.
Obviously, the growth has been really significant when it comes to number of customers. I do want to ask you, though, about earnings, because I know that has been tricky in the solar industry broadly. You guys report net earning assets of 1.7 billion. What does that mean? Describe for folks who aren't familiar with that metric, because it's not your typical net income metric.
Yeah, our business, because we generate solar leases for customers that we retain ownership of, look more complicated than many others. It's worth noting, however, that we've been net income positive for several years running in terms of net income to common shareholders. We include some consolidated interests on our balance sheet that make that more complex. Net earning assets is basically the portion of contracts that we've generated to customers that we've retained ownership of. So we securitize a portion of the contracts that we generate with customers. That's what we call gross earning assets. And then you put the project level debt behind that that gets you down to net earning assets. So it's a great measure when you combine net earning assets and our cash balance to look at the aggregate value created in any given year.
Tom, just staying on the profitability front, you've spent an extensive time working at Tesla in the finance department. You worked at Google and Nest as their CFO. So you've seen a lot of these emerging businesses. What has to happen in the solar industry for some of the biggest players to drive sustainable profits over the next few years? What flips the light switch on?
Yeah, I think it's worth noting that we think there's a lot of headroom from where we are today, but we think we have a really solid business that we're beginning from as well. We're in the early days of a transformation that's going to have broad scale effects on the way energy is produced and consumed in the U.S. Consumers spend over $200 billion a year on residential electricity. Another $100 billion is spent by utilities on CapEx, and we're at about 3% penetration into that industry. So from there, we've got a ton of incremental customers that can be acquired. 9 out of 10 consumers think they have a strong interest in the expanded use of residential solar. And then, we need to be focused on, maintaining cost discipline and driving, margin creation. We think the tailwinds behind that of rising incumbent utility prices set us up quite well in order to, continue to drive costs out of our own cost stack, but also compete quite well against the consumer's primary alternative, which is, a 100-year-old utility in many cases.
Tom, one would imagine that you're also hoping for a tailwind of some more favorable policy under a Biden administration, starting with, again, I'm assuming here, you're hoping for an extension of the tax credits that are set to expire at the end of 2023. From a policy perspective, what do you think is coming in reality? And what would you hope for from this administration?
Yeah, so we applaud Congress for extending the tax credit just in the final weeks of the year. We got a 2-year extension on the current 26% level of the solar investment tax credit. We think there's potential for continued expansion or extension beyond that. There's a handful of things that the DOE are doing, thinking about reducing permitting costs and soft costs within the industry, which we're very favorable on. The good news is that politicians on both sides of the aisle are in support of solar, whether that's for reasons of decarbonizing our electrical system or for reasons of meaningful job growth and economic growth in their jurisdictions. The solar industry employs more than 250,000 people in the U.S. It's been a great creator of good quality, high-paying jobs, and we think there's a lot of headroom there. So we see support from both sides of the aisle. It certainly has been great to see the Biden administration pushing on a clean energy message, and we think there's much more to come there.
And Tom, finally, before we let you go, I just want to ask about the stock crazy run in the last year or two. As part of the management team, how cognizant of that are you, and how much does it factor into your thinking around maybe additional acquisitions you could make when you see again shares go from basically 10 to 80 just in 18 months or so?
Yeah, it's great to see. I think people are aware of it. It's fundamentally a recognition of a lot of progress that's been made over the last 13, 14 years here at Sunrun. Getting more credit for a lot of the things we've been saying over the years, our ability to withstand step downs in the tax credit, reduce our costs, improve our margins, the fact that we think we can continue to raise project level capital at really low rates. I think we're starting to see that, and people are getting in tune with the reality of how large this market opportunity is, and applying a reasonable multiple to the clear industry leader here, who has a lot of growth in front of it. So much more to come. It's great to have that currency in your back pocket, but very focused right now on executing on the Vivint integration. That deal just closed about 3 months ago, and so a lot of work underway there, and want to stay focused on the task at hand.
All right, Tom von Reichbauer is the CFO at Sunrun. Tom, I really appreciate you taking the time this morning. Hopefully, we can be in touch in the new year.
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right, a lot more coming up here on Yahoo Finance Live. We are back in just 2 minutes.
And the deal news continues in the first week of the new year. Timeshare giant Wyndham Destinations said today it's buying the travel and leisure brand from publisher Meredith for $100 million. Once the deal is completed in mid-February, Wyndham will change its name to Travel and Leisure Co. and have a new ticker symbol, TNL. Wyndham Destinations CEO Michael Brown joins us for more on the deal. Michael, good to speak with you again here. When I first saw this, I admittedly said I didn't see this coming. I don't think a lot of other people in the market saw it coming. Your stock's up about 8% on the news. What's the rationale behind it, and how do you ultimately drive a return out of this type of business?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here and great to be able to share an exciting news for us. We're now able to attach the most respected and iconic brand in leisure travel to a company, Wyndham Destination, who's already a leader in the vacation ownership and exchange business. And the key here is leisure travel. This gives us the opportunity to begin to expand our business into the broader leisure travel market. Today, the timeshare industry serves about 10 million households, and the broader leisure market is tenfold that amount. The travel and leisure acquisition will give us the opportunity to begin offering products and services to that broader market and therefore grow the business.
And when you think about branding in the space, and you look at what's happened with Airbnb over the last 10 years, they've made a verb out of staying in one of their locations. Does the travel and leisure brand, from your vantage point, kind of offer you a way to play in that space where it's about the branded experience of staying at one of your locations and not just, oh yeah, my friend down the street said I got this great place that I'm going to go rent for a couple of weeks?
Well, it's unquestionable. One of the things we've learned in this post-COVID environment is that people want to travel with a name that they can trust. And as we spoke to the team at Travel and Leisure, that's a name that people trust, not only for the name, but for the content that they produce. And it was core to this deal that we wanted them to continue to inspire travel. And then we wanted to be the delivery mechanism to put people on vacation. And the combination of these two companies and the use of the Travel and Leisure name to really broaden the experience of putting people on vacation, yes, I think it exactly fits where consumers are today, is they want to travel with a name that they can trust. And as we've heard this morning from really everyone we've spoken to, the Travel and Leisure name is, again, one of the most respected and iconic names in this space.
Michael, it's Julie here. I have to chime in on that. As a consumer, Travel and Leisure is a source that I go to when I'm looking at vacation destinations. But I am wondering about the overlap of customers and what you stand to gain, because I think of a timeshare customer. I am not a core timeshare customer, shall I say. I think of it as somebody who's retired, perhaps. I think of it also as a shrinking market, and I could be wrong on that point. But so I'm just wondering, do you actually see the Travel and Leisure name bring more people into the timeshare orbit?
It's a great question, and there's two answers there. I'll just briefly say, actually, the timeshare market is growing dramatically over the last 10 years, about 6% CAGR. Under the biggest hospitality names in that industry has changed dramatically. But the point of this acquisition is not about timeshare. It's about to begin developing a product for the broader leisure travel market outside of timeshare. There's a lot of people that, as you read articles I did last night about our national parks in the United States, I wanted to click on that article and start to plan the vacation with my family. And that's really what we're going to be able to offer, is tying in incredible content to the actual vacation that people can go on. And that is not tied to the timeshare industry. It is simply it's an existing segment, but is a new segment for us of the market that we can begin to provide our great travel services that we have today already in our portfolio to a different audience. So this is about expansion into new markets as opposed to adding to our timeshare business. That business is great, is doing extremely well, as we saw in our Q3 results. But this is a new business line to grow our entire ecosystem.
Michael, how is your team? How are you going to keep the journalistic independence of Travel and Leisure? Because when you see a deal like this, you immediately think, well, okay, it makes sense on paper, but how do you ensure that the editors and the reporters are not churning out 75 stories on Wyndham timeshares?
It's a great question. And candidly, in our first meeting, the meeting of the minds that really set our discussions on was that we wanted them to retain editorial independence. And obviously they did as well. That's what they do, and they do it better than anyone in the world. And that's why we've agreed to a license agreement of 30 years back to the Meredith Corporation. Their editorial independence is paramount to us. We want them to promote leisure travel. Our objective is to focus on our core competency, which is the actual putting people on vacation. So that was fundamental to this deal, and it's critical going forward that they retain that editorial independence.
That is good to hear. Michael, last time we spoke, it was in May 2020. Since then, the COVID-19 situation, by a lot of measures, has continued to get worse. How many of your resorts are open? The last number I have for you is 97% of your resorts were open in the third quarter. 75% of your Gates centers were open. Are those numbers still standing?
So the numbers you quoted were accurate. Those numbers have pulled back simply because of the news that we see every day about the restrictions in California and a few other independent restrictions that have been applied. We know those are short-term in nature and don't really affect the long-term perspective for leisure travel. I say long-term. Really, the fact is we expect that a little later in 2021, restrictions will begin to get lifted as vaccines are distributed. And we think the leisure market is really going to return strong later in 2021. But yes, we've had to close additional resorts due to restrictions that states have applied. We think it's the right thing. The health situation is the most important, and the sooner we get to the other side of it, the quicker leisure travel is going to return and be good not only for our business, but for general employment and the economy.
Absolutely. All right. Well, good luck on the integration of the acquisition. Wyndham Destination CEO Michael Brown. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Do stick around. Much more ahead on Yahoo Finance Live.
You're watching Yahoo Finance Live, and we are watching stocks that are trading at records now. The S&P 500 just touched an intraday record high. The Dow was already there. The Russell 2000 touching a record high as well here as we get what started out as a decline in the major averages, particularly in the Nasdaq in the wake of the Georgia runoff election and at least half a decision that we have there on the Warnock Loeffler race, the Warnock bested Loeffler. Really, it's been an interesting reversal in this session. Part of it has been driven by what's been going on in the financials, because we have the 10-year yield rising on perhaps the outlook for more stimulus, and then the banks are following suit. We've got the XLF, the financial ETF, that's also on the rise. And guys, this is an interesting effect here of what we've been seeing go on. I mean, listen, even if the Democrats take the Senate, there are no guarantees in politics. There's no guarantee that they're going to get more stimulus. Nonetheless, it's interesting, this tone and this switch in tone that we have seen the markets taking, Miles.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. You sort of wonder, is this the day after the 2016 election, or is this after we just confirmed that Democrats are going to have control of all three houses or all three branches of government? Because it's very reminiscent of sort of how the market acted back in 16, and it's a pretty straightforward cyclical rally here. All else equal, and again, it's never quite true, but all else equal, steeper yield curve is going to be better for banks, and we are certainly seeing that action today. I mean, KBW Bank Index right now is up 7%. You look at some of the individual plays, and again, broadly speaking, the smaller the bank, the bigger the rally today. Fifth Third, that stock's up 9%. KeyCorp's up 9%. Comerica is up 9%. But the major money center banks, Bank of America is up 7%. Citigroup, that's up 6.5%. Wells Fargo is up 7.5%. All these names are rallying, and we should note, even with these rallies, these are names that are still being left behind or have been left behind, not just this year, but over the last several years. And so it'll be interesting to see how much more steam is in this trade, because, I forget which analyst said it, and I'm sure it's not unique to whoever I heard it from. It might have been Dick Beauvais. It was like, all else equal, banks are a levered bet on the economy. So economy's going to do better. Banks will do even a little bit better than that. So with that outlook, we're certainly seeing that action early in today's trading session.
Yeah, I think what it boils down to, if there's more steam in this bank trade, is if the 10-year continues to rise. 10-year goes up, maybe banks make some more money in the first or second quarter. Earnings estimates on the banks go up, powers multiples. That might be what the market is thinking. But I do want to call attention to another trend I've been watching. Maybe me and Julie have been watching it too. The downgrades or the cautious comments on some of these food players. Coca-Cola, third downgrade this week. PepsiCo cut. It's had its rating cut this morning too. Conagra earlier in the week downgraded to sell. So you're starting to see, I think, Wall Street try and position some of these stocks that worked well last year in the work from home environment and try to get out in front of potential growth slowdowns in a lot of these names in the back half of the year as we maybe get more mobile again.
Yeah, imagine that, a little bit of rotation away from defensive, or what had been defensive, into these more cyclical names. It's worth mentioning as well that a lot of people that we have had on in the past, say, month, they've said they like those financials. So we see that sort of playing out here. That's been one of the popular groups that people have picked as one that could do well this year. And indeed, those percentage increases are pretty incredible, particularly for some of the large banks. All right, we are going to leave it there. We still do not have a decided verdict in the Ossoff-Purdue race in Georgia. We're going to keep monitoring that here on Yahoo Finance. Raphael Warnock did beat out Kelly Loeffler, so partial confirmed victory for the Democrats. We see all three major averages now rallying. Akiko Fujita and Zach Guzman are going to take you through the next 2 hours of trading.
Welcome to the 11 a.m. Eastern hour of Yahoo Finance Live. I'm Akiko Fujita along with Zach Guzman, and we are seeing stocks rallying as Democrats move a step closer to taking control of the Senate. The party claiming victory in one Georgia Senate race while the other hangs in the balance. And you see the Dow there and the S&P 500 hitting new highs in this session. The Dow, the biggest gainer so far, up about 1.5%. The Nasdaq, meanwhile, trading flat with big tech stocks falling on prospects of tougher regulation. In other sectors, we're watching cannabis stocks seeing big gains on expectations a blue sweep will be supported for legislation, while Treasury yields rise on hopes of bigger stimulus. The 10-year pushing above 1% for the first time since March. Bitcoin 35,000, the cryptocurrency hits a new all-time high just days after a 10% pullback. And the New York Stock Exchange reverses course yet again. The big board now says it will delist U.S.-traded shares of Chinese telecom companies after the Trump administration pushes back. We begin this hour, though, with the results of that crucial Senate runoff election. Challenger Raphael Warnock unseating incumbent Kelly Loeffler, while Democratic challenger Jon Ossoff remains in a very tight race with Senator David Perdue. A Democratic win sets up the Senate for a 50-50 split, with Vice President-elect Kamala Harris holding that tie-breaking vote. Let's bring in Jessica Smith for the very latest on this. And Jess, we're already seeing Democrats celebrating one victory. Can they make it a sweep?
We will see if Ossoff is able to hold on to his lead. Democrats will control the Senate for the first time in 6 years, but the race is still too close to call at this point. Right now, Ossoff leads Perdue by about 17,000 votes. The remaining vote seems to be from largely Democratic counties, and Ossoff is confident. In a new video out this morning, he's already thanked Georgia for sending him to the Senate. Let's watch.
This campaign has been about health and jobs and justice for the people of this state, for all the people of this state. And they will be my guiding principles as I serve this state in the U.S. Senate.
The Perdue team is still holding out hope. In a statement, Perdue called for time and transparency, and he went on to say, "We will mobilize every available resource and exhaust every legal recourse to ensure all legally cast ballots are properly counted. We believe in the end, Senator Perdue will be victorious." Now, the Associated Press has already called the other race in Georgia. Raphael Warnock has defeated Senator Kelly Loeffler. Warnock will become Georgia's first Black senator. Here's what he had to say overnight after it became clear he won.
We were told that we couldn't win this election. But tonight, we proved that with hope, hard work, and the people by our side, anything is possible.
Loeffler has not yet conceded. She said overnight that there's still work to do, and now she is headed back to D.C. to object to the certification of President-elect Biden's Electoral College victory. Now, this could still take some time to really wrap up. There's a possibility of a recount if a race is within half of a percentage point, and right now the Ossoff-Perdue race is within that margin. So again, the Ossoff-Perdue race has not been called yet, but if he does hold on to his lead, if Ossoff does win this race, then Democrats will control the Senate with Vice President Kamala Harris and her tie-breaking vote. Biden will come in with a Democratic Congress, just like President Obama did, but Biden's lead will be very narrow. We've already heard from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and now Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. Both have claimed victory this morning. Schumer saying, as Majority Leader, President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris will have a partner who is ready, willing, and able to help achieve a forward-looking agenda and deliver help and bold change to the American people. So Zach, Akiko, will keep you updated as we hear more from Georgia throughout the day.
And Jess, I mean, on that front, you think about perhaps Senator Perdue, calling for that recount, as you said, within the window of opportunity there. But of course, it's within the Trump playbook to kind of question election results. And we're expected to see some of that drama play out here as Congress is set to certify the Electoral College, the results of the presidential election as well. What are we expecting that the results here in Georgia might do to maybe temper the dramatics that we're expected to see play out in Congress?
I don't know. I think we'll still see some drama today. The House and Senate will meet for a joint session at 1 o'clock this afternoon. And how it works, Vice President Pence is expected to preside. President Trump is pressuring him to somehow stop the certification or stop the count, but he cannot do that. The electoral votes will be read from each state in alphabetical order. If there's an objection, the House and Senate will split up. They'll each debate that separately for up to 2 hours on each objection. And then they have to each vote and agree to an objection with a simple majority. And that is just not going to happen. But this could really drag out the process throughout the day, maybe into the night before it's all said and done.
And of course, Jess, we will have our eyes on that joint session of Congress, bring you any updates as they come. Thanks so much for that. Let's bring in our first guest for the hour. We've got Ian Bremmer. He is the president of the Eurasia Group, as well as G0 Media. And Ian, it's going to be an interesting few days here as we count down to the inauguration. Let's talk about the state of play in Georgia, though. Record campaign spending, followed by a record turnout, at least in a runoff race. How much of this loss, at least in one of the races, can Republicans pin to President Trump and the daily allegations of voter fraud?
I think a lot. I mean, if you look at where turnout was particularly exceeding what you were looking forward to, it was mostly for the Democrats. The Republicans didn't show up in the same numbers. We know that turnout is absolutely critical. And Trump spent an awful lot more time over the past few weeks talking about how the election is fraudulent, how it was stolen against him, than he was about the necessity of turning out to ensure Republicans keep the Senate. And there's no question. I mean, I do believe that the night before, when he did his rally in Georgia, he pivoted and did talk more about the two races in Georgia. But that's still, I mean, ultimately, when the most important message you have is that the election has been stolen, I've lost because it was stolen, it's really hard to convince the Republican faithful, the Trump faithful in Georgia, to turn out in big numbers.
Ian, the market reaction today has been an interesting one. On the one hand, it feels like investors are optimistic of bigger stimulus that would be a positive for the market. And yet you look at something a little more long term, there are some concerns about higher corporate taxes, for example. If Jon Ossoff can pull off the win, how do you see the legislative agenda shaping up for Democrats?
Definitely, you're going to, of course, you'll see more taxes, and you'll also see a hell of a lot more stimulus. And the stimulus point is the one the markets are responding to. You put it very correctly. This is a short-term play. If you think you can get an extra $2 trillion or more because the Democrats control the agenda and get the votes in the Senate, that matters a lot to the markets. And they're less worried about, sort of what else can be put. Look, there's not going to be court packing in a 50-50 Senate split. There's not going to be significant new regulations that can be pushed through. You're not going to have a major new health care bill or immigration bill or any of that. I mean, it's still, the word is going to be incrementalism. And Biden is still going to be disappointing the progressive left to a very great degree. So, I mean, I don't see a lot of the big structural changes that the left in the Democratic Party had been hoping for, had been campaigning on. Biden doesn't suddenly become Elizabeth Warren just because they've managed to flip the Senate. The thing that matters is the stimulus. And by the way, that matters a lot when you think about how we consider coronavirus rolling out in 2021, because one of the biggest concerns is that the U.S. economy is going to rebound sharply this year, but a lot of Americans are not going to feel it, and their unemployment levels are going to be too high, and they're going to get evicted from their homes and all the rest. This is a place where if they can swing both of these Georgia seats, and we aren't there yet, but if they can, that would make a material difference to a lot of Americans.
No doubt. And of course, I mean, when we talk about the risks here, as you laid them out, the division between Republicans and Democrats and what, the Biden administration is facing here was your top risk for 2021. I'd be curious to know how maybe both seats, if they do go to the way of Democrats here, what that might do to the division and the power of that being a risk here, because some people might have said, look, if Republicans may have taken one seat, it would have put President Trump and Republicans in that awkward position of saying, look, don't trust the elections, because they would have won one. But now, if you have Democrats winning both, what does that do to it as a risk in your eyes?
I mean, unfortunately, it's not just about Trump. If it was, it would be a lot easier to resolve. The fact is that the United States is not only the most powerful country in the world, we're also by far the most economically unequal of the advanced industrial democracies, and we're by far the most politically dysfunctional and polarized. It's inconceivable that in another wealthy democracy, you could have an election where it's clear that one person won and the sitting president would say, no, it's fake. And a majority of party members in the legislature would go along and say, yeah, it's fake. That couldn't happen in Canada or Australia or Japan or Germany or France. It's happening in the United States. This is truly historic and not in a good way. And that's not going to go away with Biden taking the Senate. You're going to have a majority of Trump supporters, and indeed almost half of the country that actually believes the election has been stolen. And you're going to have Trump out there, lame duck, and then not president anymore, but with billions of dollars available to him, by far the most important voice in the Republican Party, such as it is, saying, you've got to support me or we're going to primary you. That is an incredibly dysfunctional driver at a time that the United States is facing this unprecedented crisis. And I mean, when you put it that way, I don't see how it could not be the top risk for 2021, the most powerful country in the world having that kind of structural challenge.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about that, it does seem like that threat is very real. We hear the president's son talking about Republicans who don't fall in line running the risk of getting primaried too. But when it comes to what President-elect Biden wants to get done, as you said there, it's not going to turn him into Elizabeth Warren overnight, but it does seem to push some of maybe those moderate fringe proposals across the finish line here, if that's the way it's going to shake out. So which policies there are you looking to perhaps even on a global stage here that you're going to see maybe impacted the most by Democrats taking control there in the Senate?
Well, I think the useful thing is that you don't have to use executive orders as much. And that is useful in terms of the legitimacy of the process as it's supposed to run, as opposed to how it has run under Obama and then even more under Trump. So when I think about being able to raise, corporate taxes a bit, raise taxes on the wealthy a little more significantly so that the deficit isn't quite as yawning given all the additional cash that has to be spent, that's something that gets through. The stimulus is by far the most important piece. Look, Biden is becoming president in the middle of the worst crisis of our lifetime. The most important thing Biden has to do is domestic. And it's about ensuring that the average American is taken care of this year and rolling out vaccines for the first 100 days, 200 days. If he fails at that, he fails in his administration. If he gets that right, he actually has some wind in his sails as we look forward to midterm elections in 2022. So far, I mean, these vaccines are incredible. They're vastly more effective, faster, and there are more of them than any epidemiologist would have expected at any point in 2020. But the rollout in the United States in early days has major hiccups. And as much as you may want to lay that at the feet of Trump alone, the fact is that we have a lot of dysfunctionality in the ability of individual states and a federal system to get this done. And that doesn't suddenly change when Biden becomes president. So I think that's the focus. I think we have to recognize that this is a crisis presidency from day one right through the first year, and he has to react effectively to that.
So what can fundamentally change once Joe Biden is inaugurated in terms of the coronavirus itself and the path of the pandemic? To your point, it feels like we're at a point right now where it's almost beyond the control of the federal government, just given how significant this most recent surge has been. We've heard the president-elect talk about mask mandates, invoking the Defense Production Act to accelerate the rollout of the vaccine. But if you're talking the first 100 days, what will fundamentally change?
I think one really big thing will fundamentally change, and that is that, fortunately, this disease isn't a lethal threat to the whole population. It's a lethal threat to a small piece of the population, the very old and those with serious pre-existing conditions. So if we can get enough vaccine out in the first 100 days, if you can, so I mean, we're talking weeks, we're not talking a year. If once you get 10% of the population vaccinated, that's almost everybody that faces a mortal threat, which means that, by the end of winter, you could have mortality of this disease at less than 10% of what it is right now. It's still spreading everywhere, but the psychology of that, the idea that none of us have to worry about the safety of those, our loved ones, those in our families, those among our friends that are really vulnerable and could die from this thing, I think it changes the mindset. I think it makes life easier. But you're still talking about a lot of spade work that has to get done to ensure that the average American feels like they have some opportunity. And again, it's not just coronavirus, that's been decades of digging into the ground away from the equality of opportunity we want. Let's keep in mind that coronavirus is not just an issue in terms of the greater threat to the global economy. It's also the fact that we have seen so many winners from these big tech companies and those that work from them. That's how we are going to move into the post-coronavirus environment. That's great for people that work in those tech companies. It's really a problem for people in the US that don't have college degrees, that don't have that capacity, don't have that training. That problem, and we know that technology and advances in technology have been taking away opportunities from people for a long time, but that is accelerating dramatically. And that I'm not opposed to new technology. We want that efficiency. We want that growth. But if the government isn't able to step in a big way, you're going to turn a majority of the population away from, against capitalism. There's a reason why this problem is more urgent in the United States than in other wealthy democracies. And it's because the US is the country that does the best at individualism and entrepreneurship and in unleashing the animal spirits in the private sector. And that is a good thing. But it also means that we have completely ignored a lot of labor in the United States that doesn't have the capacity to play ball in that environment. And unfortunately, the nature of capitalism is changing because labor is becoming increasingly irrelevant to capital. And that the coronavirus sharpens and accelerates that reality all over the world. But the average American will suffer the greatest because of our underlying conditions as a society.
Ian, I was looking back on your 2020 risks that you identified, U.S.-China relations among the top three. It's certainly been a very rocky year over the last year in terms of what's played out between Beijing and Washington. Overnight, we saw those sweeping crackdowns in Hong Kong, where dozens of pro-democracy legislators as well as activists were arrested under the national security law. We should point out an American citizen was arrested as well. And you saw this response from the incoming Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, saying this is an assault on those advocating for universal rights. He says the administration will stand with the people of Hong Kong against Beijing's crackdown on democracy. What actually shifts in terms of the risks? There's no question the tension is going to be there. What is the new risk that comes with the Biden-Harris administration as it relates to relations with China?
And you're right to point that out. And at the same time, you also saw the World Health Organization not allowed to send their folks to China to complete this investigation into the origins of coronavirus. That's an incredible couple of actions from Beijing, basically telling the world, look, we don't care. These are domestic issues, and we're going to handle them the way we want to. We don't care about the blowback. Look, China has become much more powerful over the course of coronavirus. Their economy grew by 2% in 2020, while every other economy was shrinking. The expectation for 2021 is about 8%, we're seeing most recently. So, I mean, if you look at the trajectory, they become larger than the United States. The expectation is now by about 2028, before the end of this decade, as opposed to sometime in the 2030s. Not only that, but China is increasingly a technology superpower, something you and I have discussed in the past. They weren't 5 years ago. They're also a vaccine superpower. I mean, this year they're going to be exporting a lot of vaccines because they don't need as many domestically, since they've been able to, through their own authoritarian regime, really crack down on domestic spread, while the Americans are using it internally. Also, their vaccines don't require the cold chain that the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines do. So in the emerging markets, the poorer countries, they can use it more effectively. Look, what does that mean? I saw that in the Philippines, President Duterte just a few days ago told the Americans, if you don't give me 20 million vaccines this year, I'm kicking your troops out. I think the Chinese like to hear that, right? I mean, you're going to have a whole bunch of countries that see that the leverage of Beijing over them in the near term is growing a lot. And so the level of confrontation between the United States and China on a whole series of issues, traditional issues like Taiwan and the South China Sea, also newer issues like Hong Kong and fintech and 5G, these are going to get sharper. They won't be quite as volatile. Of course, we know that Biden is not going to be sounding off by tweet. He's not going to be talking about the China virus, but it's going to be a more normalized diplomatic environment. But I think the hawkish orientation of the Biden administration towards China, and by the way, you didn't ask, but also towards Russia, is going to be very significant. And we're going to see a lot of geopolitical confrontation right out of the gate come January 20th.
Yeah, no, for sure. And already right out of the gate, as you said, important for all of the domestic policies that we're expecting to see come through here from the Biden administration as well. But Ian Bremmer, president of Eurasia Group and G0 Media, appreciate you coming on here to chat. As always, be well.
Good to see you guys.
Before we go to break, I want to highlight some stocks on the move here in the wake of those Georgia results. You may be wondering why we've been talking about cannabis so much. Here is the reason why. We're seeing the reaction trickle through that sector here today with Canadian giants here, including Canopy, seeing quite the pop on hopes that Democratic control of the Senate could push through potential changes at the federal level when it comes to legalizing marijuana in the U.S. Canopy shares, as you can see, they're up more than 10%. Also impacting the U.S. multi-state operators as well. You can see Cresco Labs up nearly 9% there. Green Thumb Industries, the major winner here today, based out of Illinois, up 10%. Of course, just because these races could go the way of the Democrats, and that could open the door to the Senate potentially bringing to the floor there a vote on Kamala Harris's MORE Act that would decriminalize marijuana at a federal level. There is still, as Ian was saying, some pretty big jumps to go through there. If you have a 50-50 split, just a couple votes could swing the idea that you could get that change at a national level. But nonetheless, investors here so far liking what they're seeing out of those races in Georgia, which again have not been both made official. We'll bring you those updates as we get vote count changes here in our hours. Going to take a quick break here on Yahoo Finance Live, but when we return, digging through the market implications, not just there in cannabis, but a lot of different movers shaking out here as we look to those race results in Georgia. And again, the Dow here up more than 500 points. Got much more on the other side of the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Of course, we've been digging through the market changes after we got those results out of Georgia. Of course, one race determined here, still waiting for the results on the other, but implications there looking likely that Democrats could eke out control in the Senate. I want to bring the attention here to the yield on the 10-year moving past 1% for the first time that we've seen that since March. So what are the broader implications here, and what should investors be putting to work here as we break down all these moves? I want to bring on our first market guest today. Greg Staples is DWS Group Head of Fixed Income North America. And Greg, I mean, it seems like this is going to have some pretty serious trickle effects. Right now, financials a big winner here today, and I guess the expectations there would be a steepening yield curve would bring forward the opportunity there. But how do you see this shaking out if indeed we are going to see Democrats take control in the Senate?
Well, first off, yes, as you pointed out, the 10-year Treasury, it's actually been drifting up in yield since midsummer last year. It was at 50 basis points in the middle of the summer last year. And we've been flirting with 1%, but hadn't quite gotten through much of November and December. It needed a catalyst to push through. And clearly this does it. We're well through that, and we think we stay above it. I mean, the Georgia outcome is having an impact on the bond market. I think it means a much greater likelihood of another stimulus package. I think Georgia voters said $2,000 in my pocket might be better than $600 in my pocket. And it does mean, I think, additional relief to strapped states and municipalities. But, given how tight the Senate is, and as well as the House, I think it's unlikely that there'll be any significant tax changes, at least in 2021. So it's really more of a vote for bigger stimulus checks, maybe a pushback on some of Trump's recent behavior rather than an endorsement of a progressive policy program.
Yeah, and to that point, that seems to suggest what we're seeing in the markets today, a lot of surprises potentially, or that there were a lot of guests we've had on who sort of expected a sell-off come the result that we're seeing right now. But to your point, it is still a very, very narrow majority if, in fact, Jon Ossoff does emerge as the winner. You talked about the expectation of more spending. How does that shift your inflation expectations?
Well, right now, at least, we don't think inflation is going to pick up too much. We're seeing a little bit of a pickup in some of the commodities markets. You look at copper, you look at lumber. You see what happened to oil over the past 2 days with the reduction in output from Saudi Arabia, but don't see too much expectation up there. It is interesting to note, though, if I can follow on that theme, you focus on the 10-year Treasury. It is a very important number, but if you dig a little bit more deeply, the 10-year yield is the combination of both the break-even or future inflation expectations you see in the TIPS market, as well as the real yield you get on TIPS. And as long as that break-even, that market expectation is the thing that's increasing, and it is indeed, we're above 2% now, we think that the Fed stays on hold, they watch it rise. It's actually a good increase in yields. If it's real yields that start to increase, and they're now roughly minus 1%, that would be a bad increase in yields. The Fed might step in with quantitative easing and try and suppress that. So that's what we're watching very closely.
So, I mean, if that's what's to be expected there, and you think about the right playbook for investors that had for a while here been pretty muted in terms of inflation expectations, the Fed as well, hoping that they could see that come back here. I mean, if that's the expectation, how does maybe the portfolio balance change in your mind when specifically you look out to emerging markets and other opportunities there as well?
We view what's going on with what happened with Georgia, as well as more stimulus, as probably a negative for long treasuries per se, meaning yields go up on long treasuries, obviously prices come down. But in the other sectors of the marketplace, think investment grade US corporates, think high yield US corporates, that risk spread we think is still very, very well positioned. We think more stimulus is going to be an economic pickup in 2021. It's going to help corporate cash flows, corporate balance sheets, et cetera. And similarly, in emerging markets, with that pickup in demand is going to mean better commodity prices, and think of how many emerging market countries are dependent upon strong commodity prices. And moreover, it probably means a weaker dollar, a greater increase in the twin deficits of capital exports, as well as the US budget deficit. So all in, looking for a steeper yield curve, looking for higher interest rates and treasuries, but still good credit behavior in the investment grade emerging markets and high yield market.
And while we're seeing a rally in stocks today, a number of notes out there that are calling for anywhere from a 5 to 7% pullback as the market reprices expectations here. What do you see, at least in the short term? And is this a time, you think, for investors really to be looking at their allocation and maybe sort of rotating out of certain sectors?
Well, I don't know. I mean, people have been talking about the equity markets as being overvalued for quite some time now. It seems like people were putting their year-end 2021 projections out in October when we blew through them in December. So it's a risky business to say now is the time to look for a correction. It will be interesting if rates go up much further. There is a bit of a tension between interest rates and PEs, meaning if you see the 10-year get to 115, 120, 125, that might put a little bit of pressure, particularly on some of the tech stocks that have been operating with very, very high PEs. And then that dynamic comes into play. We think the one potential catalyst that would bring yields back down again is if you did see a real sell-off in the risk markets, if you saw a sell-off in the equity markets, if you see a 5 or 10% correction in the Dow or the S&P or even the Nasdaq, then you're probably going to see the 10-year come back under 1% pretty quickly. So we'll have to see how January and February goes.
Okay, Greg Staples, good to talk to you today, DWS Group Head of Fixed Income for North America. We are off for a quick break, but on the other side, Moderna's coronavirus vaccine, a step closer to getting the green light over in the EU. Also, all of this coming amid concerns about the rollout or the pace of the rollout of the vaccines here in the US. We'll have that discussion on the other side. EU regulators are recommending the emergency use of Moderna's coronavirus vaccine, setting the stage for approval. The EU has ordered roughly 80 million doses of the Moderna vaccine. Meanwhile, second doses have already begun here in the U.S. for those vaccine recipients who were among the earliest to get it in the U.S. Let's bring in Dr. Sharif El-Nahal. He is University Hospital CEO and former New Jersey Health Commissioner. Doctor, it's always good to talk to you. The last time we spoke, we were talking about your hospital preparing for these vaccine deliveries and making sure the administering of those vaccines was a smooth process. How has the process been so far for you? As you hear nationally about the bumps in the road here, I mean, how does that compare with the experience you've had so far?
Thank you so much for having me. So we've been now at this for several weeks at University Hospital. We vaccinated the first person in the state of New Jersey and have since been doing hundreds of vaccinations per day at our hospital. And we had the advantage of being able to work directly with the state health department, but also several weeks of diligent planning to make sure the actual administration efforts were efficient. We were able to do 4 essentially assembly line style lanes where folks register, They get the injection. They're observed by about 4 or 5 nurses walking around a total of over 40 chairs in our setup. And then folks have to, of course, get their next vaccination appointment because these are 2-dose regimens. And so we now have the capability of scaling this model for efficient delivery. And unfortunately, I think what you're seeing nationally is that a lot of folks did not have enough time or support from the federal government to be able to set up an efficient administration system. We can't just expect states and hospitals that may be under-resourced and not have enough time to plan to be able to do this efficiently. And so I do hope, especially after January 20th, that much more federal assistance and in some cases entirely new federal vaccination sites, especially in underserved areas, will be set up.
Dr. Alnahal, I know that we've heard reports nationally of not just people who are sort of stalking pharmacies for, trying to get ahead of that line, but also a drop in demand for some of the priority groups. So between both of those, what have been your observations and what are solutions to some of these issues?
Well, this is a push and pull, Anjali, around supply versus demand and prioritization, which is complex. Remember, we're still in phase 1A, which is healthcare workers in hospitals, in nursing homes, and long-term care residents. So we cannot vaccinate the general population outside of those categories yet, according to the federal government. States, of course, solidify those requirements. What we really need to do is make sure we're opening up to all phase 1A healthcare workers, even if they're not employees at hospitals or clinics that are getting these vaccines. That has to happen as soon as possible to make sure that we're actually getting through that very first area of prioritization. But I do think we need to move very soon into 1B and 1C to make sure that we're making good use of all of the vaccine stock that's being shipped nationally.
Doctor, you talk about the urgency here on that front, and I wonder how much of it is made more urgent by the fact that we're seeing this UK variant just rip through that country as they are now in the 3rd national lockdown there. I mean, the numbers are pretty terrifying. 1 in 30 people in London testing positive, I think in large part due to this variant we've been discussing that spreads more rapidly. We know that's here in the US. I mean, testing is limited in terms of trying to figure out how much it's spread already in the country. But if you pair those things together, along with the risks that maybe some of these vaccines could prove to be less effective than hopeful when you factor in mutations as well, I mean, how do you look at all that and judge how worried we should be as a nation when you put those factors together?
I agree that it's concerning. These 2 variants are much more contagious. They spread significantly more. And in fact, the studies that are happening in the UK showed that that mutant variant became the dominant variant in just a few weeks after it was discovered. And so it's going to be the dominant virus likely in the US in the next couple of months. What all that does is impress upon all of us to make sure that we are really ramping up our vaccination rates, making sure we get through these priority groups and then to the general population as soon as possible. The best analogy I've heard is that vaccination is a fire hose and the virus is a fire that is spreading. And what you're seeing now with these new variants is that fire is going to spread much more quickly. And so we really have to step it up. We need much more federal support to states and healthcare systems to really ramp this up. And we need quick action from the CDC for us to be able to proceed through these priority groups.
Dr. Alnahal, I'm glad you brought up that federal support because we know that right now we're waiting, and to your point, waiting for the next administration to come in and sort of put into action some of the ideas and strategies. We also know last month that health experts were warning that mid-January was going to be the peak. So there really isn't enough time to prepare for that right now. But in the aftermath of that, what are you expecting to be sort of the immediate policies that come out to help curb the continuing transmission?
I think it's a great question, Anjali, and I know that there's very diligent planning happening right now on President-elect Biden's transition team on this. We need to think about the country in several different spectrums about preparedness to deliver the vaccine. Some places like New Jersey have been well equipped and are well resourced to be able to administer these vaccines more quickly, whereas you have other parts of the country that simply do not have the resources, do not have the funds, and do not have necessarily the healthcare personnel and the large facilities that you need to do this, especially in the winter. And so that's really where the federal government needs to step in, make sure that we have the infrastructure needed to vaccinate the entire population. Because remember, this is a game not only of getting yourself the vaccine, you're really only protected, and we can really only start to dial back these restrictions when 70–80% of the population is vaccinated. It's never been more clear that the health and well-being of your colleagues, families, friends, and everybody in society has a direct impact on you. And so I know that, again, the president-elect and his team will make sure that happens.
I know you mentioned earlier underserved areas and really, rolling out the vaccine in those areas. A majority of that is minority populations, and I wonder, we've had so much discussion about vaccine confidence. We've already seen the reports now of those side effects, whether they are immediately after or delayed. Is there any movement on that within your system when it comes to messaging or anything that you've seen that works to overcome that?
Again, a really important question. So one thing I want to emphasize is that, of course, it's going to be tempting with all of the pressure to get people vaccinated coming from all directions to simply skip over people who are hesitant and go to others. Again, that strategy is not going to work, and it's especially not going to work in communities of color that have been devastated by this pandemic. And so what we really have to do is make sure that every level of leadership, especially in healthcare systems, are approaching communities humbly, understanding that there's a history of systemic racism in these communities from the medical establishment, but also listening to very legitimate concerns. I mean, one example is, why were we able to mobilize such an effective vaccine, a set of vaccines really for this virus, and have not really mobilized for other problems, health problems or otherwise, that have plagued these communities for decades. And so we not only have to do that and promise to these communities that we're going to follow through with other healthcare conditions, but really, again, just listen and make sure that we are hearing these concerns and addressing each of them systematically.
Yeah, obviously a very urgent situation, made more urgent there in those communities most impacted by all this. But Dr. Sharif El-Nahal, University Hospital CEO and former New Jersey Health Commissioner, appreciate you coming on here to chat that with us alongside Anjali Kamlani as well. Going to take another quick break here on Yahoo Finance Live, but when we return, digging into today's rally. So much for that correction, at least for now, as the Dow enjoys quite the pop up, about 500 points here as we head to break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. We are witnessing quite the pop here today in the cannabis sector as we get those results here in Georgia that could potentially give Democrats control of the Senate, potentially also paving the way forward for some pretty significant change in terms of the U.S.'s policy and its approach to the cannabis sector. It's an interesting day for another CBD company to be going public as well, Hemp Fusion, listing on TSX here, seeing a 77% pop, call it 75% pop in its debut in trading there. It's a pretty well-known CBD company, well-trusted CBD company. And again, I want to bring on Yahoo Finance's Jared Blickery here to highlight some of the moves here. And that's just one example here, Jared. But generally, when you look back at the cannabis sector here today, a very big day for them.
Yeah, and in January in general, there's a lot of portfolio reallocation. Money has to flow somewhere, and it looks like we're finally closing the chapter on the election risk. So let's take a look at the Wi-Fi Interactive here, and you can actually see a lot of pops here. Not only in the name that you just brought to our attention, Hemp Fusion Wellness up 79% from its IPO date. And what a day to go public, by the way. Tilroy is up 18%. CGC is up 13%. Aurora is up 11.5%. But let's take a look at some of the other sectors. Now, banking is getting a real pop here, and that has a lot to do with the fact that they're going to be making a lot more loans, probably because of the infrastructure play and the reopening play. And that's being reflected in the yield curve as well. And banks like a widening yield curve, and that is at multi-year high. So JP Morgan up 4.5%, Bank of America up 6%. And then looking at the Nasdaq, there is some red, and that's in the big cap names to the left, except for Tesla, of course. And that has to do with TINA. There is no alternative. When interest rates were crashing, there was a flood into these growth stocks, and now we're seeing a little bit of that shine come off. But all in all, it looks like a lot of this move here, what's happening today with Georgia, was already priced in. And so we have record highs around except for the NASDAQ.
Okay, thanks so much for that, Jared. Coming up, Bitcoin's wild ride, the cryptocurrency hitting a new high, passing that $35,000 level. How much higher will it go? We'll discuss the catalyst to look for on the other side. A new record for Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency soaring above that $35,000 level, though we are seeing it pull back just a bit here. This comes just days after that 10% pullback that we saw. Dan Roberts is here to take a look at the wild ride we have seen for Bitcoin. And Dan, JP Morgan certainly adding fuel to this most recent spike with that note they came out with earlier this week, talking about a $146,000 high they could see with Bitcoin.
That's right, Akiko, although the fine print on that note that I think a lot of people were overlooking was JPM saying that that would only happen if Bitcoin were to really prove its thesis as digital gold and get as much institutional investment as gold has, and that would bring it to that 146,000 price mark. And then the JPM note added that we think it's very unlikely, but of course everyone was excited about the big picture number. As you mentioned, just last night, Bitcoin hitting 35,000. The way I've been framing it for people, because it's kind of remarkable to kind of take a step back and zoom out, is that Bitcoin took 10 years in existence to hit 20,000. Then it went from 20,000 to 30,000 in just 2 weeks. And now, of course, in about 4 days, the price of Bitcoin hit $20,000 for the first time ever on December 15, 2020, 10 years after Bitcoin was first created. Then it jumped from 20,000 to 30,000 in 17 days. Bitcoin rose 296% overall in 2020 and continues to surge in 2021. In the past, a common criticism of Bitcoin from skeptics was that it isn't useful as a real currency. You can't spend it in most places. It doesn't generate revenue. It doesn't give a dividend. So what is its value?
It's not the means of payment. It's not the single numeraire. It's not the stable store of value. Secondly, it's not even an asset. I think we're close to the point in which this hyperbolic bubble is going to go bust.
But in 2020, many investors decided that doesn't matter, since they now view cryptocurrency as a legitimate asset to have in their portfolios that you wouldn't want to spend anyway. It's the digital gold argument. At the very least, the consensus is now that Bitcoin isn't going away. It has existed for more than 10 years, and it will continue to exist. If the late 2017 Bitcoin price surge was driven by crypto newbies buying in without doing their homework on cryptocurrency, the 2020 ride has been driven by institutional buying, individual Wall Street hedge fund investors buying in, and some big consumer-facing payments companies like PayPal, Square, and Visa. The 2020 buying frenzy happened amid the COVID-19 pandemic, when central banks were pumping out stimulus money, a scenario that serves as a reminder of Bitcoin's scarcity and its appeal as a hedge against inflation. But when the pandemic ends, will Bitcoin's bull run end? Wall Street firms pumped $5.75 billion into digital asset funds in 2020, up 660% from 2019. And so much Bitcoin is now held by long-term institutional investors that the blockchain research firm Glassnode estimates just 22% of existing Bitcoin is in circulation for trading. That could be a positive for the price in 2021, but it could also increase price volatility. Along with the spike in institutional interest, influential Wall Street investors have changed their public tune on Bitcoin. In May, Paul Tudor Jones said that he now has nearly 2% of his portfolio in Bitcoin. He ranked Bitcoin number 4 on his list of hedges against inflation, and he called it a great speculation, arguing that as new cryptocurrencies proliferate, Bitcoin will become even more differentiated as the precious coin.
It's the first crypto, first mover in the world that's so compressed. It has that historical integrity within digital currencies that it will always have. So that might, and again, because of its finite supply, that might be the precious crypto.
PayPal and Square have also been credited with intensifying the 2020 surge. On October 21, 2020, PayPal announced that it will soon allow Bitcoin buying inside its PayPal and Venmo digital wallets. Square added Bitcoin buying to its Cash App back in 2018, and in 2020 it also bought $50 million worth of Bitcoin as an asset for its balance sheet. But it wasn't just PayPal and Square. Visa, over the past year, has quietly approved a bunch of Visa-branded Bitcoin credit and debit cards, and it will soon add support for Circle's USDC stablecoin to its customer network. All of these examples represent an obvious shift in sentiment in Bitcoin's favor, which is why many inside the crypto space are hoping this time is different from the 2017 price run. Well, guys, as we mentioned there, people in the crypto industry insisting this time is different. That may be, but that doesn't mean that this ride will last. And as we mentioned in that video, so much of the 2020 surge was thanks to the economic factors of the pandemic, stimulus checks, and a hedge against inflation. Well, once the pandemic ends, maybe Bitcoin's run will end. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, as Paul Tudor Jones pointed out in your package there, Dan, too. I mean, not just Bitcoin here, Ethereum catching quite the rally, too, ahead of those futures contracts will begin trading in February as well. But very interesting stuff in the crypto market. Dan Roberts, appreciate that. Going to take another quick break here on Yahoo Finance Live. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. All three major indices here in the green, enjoying a boost off the Georgia results we're watching play out right now. And the Dow up by about 500 points. For more on all the individual moves, want to get to Yahoo Finance's Ines Ferre with the latest. Ines?
And Zach, we've been watching the 10-year yield, which has topped 1% for the first time since March. Take a look at our Wi-Fi interactive board. If we also take a look at the banks, those are seeing gains today as financials are leading to the upside. We've got JP Morgan up more than 4%, Bank of America up more than 6%, Citi, Morgan Stanley, all up more than 6%. Looking at the Nasdaq, let's take a look at some of the laggards on the Nasdaq. You can see some of the stay at home, Peloton, Zoom are under pressure, Mercado Libre, JD.com. And if we also take a look at some of the big cap tech names, Apple down just 0.7%. Earlier it was down about 2%. Microsoft also lifting off its lows from earlier. And of course, a big standout being Tesla today, up more than 4%. Up again, another record. And Morgan Stanley's analyst Adam Jonas increasing his price target on the stock to a street high of $810. In fact, the whole EV space today really seeing some gains also on the heels of those that Georgia runoff race.
And that's right, bringing us the latest market moves there. Appreciate that. We'll check back in with you later on in the show. We're going to take another quick break here on Yahoo Finance Live, but coming up, breaking down the implications of potential Democrat control of the Senate. Not just cannabis stocks moving today, but much more, including potential pressure in larger big tech players over antitrust regulations coming through there. What you need to know about that and the latest in the vote tallies being counted in Georgia. Much more coming your way right after this. Welcome into Yahoo Finance Live. I'm Zach Guzman alongside Akiko Fujita as we have a bit of a rally on our hands following the Georgia race runoffs there. One race already called, another yet to be called here, but the market implications already trickling through with tech stocks trading lower over boosted antitrust regulation fears. But what does it mean for added stimulus? We'll chat that with Senator Ben Cardin coming up in just a moment. Plus, oil reclaiming $50 a barrel for the first time since February of last year, trading right around there now. The Oracle of Oil, Stephen Short, will join us to break down the impact of a surprise Saudi cut and what that means for crude prices in 2021. But first, the blue wave, slow to form, but proving powerful after all as it crashes down in Georgia. The Reverend Raphael Warnock claiming victory over Republican incumbent Kelly Loeffler, as Democrat John Ossoff also leads Republican incumbent Senator David Perdue. That race not yet called by the Associated Press, but looking like he'll eke that out according to the votes outstanding. For the latest in Georgia, let's get out to Yahoo News reporter Marquise Francis. Marquise, I mean, this is what Democrats and Stacey Abrams said would happen. I know you heard that confidence firsthand out there in Georgia.
Absolutely. History happened in the past 24 hours. Reverend Raphael Warnock becomes the first Black senator here in the state of Georgia. And as you mentioned, on the cusp is young John Ossoff, an investigative journalist who was also on the cusp of taking over for six-year incumbent Perdue. And I talked to Stacey Abrams yesterday, who is being hailed as one of the main architects for making this happen. And I asked her, what does this mean to her personally? Here's what she had to say.
Georgia is a divided state. We are 50-50. And my point is that the 50% that share democratic values of making certain people have access to health care, to jobs, and to justice, that their voices need to be heard, and that as often as possible we need to hold the power necessary to make those principles and values true, but it's always going to require partnership, or at least for the next decade. Demographics are changing, politics are changing, but nothing happens overnight. This is the beginning of a process. We're in the next phase, and this is the phase where everyone knows it's possible, and now we've got to get to the place where it's permanent.
So as much as Abrams is being hailed as one of the main architects of this win for Warnock down in Georgia, and on the cusp for Ossoff, she wants to get right back into the work. In 2018, she had a devastating gubernatorial loss to the now Republican governor, Brian Kemp, and she got right to work, getting on the ground, mobilizing voters. She has several organizations, Fair Count, Fair Fight, that she leads. And then there's another plethora of organizations led by Black women and My Black Votes Matter, who are out here mobilizing people, buying food for voters, encouraging them to vote, getting out the vote. I saw videos of voter mobilization efforts where people are driving in cars with megaphones, just blasting out, please vote. And we're seeing this obviously pay dividends. The Black population in and all around Georgia, Fulton County, the Atlanta areas, outperformed even the historic November election numbers. And like you mentioned, this has really been a blue wave. And this obviously had implications for Georgia, but also on the national scale. You mentioned a rally in the markets is on hand, and I was almost confused for a bit because right now, President Trump is also having a rally in DC, which kind of juxtaposes everything we're seeing in the past 24 hours. Democrats appear to be taking over Senate, Congress. Joe Biden will be able to do what things that he wants to do in these first 2 years, and yet Trump is kind of mobilizing his own supporters he's still claiming there's no legitimacy in this election. Folks were confused. Republican supporters were confused in the lead up. Should we vote if our president is saying our votes are there's cheating and there's fraud? And right now, Trump is kind of building that case as electoral votes or the votes are kind of going through right now, and he will indeed not be the winner in the November election. But everything that happened in Georgia, at the end of the day, it's history is being made.
Yeah, that is one thing we can say for sure. Right now, the first Black senator from the state of Georgia elected officially in that race. We'll bring the latest here in the Ossoff-Perdue race as well. But for now, Marquise Francis in Atlanta, Georgia, appreciate you bringing us that. Next, though, I want to turn to the national implications because, of course, this was for 2 seats in the state of Georgia, but much more to be discussed on the national stage here with our next guest. Maryland Senator Ben Cardin joins us right now alongside Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith as well. And Senator Cardin, I mean, obviously this is historic for the state of Georgia. I don't want to take anything away there, but as we turn to the national implications, we know they were much larger. President-elect Joe Biden on the campaign trail was stressing just a few days ago that a Democratic sweep would mean up stimulus checks for many Americans, more stimulus coming for hurting businesses. So what is the one win and potentially two in the state of Georgia for the country? What does it mean in your eyes, Senator?
Well, with two Democratic wins in Georgia, it means that the control of the Senate will rest with the Democrats. That means that the agenda, what comes to the Senate floor, will be determined by the majority leader, which would be Chuck Schumer. The committee chairs would be Democrats. And what this means is that we are going to reach out to try to deal with the problems of the American people. We need to do that with bipartisan cooperation. We need support from both Democrats and Republicans. We had that, for example, on a $2,000 direct payment stimulus check, but the Republican leader would bring that to the floor of the Senate for a vote. So now we'll be able to have votes on important issues, and hopefully with cooperation from both Democrats and Republicans, we're going to be able to deal with COVID-19 and getting our economy back on track, build back better. There's a lot that we can do together, and I expect you'll see that as the priority, not only of the Biden administration, but also of the Senate Democrats.
And Senator, Democrats may be on board with bipartisanship, talking about reaching out to the other side, but we've got a rally going on right now where we're hearing from President Trump saying that he will never concede the race. He believes there should be another recount. How does the Democratic Party, even with control of Congress, govern when you've got a big chunk of the country that still doesn't believe that Joe Biden's win was a legitimate one?
Well, it really points out the irresponsible role of leaders in saying things just are not true about this election. They have instilled in too many people in this country that there was something wrong with the November 3rd election. Leaders need to lead. We know what President Trump's going to do. He's been doing this for 4 years. He's going to say things that aren't true. He's going to lie to the American public. It's all about him. It's not about our Constitution or our country. We now know to expect that, although it always disappoints us. What really is disappointing when we see other leaders that take the president's side knowing it is wrong. Today, that's going to come to an end. At the joint session of Congress, we're going to accept the results of the election. On January 20th, Joe Biden will take the oath of office as president of the United States. And I hope that we'll see Democrats and Republicans recognizing that we have a responsibility to the people of this country. Let us help America get through this COVID-19. Let's help rebuild our nation. Let's create jobs and opportunity for the people of this country.
Hi, Senator Jessica Smith here. If there is indeed a 50-50 split in the Senate, how does the president-elect Biden navigate this when really one senator has veto power?
Jessica, you're asking the right question. Joe Biden's a seasoned legislator. He served in the United States Senate, served as chairman of the Judiciary Committee as well as the Foreign Relations Committee. He knows how to work across party line. I expect that before we have votes on the floor of the United States Senate, we're going to have legislation and policies that are developed through that type of consultation and bipartisan process. So by the time we reach the floor of the Senate, we have adequate support in order to move this agenda forward. That's going to be the challenge for the Biden administration. We recognize that individual senators can hold things up. Individual senators cannot stop things from happening if we have enough support from other Republicans to make this happen. And that's what we're going to be attempting to do.
And Senator, obviously, one of the big key aspects of stimulus here has been on the push and the fight that you've been leading in terms of the Paycheck Protection Program and giving support to struggling businesses. Through that, though, we saw some interesting exceptions to the rule, mainly religious institutions getting taxpayer dollars through some of this relief as well. We're talking about billions of dollars at a federal level, including in the state of Maryland. You can point to millions of dollars going to churches here. And people have been pointing out about maybe some of the problems there when you think about non-tax-paying institutions receiving taxpayer dollars. What do you think is going into that decision? How does it play out? And where do you see this potential fight around maybe more stringent use of taxpayer dollars if Republicans are now going to be focusing on maybe reasons to cut back on using that stimulus now?
Well, the reason why we were so successful in the original CARES Act in providing help to small businesses, and now in the most recent package, providing a second round of help to small businesses, is that the policies were developed in a bipartisan manner. Senator Rubio, the Republican chair, I'm the ranking Democrat, the two of us worked together across party line to develop a program. It wasn't everything I wanted or everything he wanted, but at the end of the day, we got substantial help out to small businesses and saved small businesses. You mentioned nonprofits or church groups. They're businesses. They employ workers. We wanted to preserve workers in this country. We wanted to preserve our small businesses, whether they are for profit or not for profit. And we were successful in doing that. Can we fine tune that and make that even more effective? We think we have in this most recent round, where we require that there be a significant revenue loss as a result of COVID-19 in order to get help. So we are continuing to fine tune this. We want to get the help, particularly to the underbanked, underserved communities. And we think we have corrected it in this most recent round.
On that front, Senator, there are a lot of expectations. If you look at the market reaction today, that the $900 billion package really just is the beginning. If Democrats can regain control of the Senate, that there is another big stimulus package waiting on the other end. I know you've been focused on that help to small and medium-sized businesses. How big are Democrats thinking right now as you look to this upcoming, or as you look ahead to a potentially newer stimulus package?
Well, the number one priority is to get COVID-19 under control. We've had an administration under President Trump that has failed to have a policy to tell the American public the truth about COVID-19. They did not have a policy dealing with testing. They didn't have a policy dealing with protective equipment. And they certainly have not had a policy dealing with the distribution of the vaccine. The first thing we're going to do is make sure there's adequate resources to keep Americans safe from COVID-19, including the distribution of the vaccine. And yes, I expect that Congress will work with the Biden administration to make that a reality as quickly as possible. But we also have American families that are suffering. We wanted a larger help through direct payments. I expect we'll revisit that issue and provide additional assistance to those families that have suffered under COVID-19. And we will rebuild our economy in a fair manner, recognizing that many businesses have been hurt and many jobs have been lost as a result of COVID-19.
Senator, do you expect the new rules for PPP to come out from SBA today? And when do you expect the window for applications to actually open?
We're in discussions with the administration today. We do expect regulations to come out very, very soon. And we expect the window for the next round of PPP to be open within a matter of days. So we are anticipating that there will be an announcement made very shortly as to when PPP loans will be accepted.
All right, Senator Ben Cardin from the state of Maryland. Appreciate you taking the time to join us alongside Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith there. Be well, Senator.
Thank you. Stay well.
I want to turn our attention back to the markets here as we do have that rally underway. Interestingly, though, the tech sector not being one of those participants in this rally, still in the red on a sector basis there. I want to bring on our next guest for more on all the market moves here. I want to welcome Alan Boomer, Momentum Advisors Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer. He joins us now. And Alan, I mean, when we look at it, I guess you could make the case that regulation concerns are maybe top of mind for investors in the tech space here. We've seen antitrust enforcement actions being pressed. What do you make of maybe how the Georgia results here might change the balance between growth stocks and cyclicals?
First of all, thanks for having me and Happy New Year. I think this election, this runoff election was big. You know, it determines the balance of power in the Senate, which really has an implication around fiscal stimulus. You know, the government has so far approved $900 billion in stimulus in this next round of stimulus, but what was asked for, you know, months ago was 2.4 trillion. So I think there's an expectation that we could get more stimulus. I think there's a fear that there could be higher taxes, both on the individual side and on the corporate side. And I think there's certain industries that are viewed as sort of the winners of this runoff election, you know, healthcare being a winner and clearly tech being a loser. Now, the one thing that I think the market might be signaling today is that there is going to be a shift underway. And even if it's not that tech stocks are going to be targeted by the government, it also could be that it's time for the rest of the market to perform. You know, if you think about last year, you know, tech stocks did really, really well, but there were a lot of companies that were very profitable that really went under the radar that today are trading at really low valuations. And I think 2021 will be the story of a return to valuations, a return to value as an investment theme.
When you look at the major indices today, of course, the Dow and the S&P 500 hitting new highs, but we're also seeing the Russell 2000 getting a big pop right now, up about 4%. How are you positioning yourself in some of the more small cap names?
Yeah, so I like the small cap. I think that small caps, if you think about the last 10 years, they have not participated in the rebound as much as large cap stocks have. And with the new administration, the blue wave that we're on the precipice of, there's a lot that will come forth in fiscal stimulus that could be helpful to the consumer and also to small business. And when you think about small cap stocks, one of the kind of regional banks that I really like is Regions Financial. They are a company that trades they trade for less than 1x book value. They have a 4% dividend yield. And, the stock has really had a lot of tremendous momentum in the last couple of months, which again signals to me that this trend will continue into 2021.
And one of those other stocks we were discussing last time you came on was our parent company, Verizon, as well, maybe potentially here playing kind of the tech. If you look past the regulation concerns that might be there for Facebook or Amazon or other big players there, you looked into kind of the network behind it. Is that still a name on your list, or maybe is that kind of the theme that you'd be looking to maybe reiterate to investors out there this year?
I talk about Verizon every chance I get. It's a company that is outstanding at producing profit. It has a great balance sheet, a really strong dividend yield that's covered by actual cash flow. When you think about even the last recession that we had, the financial crisis, Verizon was one of the few companies that maintained its profitability during that difficult time. And so again, this is a perfect example of a stock that's very important, but very overlooked. How many of us have spent time on Zoom, on conference calls, our connectivity at home and at our home offices, and for our kids who are being educated at home has never been more important. And so I think Verizon is one of these overlooked names. When you think about the stay-at-home trade, they did not benefit from it, although they really should have.
On the stay-at-home trades, though, we had that note from Jefferies yesterday saying maybe this is the time to think about getting out, because the expectation here, if there is a pickup in this vaccine rollout, is that there will be enough people inoculated maybe in the second half of the year to allow for things to resume back to normal or a new normal. What's your thought on that front? If you look at a name like a Zoom, is that still a good play, even with the outlook and some hope on the other end going into the second half of the year, at least as it relates to the pandemic?
Sure. I think there's a lot of positive news about the vaccine. One stat that I read is that by the end of June, more than 90% of the population, there's enough vaccine to cover more than 90% of the US population. That estimate is way earlier than what we were talking about just a few months ago. And so that is a huge positive. When I think about a company like Zoom, it's not that I think Zoom is going away or is going to be any less important. What I'm looking for as an investor is value, right? And so when you think about a name like Zoom that's been bid way up, you have to then think about other companies that might have been kind of cast aside, that might not have caught as much attention. One name that I like that is a growth stock name, that is a stay-at-home type of name, is Peloton. Peloton did really well last year, and I think their company is going to keep growing. I think people are becoming more accustomed to working out in a variety of different environments. I think Peloton has this cult following. That's one name that is sort of on the stay-at-home trade side that I'd continue to own.
And I should count myself as a Peloton follower as well, as certainly one that a lot of our guests have mentioned. Alan Boomer, Momentum Advisors Managing Partner and Chief Investment Officer. It's great to have you on today.
Great. Thanks for having me.
Some headlines coming out of Washington now as it relates to this incoming Biden administration. Joe Biden reportedly set to pick Merrick Garland for Attorney General. That's at least according to the AP. Those of you may be very familiar with that name. Merrick Garland, of course, considered twice to fill a Supreme Court seat that did not go through the last time because it was at the end of President Obama's administration there. But the AP now reporting that Joe Biden is set to pick Merrick Garland for Attorney General, and we'll bring you any additional developments on that front as they become available. Coming up, new life for Quibi on Roku. The streaming device maker reportedly in talks to resurrect those quick bites. We're going to be speaking to Roku's CFO on the other side of the break. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Quibi may be no longer, but its content lives on, and you could soon find it on Roku. The streaming device maker reportedly in talks to acquire its short-form shows or quick bites. This comes as Roku surpasses 50 million active accounts for the first time. Let's bring in Steve Loudon. He is the CFO of Roku. We've also got Yahoo Finance's Brian Sazi joining in on the conversation. Steve, it's great to have you on today. Let's just start with that deal-making news, though. What is on the table right now in discussions with Roku, and how close are you to reaching an agreement?
Appreciate that. Yeah, in terms of the rumors out there, we don't comment on rumors and speculation, so nothing I can add on that particular topic. But we're very excited today. We crossed the milestone in Q4, over 50 million active accounts, and ended the year with 51.2 million active accounts. So added 14 million active accounts over the course of 2020, and then also ended the year with almost 60 billion hours being streamed on the platform. So what's clear is that people are embracing streaming, and that also, specific to the Roku channel, that more than doubled in 2020. So there's a lot of thirst out there for content and streaming, which has been great to see for Roku.
Yeah, when you look at the competitive landscape here too, I mean, what's the strategy around that? I know you don't want to comment on maybe the Quibi content acquisition here, but when you think about the strategy to differentiate what Roku has to offer or wants to offer, what is it that you guys are trying to do differently than maybe say a Disney Plus, a Netflix, or all the other added options that we're seeing come through now?
Yeah, so we're a little bit different. Those other things you named are they're content services that sit on the Roku platform. So we're the #1 streaming platform in the US, according to Cantor Miller Brown. And so we've been growing the scale of the platform. We offer 10,000 plus streaming services on the platform. And, our operating system is what powers, we're the number one operating system for smart TVs in the US. And we're also, have very popular and well-received players. And so we're the platform that a lot of these services sit on. And so, for us, we like to partner with all these different services to offer choice and offer, value to the consumer so that they can stream more and shift over to the world of streaming.
Steve, it's Brian here. I remember when you launched the Roku channel, but now it has turned into really a beast of a thing inside of Roku. One of my contacts told me it now reached 61.8 million people in the fourth quarter. I understand you don't want to comment on the Quibi and your talks there, but do you want to create your own original content for this channel? How do you feed that beast?
Yeah, Brian. So you mentioned the Roku channel. It's had great progress. In 2020, it more than doubled its size. It's one of the fastest growing channels on the Roku platform. And really that speaks to its value proposition. The Roku channel at its core has a lot of free ad-supported TV, and then it also has premium subscriptions, which is subscription services within the Roku channel. So the growth there has been tremendous. It speaks to the value proposition of the Roku channel. And over time, we've built more and more things into the Roku channel, new categories of streaming, such as kids and family, live channels, sports and entertainment. And so, the growth there has been tremendous on that. And we license a lot of content for that. Historically, we have not entered into original programming, but there's a lot of great content on Roku that we keep adding.
To press Brian's point, though, when you talk about that value proposition, how much of that do you see including original content?
Well, there's a lot of great content from our partners that are already on the Roku channel. So our goal is to, keep building more and more content, more and more categories into the Roku channel. We're also expanding the Roku channel into other markets over time. The Roku channel, we launched it in the US. It's now in Canada, in UK. Over time, it'll be in other places as well. So for us, the growth strategy for Roku is, more content, deeper categories, as well as geographies.
Steve, you crossed this morning, you announced you crossed that 50 million account mark for the first time. That was up 14 million year over year. As we start to go back to work, are those type of gains, gaining more than 10 million new accounts each year, is that the new normal?
Well, certainly 2020 has seen an acceleration of interest into streaming, both on the consumer side. So there are significant increases, as you mentioned, 14 million gain in active accounts in 2020 is very impressive growth. We think the world is shifting over to streaming. And so, we haven't given any specific, guidance on our KOMs historically, and we haven't said anything about 2021 in general. We'll be doing that on our next earnings call in February. But we do think, this is moving the world faster to that endpoint where all TV will be streamed. I mean, that's really the mission and the vision of Roku, is that all TV will be streamed and Roku will be the platform and the operating system, that helps the world move in that direction.
Yeah, Steve, you guys had some tough negotiations with HBO. What take us behind the scenes to the extent you could? Why did that take so long?
Well, as a leading streaming platform, we think, we can add a lot of value, especially as content companies really embrace the world of streaming. We've got the most engaged user base in the US. We've got the best tools for content marketing. And what's important to us, because this is our main role, is that we need a mutually beneficial content distribution deal that helps fund the innovation. And so that's very important. And the other thing to note is that we have 10,000 plus apps on the platform. We do thousands of app deals a year, and we want all content on the platform. Sometimes that doesn't happen immediately when a service is launched, but we have a very good sense on what market is and what the value for the platform for our content partners is and what we can bring to the table. And so it's important for us to make sure that we have a market deal that's mutually beneficial, and sometimes that takes a bit of time. But notably with HBO Max and Peacock and others, we usually get the deal done.
Well, the stock up today. Investors seemingly enjoying what they're hearing, at least for the time being. Steve Loudon, the CFO of Roku, appreciate you joining us. And our thanks to Yahoo Finance's Brian Sozzi for joining in on that as well. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we return, focusing in on the moves in oil as crude once again tops $50 for the first time since before the pandemic. We'll bring you the latest price estimates from the Oracle of oil, as I like to call him, the man who nailed the price moves back in 2020. He joins us right after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. I want to spotlight the movements we're seeing play out in the oil market as crude just broke above $50 a barrel for the first time since the pandemic began. That was boosted by a surprise 1 million barrel per day production cut from Saudi Arabia that will begin in February, as well as OPEC Plus's move to hold output steady here. The EIA also showed that inventory for the prior week decreased by about 8 million barrels as well. Analysts there were expecting a bit of a draw too. So where does the price of oil go here in 2021, considering the fact that we are seeing supply constrained, but big questions around demand? Our next guest was able to nail a lot of price calls in 2020 as well as 2019. That, of course, would be the man I like to call the Oracle of Oil. Stephen Schork, the editor of the Schork Report, joins us right now. And Mr. Schork, I mean, there's a lot of factors to play into this. Goldman Sachs seems to think that demand's going to be slowly recovering here this year. But where do you see the price of crude going if we are going to maybe see supply continue to be constrained, but the demand seems to be a larger side of the equation that people yet haven't figured out?
Yes, absolutely. Now, we have to keep in mind that oil prices are still well below where we were back in January. In fact, we ended 2019 on a very strong note, and we began 2020 on a very strong note. But by the end of January, early February, and keep in mind, this was before COVID-19 worked its way into the vocabulary of most people around the globe, oil prices were already starting to show considerable weakness. And then, of course, prices collapsed March, April, and into the summer as demand collapsed because of COVID. We've since recovered from that, but again, we're still below where we were last January, so we still have a ways to go at this point. Now, more importantly, what we've seen over the past month are stronger fundamentals are clearly getting priced into the market. That is to say, when we look at the forward curve, last month we saw the spot price of crude oil trade above the contract 13 months out. That's a very key indicator. Every time you've got spot prices moving to a premium, to a longer dated contract, clearly there is concern that demand is outweighing supply. So yes, we have come through a very strong rally through December into the new year. But I venture, this is all based on demand, that we are, once we get into that mid $50 range, you're going to see considerable hedging by producers, because this is a very attractive level for them to bring more production. And that, of course, I'm talking about the North American producer. 50 and above, you're going to see increased production coming out of the U.S. oil patch, and that should help cap prices in that mid $50 range through at least the first 6 months of this year.
If we're talking about increased production, at least here in North America, what kind of timeline are we talking about right now? I mean, you point to demand, or that indicator pointing to demand outpacing supply, and yet here we are still talking about some very strong or strict restrictions in place as a result of this most recent surge.
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're looking at now is demand is going to recover. I mean, look where we were back in the second and third quarter. Demand has no way to go but higher at this point. But from a historical standpoint, given the lockdowns, and let's keep in mind the elasticities of demand have greatly changed. The market is much more responsive to price action than it had been prior to the advent of substitutes in the market. And of course, I'm talking about EVs. Now, when we talk about that venture, we're looking at a structural change in the market. We're actually looking at peak oil demand as we move more towards electric vehicles. So we're not going to see the normal recovery you would expect in oil prices, because we are now moving away from oil. And of course, this move was hastened by the demand destruction that we saw through last year. So, at this point, demand's rising, but, there's going to be a cap going ahead into the first 6 months.
Yeah, and I mean, especially considering the Biden administration, what we're seeing come through there as well. But it sounds like you're saying $55 remains the upside cap there. Outside of the oil market, though, I'd be interested to get your take on natural gas, because that's another part of the market you've covered for quite some time. And interesting to see Bill Gross talking about natural gas in his investment outlook letter yesterday. He was saying that his favorite market sector is the natural gas pipeline group, with yields between 9% and 12% for investment grade stocks with certain tax advantages. He pointed out a few, Magellan Midstream Partners, BP Midstream, and Enterprise Products, as some of his favorite picks there. When you look into the natural gas part of the market here, Mr. Schork, give me your take on maybe what he's saying there and what it looks like in terms of maybe those names in 2021.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all about supply and demand, whether we're talking about inventories or whether we're talking about pipeline capacity. Now, with the new administration coming in, based on their rhetoric, based on their official platform in the DNC, it's not going to be friendly to the hydrocarbon economy. Therefore, they're going to violate the number one tenet of finance. That is to say, capital goes where it's welcomed, stays where it is well treated. And by all indications, capital is not going to be welcomed in the hydrocarbon space, and certainly the capital is there not going to be well treated. So we're going to be looking at a pullback in investment flows into this sector, which will cause, of course, impede the growth of capacity for natural gas. Now, the United States is on the verge of being a major natural gas exporter. Tremendous demand in Asia, tremendous demand in Europe for U.S. gas. Now, there's an inability or a lack thereof to get enough gas to the market. So whatever capacity does exist, there's going to be high demand to transport gas on that capacity. And therefore, it is a very bullish outlook, not necessarily for price, but certainly for pipeline capacity in the new year. And I venture through the next 4 years of this administration.
Just sounds like you would be agreeing with some of the idea or thinking around those existing players. Those ones would be smart plays if natural gas is going to see the same demand you're expecting here for the year.
Yeah, absolutely. They're already well positioned. They've been beaten down over the last few years, so there's tremendous value there, and we're really on the cusp of a change in the market as we transition away from oil in the years ahead, more towards natural gas. And once again, as that demand for gas grows, there's going to be demand to transport that gas from where it is in my home state of Pennsylvania, Eastern Ohio, Northern West Virginia, so forth, to get that to the export markets. And there is a limit to how much gas can flow because of this constricted capacity. So therefore, again, supply and demand. You have tremendous demand for natural gas. You have limited supply to move that gas. Hence, the y-axis price has to go up and follow suit.
Short report. Always good to say. Thanks so much for your time.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
Coming up, looking at the best places to retire. International Living out with its new index, and some of the top destinations may surprise you. Stay tuned. International Living is out with its new Global Retirement Index, the best places to retire around the world. Topping the list this year, Costa Rica and Panama. Let's bring in Jennifer Stevens. She's the executive editor of International Living. Jennifer, I have to say, I saw this list. I was a little surprised at some of the top 5 spots that you highlighted. Walk me through the metrics you used in terms of what actually made this the top place to retire.
Right, so we've been doing this for 30 years. We take the top 25 countries and we compare and contrast them based on 10 categories that include things like governance, cost of living, housing, healthcare, that sort of thing, right? So we're examining and comparing countries across the kinds of issues that you would have if you were considering retiring someplace. What's important to you as a retiree? And we kind of lay out the data for all those different countries and come up with our list, as you show here, of the best places to retire.
And on that front, I mean, it seems like if you are a retiree, healthcare would loom pretty large in choosing a spot here as well. I went to Portugal. Portugal's a great spot. I'm not surprised to see that on the list. That was the last trip I took pre-pandemic. But when you look at healthcare, maybe you break through the 1 through 10 here on what that looks like.
Yeah, no, healthcare, absolutely, especially for retirees. That's an issue that's of top importance to them. And I think with this pandemic, it's on most people's minds this year. The countries that we list at the top are places where you can access good healthcare and at an affordable price, typically much less than you would pay for healthcare in the United States. A lot of these places, several people have asked me over the last few days, sort of how has the pandemic affected the results this year? And we considered government pandemic responses in our governance category. But as far as healthcare is concerned, in the places that we recommend, you really can access good, what we would consider sort of US quality or even higher healthcare at a price that is typically half or less what you'd pay at home.
When you talk about the cost of living, certainly you can see that the top 5 here, we're talking about Costa Rica, Panama, Mexico, Colombia, Portugal. But also, if you look at a place like Malta or even Vietnam, I'm curious how much stability in terms of the government comes into play as well. And to your point about the shifts that we saw during COVID, what are some of the countries that sort of fell out of favor for retirees this year?
Yeah, so we definitely try to take what is essentially a long-term viability when we're looking at these places. Every place is going to have some political ups and downs. Look at the United States, right? Over the course of a year or longer. But we try to kind of take the long view. Where are the places that are going to work for someone over, because you don't retire for just 6 months, you retire, over many years. And so 2, for example, that are at the bottom of the list this year, still countries worth watching, but like Nicaragua and Bolivia, for example, there are places that have seen just sort of political instability at the moment. We don't think that's necessarily going to be forever, but it certainly is right now. Expats on the ground in those places typically stay out of the politics and are saying, our lives are fine here. We're not feeling any pressure or anything, but it's not a place we would necessarily send people tomorrow. So we do watch that as best we can, but I would say that we are still trying, as I said, to take kind of the longer view. What places make the most sense over the arc of a retirement?
Yeah, Jennifer, real quick, before we let you go, obviously we're looking at the list here for 2021, but how do these countries compare maybe to years past? Are there new entrants here or maybe surprises that jumped out to you relative to prior rankings?
Yeah, Malta moved up. Malta is in Europe. Obviously, it's English speaking, which makes it an easy place to spend time. Also, Uruguay. Uruguay came up. One question we asked, we kind of did this separately from the rest of the index, was to say, if you just wanted to leave, if you just wanted to find a place that was sort of a bolt hole, a place that you could go and that was stable, it was relatively quiet, and you felt like it might not be the cheapest place to go, but you would be safe there if there were ever another pandemic, which, there probably will be. So that Uruguay is the place that comes up number 1 for that. It's our kind of number 1 bolt hole spot. You can't live as cheaply as you could in, say, a place like Costa Rica, where a couple could live comfortably for anywhere from like $2,000 to $2,500 a month. Uruguay, you'd be looking at more like $3,000. But it's a place that is kind of a rising star, I would say.
Yeah, very interesting to think about all the opportunities here and people just desperate to travel once we can, once again. Yeah. But appreciate you coming on here. Jennifer Stevens, International Living Executive Editor. Thanks again for bringing us that. We're going to take another quick break here on Yahoo Finance Live. When we return, breaking down all the big moves here following those Georgia runoff results. Stay with us. We're right back after this. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. We got the Dow popping more than 500 points as all three major indices are rallying here following at least one race being called in Georgia, the other one looking like it could go the way of Democrats as well. I want to bring on Yahoo Finance's Jared Blickery, our chart master here with all the latest moves. And Jared, we were spotlighting the fact that tech stocks have not been enjoying in this rally as well. I said potentially because of antitrust concerns. You say that's not the full story. What's going on?
Yeah, and it is partly antitrust concerns. Alphabet is in the limelight, in the spotlight here with the democratically controlled Senate. But just look at the Wi-Fi Interactive, and we've seen this before. This is probably the last steps of a rotation that's been happening over the last couple months, since November, since the original presidential election. And why is that? So besides the regulatory front, it's a TINA story. There is no alternative. And let me just go to the bond market to issue or tell you why. Now, here we have a 2-month chart of the 10-year T-note, and we can see it's at 1.05%. Hasn't been this high since basically the pre-COVID era. You'd have to go all the way back. We got this big spike in here. So basically testing the March levels. Now, why is this important? Because when interest rates were falling like this, there was not a big prospect for value and growth to outperform. And so all this money flowed into growth stocks, particularly the FANG stocks, as kind of an interest rate hedge. But as you see, we've been climbing over the last at least 6 months here in the steady uptrend channel. And this has led to a slow rotation out of the big caps into value and cyclical. And this is kind of the final stage. With this result today, I would expect we'll see the FANG stocks continue to go up, but not by as much as they have in the past, and probably won't see any big sell-offs in the 4 to 5% range unless we get something out of left field here. And that's, of course, always possible.
Yeah, it does seem like there's still a split among analysts about whether to stay with big tech or not. Like, sure, there's a bit of a pullback today, and the regulation fears are going to come and go. And yet we're still talking about a growth story that largely remains intact, although maybe not at the levels that we saw in 2020. Jared, thanks so much for that. Taking a look at where the markets are trading right now, Zach, a bit of a surprise, right? If we're talking about the results of the Georgia Senate runoff, we know Raphael Warnock has won one of the races. Democrats need one more seat to make it to 50-50 split. But the cannabis space getting a big bump today on the expectation of some kind of federal regulation shaping out here, largely because if Jon Ossoff does pull off that win, you've got the vice president-elect as the tiebreaker, and she has been very supportive of some of that legislation.
Yeah, it's really interesting because, Akiko, we've been talking about the trends in the cannabis space, and I got two here to spotlight. You can look at MSOS, which is the ETF that tracks the U.S. multi-state operators, and the MJ ETF, which largely tracks the Canadian giants there. And you can see when you compare them, I mean, we're talking about the opportunity here. And right now you see MJ would be the biggest gainer on the day, more so than those U.S. multi-state operators. And I think that could be because obviously a lot of these Canadian players are locked out. You think about Canopy's deal to acquire Acreage, a U.S. multi-state operator. That only goes through if you see federal laws around marijuana changed. And really, that's what's kind of expected here. The U.S. companies would have had more time to kind of grow, extend state by state. But if all of a sudden you flip the switch and say, look, we're going to legalize at a federal level, that suddenly opens the door for some of these Canadian players to start making their inroads. It accelerates that conversation quite a bit. But overall, I mean, even before this happened, and you and I were talking about the idea that Democrats were perhaps getting undercounted in the probability that they could take the Senate. I mean, you go back a couple weeks and talk about cannabis companies here, Curaleaf, some of the other multi-state operators, Trulieve, Cresco Labs, that had been trading at record highs. And you would say, well, why do you want to buy these stocks at record highs? And the idea is just because the runway is so much larger, even as you have states legalizing, some of the tax implications that could come through the Safe Banking Act, the MORE Act that we saw the House pass, I mean, that's going to reduce the tax bills that are pretty insane for some of these cannabis companies because they're dealing with a business that has to be based on cash. They can't access banks. So some of these laws that could come through, even if it's not the more progressive changes that people want to see when we're talking about expunging criminal records for prior cannabis offenses, that's included in the MORE Act. But even if you just get the Safe Banking Act, which is a more moderate proposal to maybe change the financial rules around these companies, that could be some big changes when you think about tax implications and some of the other question marks around the sector. And so I think even though we're seeing this one-day pop, there's still a lot of question marks around what could get passed, what couldn't get passed. that still leaves quite a bit of upside for investors who have been locked out or maybe not thought about cannabis opportunities, but very interesting to see this all play out, which again centers around the potential surprise around Democratic control in the Senate.
Yeah, although if you see the type of gains that we've seen in cannabis stocks today, it does feel like in some ways investors may be jumping the gun a bit because, to your point, you've still got a very, very narrow majority. If we're talking about a sweep in Georgia and Democrats do regain control, because we're still talking about a 50-50 split. And let's remember that Democrats all actually lost some of the seats in the House too. So it'll be interesting to see how those negotiations play out. We've also heard from a lot of guests that's been talking about banks and energy certainly going to see some gains here on the back of expectations of additional stimulus. And then, of course, infrastructure. If you look at some of the stocks that are moving, the Dow's top movers here are movers. We're seeing Caterpillar pop in a big way, up 7%, Goldman Sachs, as well as JP Morgan Chase and Amex among those big movers. That does it for us here in the 11 to 1 p.m. Eastern hour. Much more coming up ahead here on Yahoo Finance Live. Kristen Myers will pick up our coverage on the other side of the break.
And welcome to Yahoo Finance Live, checking market action right now. We are seeing all three major indices in the green, rallying despite the news of that Democratic potential victory that we are seeing in Georgia with those Senate runoff elections. A lot of political news happening today that, of course, is holding everyone's attention. It is looking like Democrats will actually clinch control of the Senate. Taking a look right now over at Yahoo's Election Center, we do have a call, according to the Associated Press, at least on one of those races. Reverend Raphael Warnock actually beating incumbent Senator Kelly Loeffler for her seat, for that seat. The other Senate race has not yet been called, however, right now. Right now, John Ossoff is holding a slight lead over Senator David Perdue, 50.2% to 49.8% right now. We will, of course, be continuing to update you guys throughout the show. That race is, however, too close to call right now. We'll see if that race does get called at some point during this program. Now, of course, if Democrats do somehow grab majority control in the Senate, of course, Wall Street is going to have to contend with potential regulations down the pike and higher corporate taxes, which, of course, would not be a good thing for Wall Street. However, Democrats do favor stimulus, which could provide a boost to the economic recovery. Taking a look right now over at some stocks, let's start with Tesla right now. The company getting a call from Morgan Stanley, raising its price target to a street high of $810. Tesla right now popping over 4.8% right now. Tesla is sitting at 770.51 right now, at least when it comes to that price. I want to take a look over at Discovery right now. Discovery popping today. The company launched its streaming service just 2 days ago. That's called Discovery Plus. Up right now, almost 8%. We'll be chatting with Discovery's president and CEO, David Zaslav, in a little bit in this show. Want to take a look right now over at Beyond Meat. Piper Sandler actually hit Beyond Meat with a downgrade. That stock right now down almost 5%. But I want to start with checking in with what's happening on the Hill to kick off today's show. Joint session of Congress is starting, and it's expected that Republican senators are going to pose some sort of challenge to the certification of those electoral college votes. We have Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith here with all of those details. Hey, Jess.
Hey, Kristen, just in the past few minutes, we did get a letter from Vice President Pence, and he says that he is not going to try and block Biden's elector. You know that President Trump has been pushing him over the past couple of days, saying that he has the authority to reject the electors, but that is not the case. And now Pence, in a new letter today, says, "It is my considered judgment that my oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." He goes on to say that he's going to make sure that the objections are considered properly, but he's not going to try and reject those electoral votes outright. So here's a reminder of how all of this works. In just a few minutes, things are going to get started. The House and Senate will join for a joint session. They will be there with Vice President Pence. He will be presiding over this entire process. Then the electoral votes from each state will be read in alphabetical order. Lawmakers can object to the findings from those states. If there is an objection, then the House and Senate will split. They will, for up to 2 hours each, debate those objections. Then they have to vote. They have to agree with a simple majority and to accept that objection. We do not expect that to happen. So then after we get through all of the states, the process will actually be wrapped up. And this whole process of electing the next president will officially be over, even though we already know what the outcome is going to be. The process is just going to be dragged out as Republican lawmakers object here. We don't know exact timing, but Senator Blunt just told reporters that McConnell has indicated that at least 3 states will have some objections. That could take several hours for each state. So this could be a while before we actually get through the process. We've also been hearing from President Trump today, again at a rally, making those false claims about election fraud. He did say a few minutes ago that we will be headed to the Capitol. So not sure what President Trump is planning to do there. If he does plan to go to the Capitol, we're going to have to get more on that. But he said we in that rally just a few minutes ago. So lots to watch here in Washington. We'll be sure to keep you updated as we learn more throughout the day.
Of course, and Jess, we'll be coming back to you a little bit later in the show. So, of course, we'll be getting all of the updates there. But an important point that you're making there, this is largely political theater that is not going to change the outcome of this election. We'll see you a little bit later on in the show. Thanks so much for all of those updates. And as I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, 2 days ago, a new streaming service joined the fray, Discovery Plus becoming the new kid on the block as the streaming wars heat up even further. I want to bring on David Zaslav, Discovery Inc.'s CEO and president, and we also have Yahoo Finance's editor-in-chief, Andy Serwer, joining us now. Good to have you both here with me. David, I want to start with you here. We have a graphic that I would like everyone to see of all the streaming services and their costs. And at $4.99, that is with ads, Discovery Plus is really at the low end of this spectrum here. But as I'm looking across, for folks to purchase even just, a handful of some of these services, it's starting to become a lot, some people are saying. I'm wondering if you think that given all of these options and perhaps even the price of all of these options, if you think that maybe folks are going to say, hey, you know what, maybe I need to just go back to cable, a cable subscription, or maybe that perhaps we need to start seeing some bundling and some consolidation in this space?
Yeah, I think it's probably the latter. What's interesting about that list that you have there is almost all of those products are scripted series and scripted movies. And our strategy has been that space is very well defined by Netflix and Disney globally. And they're both very effective and they're getting scale and growing to scale. Then there's another 6, 8, 10 players that are trying to be in that same space. So all of them are one of 8, one of 9, one of 10. We're one of 1. When people watch television, they only spend 40 or 45% of their time watching scripted series and scripted movies. They spend 55 or 50% of the time watching us, watching Deadliest Catch or Gold Rush or Oprah Winfrey or HGTV, The Property Brothers, Chip and Joanna Gaines, and the brand's crime, all the crime content that we have where we're the leader in crime. And so as everyone has gone towards scripted series and scripted movies, we have aggregated, including we picked up History Channel content and Lifetime content. We now have the full bouquet of real life entertainment. And it's what people spend more than 50% of their time watching. And so we now hit the market today. Yes, we're inexpensive, which we think is a great advantage. Unlike many of those other products, like Disney, we're global. Disney, Netflix, Discovery are the only 3 truly global IP media companies. And like Disney, which was very effective, we're on every platform. So we're on Roku, we're on Amazon, we're on Samsung. And finally, we have your parent company, Verizon, which as Verizon was very helpful to Disney, Verizon will be supporting us for the next year and offering 6 months or 1 year free of Discovery Plus to all Verizon customers and promoting and supporting us. So we think that we have a very differentiated product. We're off to a great start, and we're available ubiquitously by everyone. And we have a great company like Verizon with Ronan and Hans and Aaron and Frank, the key people at Verizon that really see that we fill a niche that's not being filled in America. And if you have Netflix or if you have Disney, you're going to want us. A lot of those other services, you're probably going to churn in and out of. But we believe that the 3 global players in the marketplace right now are Netflix and Disney and us.
Right. David, Andy Serwer here. Thanks for coming on. I want to ask you what inning you think we're in when it comes to the great unbundling for American consumers with their cable packages.
Look, the cable business itself is quite healthy. The advertising market is very strong right now. It's come all the way back, and it's still the best way to move product. And as we look at ourselves over the last year, we've been able to generate huge free cash flow. Our share is growing around the world on cable and free to air, and people are still turning on the sets in their living room and subscribing to cable. Having said that, it is declining, and it's very important that we get all of our IP to people everywhere in the world in a way that, as successful as we are on cable, we want anybody with any device to be able to see us. And the unbundling has already started. Disney's acceleration of growth has been astounding. And in a way, they created a great path. Netflix and Disney have begun to teach people to buy content and to consume content on all devices and how to move it around. But I view Disney and Netflix as like race cars. They're sports cars. Great scripted series, great movies, and there's a lot of sports cars on that highway that they've developed. We're like a Suburban. We're not the same as them. We're different. Family might have a sports car, but they're going to want a Suburban. We have loads of family entertainment. We have the content that people love, and we go really well. If you have Disney, you're going to want to have us. If you have Netflix and Disney, you're going to want to have us. If you have Netflix, Disney, and HBO, you're going to want to have us. So we see ourselves as a key in the rebundling of content. And so we're very successful. We're either number 1 or number 2 in America for women on cable. But when we see globally that as people re-aggregate their apps, that there's a lot of them that they're going to churn in and out of because of a series. But we have great brands, great characters, and we fill in this one-of-one, this real-life entertainment that allows people, when they get up in the morning, to watch food shows or HG shows. And our research shows that people watch things like The Crown at night on appointment viewing or The Undoing. And those are great, great series. And we have some of that with Oprah and Chip and Jo and the Property Brothers. But a lot of our content is great content that people love, that they're going to watch while they're cooking or while they're homeschooling their kids or in the background while they're working. And so we're a companion to all of the existing products, but we're also a great companion to people in America and around the world. They get up in the morning and they put on Food or HG or our crime product ID or Discovery, and they watch us. And that is going to, we believe, be very compelling, even in this new world where you're watching your device or you're putting your TV on and you're not a cable subscriber.
And David, just a quick follow-up on this bundle question, and that is, how do you manage that relationship with your cable partners when you're saying, we're going to go direct to consumers, but we still want to work with you? And I'm curious, I always ask that to, the people at HBO and Disney as well, of course.
Well, first, I think we're a little bit different because we're very key to the bundle. We're the number one company for women, and they get up in the morning and they watch Food or HG or ID or Discovery or Oprah Winfrey. And so we have brands that people in America love. And when people think of the cable bundle, everybody only tends to watch 5 or 6 channels. And we're the top 5 channels, top 6 channels, or at least 3 or 4 of the most popular channels for most women in America. And we're the top 3 or 4 channels for most men in America with Discovery and Animal Planet. And so we're very key to the bundle, but also in the pandemic, our channels have done better. So where a lot of the other repeat channels have declined, we think that our value to the cable operators has gone up because we have a lot of this great comfort content that people are spending more time with. And we're still producing a lot of original content for cable and for our free to air. So we think that these are two ecosystems that can coexist. And it reminds me of when I ran cable and syndication at NBC. We had Law and Order. And when we sold Law and Order to A&E, we thought maybe the ratings on Law and Order would go down. And A&E ran it 3 times a week. The ratings went up. We then sold it 3 years later to Turner for TNT. They ran it 2 hours every single night. And you would have thought, oh, I bet your Law and Order goes down. The Law and Order on the NBC network went up. And so you can't always tell. We've started promoting Discovery Plus. We got people subscribing to Discovery Plus, but our ratings are rising because people are being reminded of all the great products that we have and great brands and great characters. And they're spending more time again with HG and Food. So we think this could be a win-win. We have a traditional business that generates massive free cash flow, which is growing. And then we have our new global product, and it's really only Netflix, Disney, and us that could play on the global stage.
All right, David and Andy, do not go anywhere. We will be continuing this conversation on the other side of the break. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. We're continuing our conversation now with Discovery CEO and President David Zaslav. Our editor-in-chief, Andy Serwer, is also here for this conversation. David, I want to ask you about the impact that this pandemic, that 2020 has had for you guys, at least when it comes to production. We saw a lot of shows from a lot of different networks really put on hold throughout this year. How did that impact you guys, and what does that mean for 2021 and beyond?
You know, we've been really quite lucky in that, unlike scripted series, a lot of what we do, particularly on food and HG and cooking, we were able to figure out a way to do that and have, for instance, Joanna Gaines, Chip filmed the show, one of her early shows. When Mike Rowe had a friend of his come in and at a distance film his show. We did about 1,000 or 1,500 hours of content, which we produced in the kitchens, in the living rooms, in the homes. And so we do have shows like Deadliest Catch or Gold Rush, or we have a number of shows that are, or a number of our crime shows that are produced in ways that make it difficult. But we were able to uniquely produce a huge amount of original content. And what that did was it really helped us grow ratings domestically and around the world. And when people looked at it, they recognized that it was culturally of the moment. You know, they loved the idea that they could see some of our talents' kitchens and families and homes, but they also, we were talking about what was going on in the world. So it felt more contemporary. The ratings were better. And so the audience excused the idea that we weren't in a studio, and we learned how to produce for a lot less money very authentically. And, you know, that helped us. Plus, we happened to be in a lot of genres where, in a very difficult moment around the world, people wanted to escape. And so watching food or cooking or HG or ID or Discovery became very advantageous, you know, coupled with the fact that so many of the other networks were just in repeats. And so our IP library became more valuable in the last year, and we learned how to produce for less money. And we were able to continue to produce, as we do today, in ways that other media companies can't. And our content also has a much shorter cycle. We could shoot a food show and put it on the air the next day, whereas scripted series sometimes could take a year or 2 years to produce.
Now, speaking of 2020, with everyone at home, of course, we saw huge growth numbers, at least when it comes to these streaming services. Disney Plus, for example, really shattered expectations. And I'm wondering what kind of growth expectations that you might have for Discovery Plus, and if you think that, considering that 2020 was such a strong growth year for so many of these streaming platforms, if you think that you might have missed out on some of those folks, especially as we have the vaccine being rolled out and people are getting excited about leaving their homes again.
Look, we think we're just in time. We wanted a launch where we had a very robust, full and complete offering in the entertainment genre, real life entertainment. So, and we wanted to launch with a great partner like Verizon, where we're now in every Verizon store. We're being offered to over 50 million Verizon families. But also, people have been watching Amazon and Netflix and HBO for the last couple of months. And here we come, you know, right now, unfortunately, for the next few months, things are going to remain pretty quiet. But most people are asking what I'm asking. What do I watch now? And so here we are with a library as big as Netflix, fresh. It's never been offered like this before, as well as over 55 new original series. We're going to have over 1,000 hours of original content and loads of exclusive content. So I think we come at exactly the right time. People are looking for something fresh. They're looking for something different. They have loads of services that are scripted series and scripted movies, but they don't have anything like us. And so it's one of the reasons why I think Verizon, why Hans and Ronan said, we're with you and we're with you all the way. And we think that this could be a great product because we go well alone, but we also go well with Disney. It's also one of the reasons why Vodafone in Europe, with over 100 million customers, has come on board to use us to help decommoditize their platform. So we think we're just in time. And Disney did a lot of the hard work, as Netflix did, of getting people behaviorally comfortable with buying these products, moving them around. I went to my mom's house when Hamilton was debuted to get Disney Plus from my mom. She needed to have it. And so she learned a lot about how do you get a product? How do you watch? How do you go between? How do I get it on my TV set? So we think we're coming at the perfect time.
David, I know you're never one to rest on your laurels. So I have to ask you, what's next, both from a programming and a production standpoint? What do you see over the horizon here for us?
I think more and more exclusive content. We announced today that we did a deal where Oprah Winfrey is going to be doing Super Soul Conversations. You know, the idea that we've all had a standing start with this pandemic. We're all going to be different when we come out of it. How are we going to live our lives? What are we going to do differently? Oprah will be doing that exclusively for Discovery Plus. Outside the US, we have a very unique model. We're the leader in sports, and we have entertainment and nonfiction all across Europe. And we have entertainment and nonfiction in Latin America in local language. And so we're launching this product globally. So unlike most of those other products that you showed early in this conversation, we don't think you could make it as a US only service. We think the scale of global, being in India, being across Europe, being in Latin America, owning your own IP, we think that's the secret sauce. And one of the big advantages that we have is we have local content in language in every country in the world. And so when Disney and Netflix is saying, I have some great scripted and great movies, and I have a little bit of local content, we're in those markets saying we have a huge amount of local content and local sport. And so once again, we see ourselves as differentiated, one of one, and a great companion to these other great products. But for us, it's always been about owning our IP globally so that we can go above the globe. That's what's made Netflix really successful. That's what's making Disney so successful. And we think that's what's going to make us so successful.
Before I let you go, David, I have to ask you about pricing. As I mentioned at the start of our interview, $4.99 for Discovery Plus with advertisements, $6.99 without, is on the cheaper end of the spectrum. But we have routinely seen other streaming services hit consumers with price hikes. I'm wondering how long you guys are looking at keeping that $4.99 and that $6.99 in place, and if you guys are anticipating price hikes in the near future.
Our number one objective is scale, global scale. We have a traditional business that's outperforming everyone else in media, that has real growth and real free cash flow. We now have this opportunity to take our IP globally and scale it. And so, our objective is to get as many people that have Netflix or Disney all around the world to say, I'm going to take Discovery Plus too. It's a great product. It's been getting great reviews. We have great brands and characters. It's easy to navigate and curate because you can look at the characters and brands that you love. We've navigated very similar to Disney because they've been so effective in creating a very simple way for people to find what they love. So, our number one objective is scale. And we think the pricing that we have is perfect. Let everybody else raise price. We're a great value. And we would argue the best value in the US and around the world.
I'm not going to lie. I myself have been streaming a lot of the shows in the Discovery family. I'm not going to say which ones specifically have gotten me addicted lately, but Discovery CEO. It's the 90 Day Fiancé franchise. I'm not going to lie. I really do love it. I've gotten everyone in my family addicted to it as well. Discovery CEO and President David Zaslav, Yahoo Finance Editor-in-Chief Andy Serwer. Thank you both for joining me today.
Thank you. Thanks, Andy. Thank you so much.
Thanks, David.
And coming up, the market's closely keeping an eye on the results out of Georgia. We are seeing the Dow rallying right now, up over 550 points. We'll be bringing you the latest on those Senate runoff elections next. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Let's head to Georgia now, where we have Yahoo News national reporter and producer Marquise Francis on the ground with all of the latest in these Georgia Senate runoff elections. So, Marquise, we have at least one result called so far. Reverend Warnock unseating Senator Kelly Loeffler. Give us the flavor of what you've been seeing on the ground as you've been talking to people, and what's the latest in the John Ossoff, Senator David Perdue race?
Absolutely. As you mentioned, Reverend Warnock beat out Senator Kelly Loeffler. And this is historic. This is the first Black senator in the state of Georgia and only the 11th Black senator in the U.S. history. So that's one. And then you have John Ossoff, who was on the cusp of beating out six-year incumbent David Perdue for the other seat. Right now, there's about 98% of the vote is in. So we're still waiting for that other 2%. But they're coming out in around the Fulton County area, where Atlanta is located. So these are very heavily Democratic areas. So it's very likely that John Ossoff will be that second winner, giving the Democrats control of the Senate. And obviously this has large implications for President-elect Joe Biden, whereas he can actually pass progressive legislation for at least the first 2 years in office. And I just want to juxtapose this with what's happening in DC right now, where I believe President Trump is speaking, or he just got off from speaking, to several thousand Trump supporters, where he continues to question the legitimacy, not only of the November election, but also of yesterday's election. And I think it just goes to show the disconnect that we've seen play out over the past 2 to 3 months. A lot of people are saying it was twofold. It was President Trump's failing, confusing his supporters in the run up to this election, saying their votes there was fraud, there was cheating and all of these things. And yet then even up until Monday night saying, wait, but go out and vote. But then you also have to hang your hat on the mobilization efforts here in Georgia, spearheaded by a number of prominent Black women, LaTosha Brown for Black Votes Matter, and also Stacey Abrams, who lost in 2018 the gubernatorial race to Republican Governor Brian Kemp. And I was able to ask her a question yesterday. If Democrats were to pull it out and win these 2 Senate seats, how should Democrats work with Republicans? And here's what she had to say.
Georgia is a divided state. We are 50-50. And my point is that the 50% that share democratic values of making certain people have access to health care, to jobs, and to justice, that their voices need to be heard, and that as often as possible we need to hold the power necessary to make those principles and values true. But it's always going to require partnership, or at least for the next decade. Demographics are changing, politics are changing, but nothing happens overnight. This is the beginning of a process. We're in the next phase, and this is the phase where everyone knows it's possible, and now we've got to get to the place where it's permanent.
Right. So this is the beginning of the process, Abrams said. And Kristen, you asked the question, what are Georgians on the crowd saying? I went to 2 polling sites, one in Southwest Atlanta yesterday, the other in Buckhead. And I talked to voters, what are they hopeful for? Regardless if they voted for Democrats or Republicans, most voters that I talked to said they want unity. And obviously the numbers are showing they believe Warnock and Ossoff can bring that unity, not only in Georgia, but for the entire country. And that's why this election was so important, so huge, because it has widespread national implications.
All right, Yahoo News national reporter and producer Marquise Francis. Again, thank you so much for bringing us all of those updates in Georgia. Hopefully you'll be able to get some rest now today at some point. I know you've been burning the candle at both ends over the last couple of days. Thanks again for all of those updates this week.
Thank you.
All right, markets right now, of course, are paying attention to the results in Georgia. We are seeing markets continuing to rally, which might be a surprise for some, as many thought markets at least would be under pressure with a Democratic majority in the Senate. So let's talk this more now with Michael Jones, Chairman and CEO of Caravel Concepts. So Michael, as I was just mentioning, we are seeing markets right now in the green. And I think a lot of people expected that with a Democratic majority in the House and in the Senate, that markets would not respond kindly to this news. However, we are seeing the markets rallying right now. The Dow up almost 2% right now in this moment. So tell me, are markets right now paying the most attention to the fact that Democrats are likely, with majorities in both the upper and lower chambers, going to pass further economic stimulus, which is going to boost the economic recovery? Are they not right now paying too much attention to the potential regulations, tax hikes that might be coming down the pike?
I think the markets feel very, very good about everything that's been happening in the last 24 hours politically. You mentioned the one downside of Democratic control would be tax hikes. But let's remember, with a 50-50 Senate, it only takes one or two conservative Democrats to cross over and block any tax hikes. And we think that's exactly what will happen to Joe Manchin and Mark Warner. They're really not going to go on board for big tax hikes. So I think the market is appropriately lowering the potential risk of tax hikes, but raising the prospects for a really big stimulus package, including major infrastructure spending. All of that's going to mean more money printing by the Fed to finance all that spending. And that means the same magic cocktail of aggressive fiscal stimulus and monetary stimulus that made 2020 a good year for markets, it's going to be repeated in 2021.
So at least let's dive specifically into tech right now. That sector is in the red, down about 0.5 percentage point right now. And we've talked a lot about particularly big tech and the regulations that they might be facing going forward. Now, a lot of folks, when looking at 2021, have said that tech is going to continue to do well, continue to outperform. I'm wondering now, with these Senate results of the runoff elections, and right now John Ossoff is leading that election, that race has not yet been called. But if he does win that race, and we do have that Democratic majority in the Senate, what do you make of tech performance, at least in this new year? Do you think at least the big tech is going to be coming under pressure as folks really weigh those options? They've been very favorable looking at regulations, at least.
I think regulation is probably less the fear than breakup. I think with the Senate now in Democratic control, you're going to have much more progressive voices chairing committees. There's going to be much more aggressive investigation of potential antitrust violations and other concerns about these giant, Google, Facebook, all the different acquisitions they've made, their breadth of market control. I think there's going to be an awful lot of energy behind potentially breaking up big tech. That's going to create volatility. I think markets are a little nervous about it. From my perspective, I look at the history. Let's go worst case. Let's say that all these investigations and all the energy behind potentially looking at these big tech and maybe breaking them up, let's say it happens. Well, historically, every time you've broken up a big company into the pieces have proven to be worth more than the puzzle. So I don't see it as a big threat except for short-term volatility and headline risk. I think long-term, the value propositions of these companies are still absolutely rock solid. I think they're as rock solid as independent operating entities as they are as a part of their current conglomerates.
All right, Michael Jones, Chairman and CEO of Caravel Concepts, thanks so much for joining us today, especially as we've been watching these very close results come in. And coming up, we have protesters fighting with Capitol Police. We'll be bringing you those updates and those images next. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. We've got some breaking news for you now as Trump supporters have breached the Capitol building and fight with federal police. As Republican lawmakers are objecting to certifying some of those electoral college votes. We have Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith here now with all of the updates on what you guys are seeing right now on your screens on the Capitol.
Yeah, Kristen, 2 buildings at this point have been evacuated by Capitol Police. One is in the Library of Congress in that area, which is across the street from the Capitol, and another, the Cannon House Office building, which is on the Capitol complex, has also been evacuated. Capitol Police are not specifically saying why they are evacuating these buildings, but you can see there are some pretty intense protests happening on the complex there. So we are watching to see how this unfolds, if any further buildings are evacuated, and to see if we get more information from Capitol Police about what exactly the plan is going forward. Meanwhile, inside the Capitol building, lawmakers are debating right now the objections that we've gotten to the Electoral College votes. We've gone through one, we started the process. They started the process there, and then lawmakers objected to the state of Arizona. The congressman from Arizona objected to Arizona's results. So now the House and Senate are split up individually. They are debating this. They will debate for at least 2 hours or so. That's what we're expecting, up to 2 hours. And then they will each vote on this. They have to agree to the objection by a simple majority, both chambers, in order for this to move forward. But we do not expect that to happen. They are not going to actually overturn any of the results from this election. I did speak to Congressman Tim Ryan before all of this got started, and he says this whole process is really poisoning the body politic. Let's watch.
You literally have members of Congress from states that they're going to, volley a protest, but they got elected in those same states with the same electorate. Now, how much more cynical, how much more hypocritical can you be than to have won your own election and say that was fine, but the president got screwed? It just contributes to why people hate politics and why people don't want to get involved. And we're going to have a lot to overcome after this.
And again, that is exactly what we saw just a few minutes ago when Congressman Gosar from Arizona contested the results in Arizona. Now, we have heard from President Trump over the past few days, really pressuring Vice President Pence to reject the electors, to somehow make it so he stays in office. That is not going to happen. That can't happen. But we actually heard from Pence right before this process got started. He said in a statement in a letter to Congress, "My oath to support and defend the Constitution constrains me from claiming unilateral authority to determine which electoral votes should be counted and which should not." So saying that he would not try to overstep his authority and overturn the election in some way, as President Trump has been pushing. But again, both chambers now debating that objection. We expect them to vote sometime later this afternoon, and then they'll continue on through the other states. This process will likely drag on throughout the day and into the night tonight, Kristen.
All right, Yahoo Finance's Jessica Smith. Thank you again for bringing us, that breaking news. As you can see those images there, as those protests in DC are turning violent. And I know that you'll be updating us throughout the day, so everyone should stick with Yahoo Finance Live. And coming up, we've got more than 21 million positive cases of coronavirus in the country. We'll be talking about the pandemic next. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. And as I mentioned just before the break, we currently have more than 21 million cases of coronavirus in the country right now. The daily death count yesterday hit a new record. 3,600 people lost their lives to the virus, sending the death toll to roughly 358,000. We're joined now by Dr. Tyson Bell, Assistant Professor of Medicine in the Divisions of Infectious Disease and Pulmonary and Critical Care Medicine at the University of Virginia. So, Doctor, I want to start with the second vaccine shot that you just received. How have you been feeling after you've been getting the first and now the second shot of that vaccine? And what can our viewers expect possibly when they get their vaccine?
Well, thanks for having me on, Kristen. And yes, you're right. I received the second dose of the Pfizer vaccine yesterday. And I did have some more side effects this time. The clinical trials showed that side effects were common more often after receiving a second dose. So last evening, I had a little bit of a headache and a little bit of fatigue. And then when I went to bed, I had some chills, couldn't quite get comfortable. And that lasted until around 4:30 in the morning or so. And then everything kind of got better. I woke up in the morning a little achy. And by this point, I feel almost back to normal. Just have a little bit of shoulder pain where I got the injection, but feeling fine. One thing to point out is that the side effects are expected in some cases, and it's a good thing. It basically means that my immune system is generating a response so that later, if I get exposed to the coronavirus, I have that extra degree of protection.
All right. Tired and achy is not too terrible. I feel like once I turned 30, I feel that all the time anyway. So at least that's not something that's going to hold me back from getting this vaccine. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the vaccine distribution, at least as you see it here in the United States. We're under where we want to be in terms of the vaccination numbers. And now we're hearing stories about people potentially jumping the line, stalking pharmacies and healthcare centers, vaccines potentially expiring soon before they even make it into the arms of folks who want it. What are you seeing? I know that you were able to get this vaccine, but for everyone else, what do you think about this vaccine plan, or perhaps a lack thereof, that we have here in the U.S.?
Yeah, I think the lack thereof characterization is more accurate. I think, let's be realistic here. This is the most complicated vaccination campaign in the history of mankind. So it's not going to be easy. But I think what we're seeing is that there's been a lack of coordination at the federal level. It's basically been pushed to the states, and the states are already overwhelmed with coronavirus cases, as you mentioned at the top of the segment. So you are tasking public health agencies that are traditionally underfunded, traditionally understaffed. They're not staffed for dealing with major crises statewide. And now we're putting distribution on top of them and putting them in charge. And it's very difficult. And so we're seeing mismatches in supply and demand. We're seeing episodes where vaccines are actually expiring. We saw long lines in Florida where residents were lining up overnight and still weren't able to get vaccinated. We need someone to step in with true leadership and actually take the reins and do high-level coordination for a very complicated task.
When I heard that we were supposed to vaccinate 20 million in December and that we've only done 5 million, I think my head just kind of sank, because it meant that I was going to have to stay indoors for even longer. So how long do you think that we'll have to be in this work from home, no going out world this year in 2021, considering how far behind we are right now in terms of vaccinating American citizens and residents?
Well, my sincere hope is that we'll have a hockey stick phenomenon where we have challenges in distribution earlier on as we're kind of figuring out the kinks and the different logistical challenges of getting different vaccines to different communities. But then after we kind of work through these problems, we'll be able to accelerate both the manufacturing and the distribution so that we can stay on our original track. As you know, the Biden administration has set out a goal for 100 million people vaccinated in the first 100 days. We'll see if it can achieve that goal. It seems quite a high goal, but my hope is that we'll be able to pick up the speed in the coming weeks.
I want to ask you, Dr. Bell, if you think that this messy rollout plan is now going to be susceptible to scamming, black market purchases. I know a lot of folks really want to get their hands on their vaccines. What do you make of what's coming down in the future, at least when it comes to this distribution?
Well, being thoughtful about it and making sure that everyone has access. We have equitable access to vaccines because we know that a disproportionate community, and the Black and Brown community in particular, have had disproportionate impacts from COVID-19. So we have to keep all this in mind when we have distribution. There was an example in Florida who used Eventbrite to register their residents, and that didn't turn out well at all. And some residents actually fell victim to some scams where people created fake websites and charged people to register for the vaccine. It should be no cost to individuals, but we have to be very mindful of this. And I think again, tasking it specifically with state public health agencies is probably not the way to go without some higher level coordination to make sure that we can kind of match up supply with demand. I think what also complicates this is that we have different candidates, the Pfizer and Moderna, which both have different dosing schedules and different storage requirements. So that, adds another layer of complexity on top of this.
All right, Dr. Tyson Bell from the University of Virginia, thank you so much for joining us and giving us all of those updates.
Thank you, Kristen.
I want to turn now to our Funding Our Future segment. We're joined now by Jim Kessler, Executive Vice President for Policy at Third Way. So, Jim, I know that Third Way has come up with this 21 policy priorities for 2021. And 2020 was a really hard year. We can't go through all the 21 ideas, sadly. We just don't have that kind of time. But what would you say are the top priorities for policymakers, those ideas that they really should be implementing right away this year, at least for the economic future for everyone?
Yeah, so I mean, clearly we need to get the pandemic under control. So a lot of these ideas have to do with that. We're going to need to continue to allow people to collect unemployment and have a little bit of a bonus on the checks that they're getting. I think people are going to need additional money as well. We need to make sure people stay in their homes and are not evicted either through rents or foreclosures as we get through the pandemic. Small business has been decimated. We need to make sure as we recover that small business is really front and center there. Universal broadband is something that's very, very important. State and local aid so we can get our schools open and again, and then, we just have to make sure that people have health care and are covered through the pandemic. And then we can move to the next phase where we're doing transportation and infrastructure and climate change and getting people back to work.
Jim, checking the Yahoo Election Center, we are seeing Jon Ossoff maintaining a lead over Senator David Perdue in that Georgia Senate runoff election race, which of course makes us all think about stimulus potential of those boosted stimulus checks in 2021. What are your thoughts there on what a Democratic majority in both the House and the Senate can do going forward this year, at least when it comes to economic aid for Americans?
Well, it's a sea change. So that one vote, that Ossoff vote, would mean that Chuck Schumer is orchestrating the Senate floor. He's in charge of the calendar. He can bring up bills as opposed to Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell was always lowballing the pandemic, both the economic costs and the healthcare costs on it. So this will mean a lot for the Biden agenda in general, but I do think you'll see something with the stimulus checks fairly quickly, assuming Ossoff wins. And look, based on the numbers out there now, he's going to win.
Now, in these policy ideas and priorities, you guys mentioned early detection and a testing system for coronavirus as one of those priorities, really getting this pandemic under control. Right now, we don't have really a national testing system in place. And as we were just talking about with Dr. Bell, the vaccine distribution has been incredibly messy. How much do you see the pandemic continuing to weigh on the economic security and future of Americans this year? I know that we do have a new administration coming in with plans in place, but how much do you think this pandemic could really weigh on us this year?
I thought Dr. Bell's comments were so right on the mark. Here's my charitable way of describing the Trump administration's handling of the coronavirus. It was basically, states, you do it. You figure out what needs to be done.
come up with your own plans, come up with 50 different plans and just go ahead. Well, I mean, that's just not going to work on something like this, and it's not going to work with vaccine distribution. So when we go from Trump to Biden, we're going to go from a you do it, you figure it out to here is a national plan. And look, this is job critical. You know, this we should be further ahead on vaccine distribution than we are right now. This is an abject failure. And, you know, I've talked to people on the transition and, you know, they really feel that the Trump administration is behind the 8 ball on this and has really, you know, just been derelict in their duty.
All right. Jim Kessler, Executive Vice President for Policy at Third Way. Thank you so much for joining us for our Funding Our Future segment today.
Thank you.
Now, Funding Our Future is an alliance of organizations dedicated to making a secure retirement possible for all Americans. All right, one last check of the markets right now before we end the show. We are continuing to see a rally right now. The Dow up roughly 600 points right now as all three major indices remain in the green, of course, keeping an eye on those Senate runoff elections in Georgia. Again, we have had the Associated Press call one of those races, Reverend Raphael Warnock, beating out Senator Kelly Loeffler for that seat. However, John Ossoff and Senator David Perdue still too close to call right now, 50.2% to 49.8% right now. But markets continuing to rally despite the prospect of a Democratic majority in both the House and the Senate. However, as to be expected right now, at least on a sector basis, we are seeing tech in the red, down 0.25 percentage point, the laggard on the day, of course, on that news of potential regulation. Alexis Christoforous picks up our coverage in the 2 p.m. hour next.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Yahoo Finance Live for this Wednesday, January 6th. I'm Alexis Christoforous. Stocks are rallying to record highs as Wall Street awaits final results from the Georgia Senate runoff elections, which will determine control of Congress and shape policy decisions for years to come. Here you have it, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up nearly 600 points. The rallying continues in the broader market where the S&P 500 is up better than 50. The Nasdaq Composite reversed an early loss and is now up 76 points. Not to be left out, we've got the Russell 2000 Small Cap Index, also at a record high. In fact, it's having its best day in nearly 8 months. As we have been reporting here on Yahoo Finance throughout the day, the Associated Press reports that Democrat Raphael Warnock has edged out incumbent Republican Kelly Loeffler to become Georgia's first black senator. But the race between incumbent Republican David Perdue and Democratic challenger John Ossoff remains too close to call. If both Democratic candidates win, they will have the majority in a 50-50 Senate, as Vice President-elect Kamala Harris would break any ties. Now, of course, there was talk that a blue wave in the Senate would lead to an initial sell-off, but as you can see today, that is clearly not the case. It seems investors are betting that a Democratic-controlled Congress will mean a more robust stimulus package and some form of infrastructure spending this year. Meantime, in bond markets, we've got the yield on the benchmark 10-year Treasury rising above 1% for the first time since March. Now, the thinking there is that more government spending under a Democratic Congress will boost the economy and also boost inflation, which could force the Fed to end its easy money policy, and they might just start raising interest rates. And of course, we see those interest rate sensitive stocks moving higher today, bank stocks leading the advance right now in the broader market. Jared Blickery has more on that high-flying sector today. Hi, Jared.
Hi there. Well, let's go straight to the Wi-Fi Interactive. There's so much to get to today. And you think about what's been happening over the last 2 months. There's been this rotation from the mega caps and the growth sector into the value and the cyclicals. And here we have financials up 5%. Now, this is a 3-month chart. And the last time we had a bigger move was right after the election. That was in the early part of November. And we saw an 8% move that day. So this is really just a continuation of a slightly greater than 2-month trend right here. And we're also seeing it in other sectors. But let's take a look at what some of the big banks are doing. JP Morgan up 5.5%. Bank America up 7.5%, 33% over the last 3 months. And then you take a look at Goldman Sachs. Well, they're at a record high. Haven't seen that in a long, long time. And they're up 6%, 43% over the last 3 months. So part of this has to do with what's happening in the bond market. And you mentioned that, Alexis, and you're right. It's kind of a situation where the market has been pricing in this for a while, but now we're just seeing the continuation of it. And there are a lot of parallels to 2016. We saw the same thing play out with small caps, with banks, energy stocks, right after President Trump was elected, and the bond market did something similar. Now, the one headwind we could face is that rates rise too rapidly. That could cause some equity market dislocations, but we're not there yet.
All right. Also want to touch on the action in tech stocks. If you can shed a light on what's happening there, because initially we had a sell-off because investors believed that a blue wave in the Senate would bring tighter regulation, higher taxes. But now we see tech stocks moving higher. So what's the thinking there?
Yeah, well, the tech sector overall looking pretty good, except for the mega caps right now. So software and chip stocks bouncing back, but the big guys are still stuck underwater. Part of this has to do with another rotation that's been in place over the last 2 months. So you take a look at Apple. Now it's still up. Now this has been an extremely impressive stock, but 14% compared to some of the returns that we've seen in the bank stocks we were just going over. And then you take a look at Amazon. Now that's been relatively flat over the last 3 months. So we haven't seen that big rotation. Now, when bond yields were going down initially about 9-10 months ago, and let's take a year-to-date chart on that. Well, year-to-date is going to be since the beginning of the year. We're going to go to 1 year. The last time we saw rates this high, it was in late February, early March. And at that time, we saw rates really crashing and there was no alternative. Money had to go into the growth stocks. That would be the FANG stocks. And so that's what we are seeing. And now, since rates have been rising over the last few months, we've seen a reversal of that. So as long as FANG stocks don't go down too much and the value in cyclical stocks continue to go up, we should have a robust market. It doesn't mean we won't have occasional hiccups, but this is a continuation of a multi-month trend. That's my bottom line.
All right. Speaking of robust, what about Bitcoin now blasting through $35,000? What's behind all of that momentum?
You know, this is another trend that's been continuing that was in place for some time. Let's just take a look at the Bitcoin chart here. And you can see over the last 3 months from the lower left to the upper right, and we've been accelerating here. And some would say the move is a little bit parabolic. And we've talked about the reasons why. You got the debasement of the US dollar, which has been depreciating against most currencies for at least the last 9 months in a big way. And then you have the rotation out of gold until really recently. We had a couple big up days in gold this week, but aside from that, the money that's going into the safety trade, it may be going into Bitcoin now. That may be the new safety trade, not to say that it's safe because it's extremely volatile, but definitely a victim of the hot money flows, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, you don't exactly think of the word safe when you talk about Bitcoin. All right, we also have to get to all the flip-flopping from the New York Stock Exchange when it comes to these Chinese telco companies. Yesterday, they said they were going to delist 3 of them. The White House says they were taken by surprise when the NYSE changed course on that thinking. And now it looks as though the White House is butting in again. What's the latest there?
Yeah, that's right. It was only yesterday that Mnuchin decided to call Stacey Cunningham, president of the NYSE, New York Stock Exchange, to say and clarify that, yes, those 3 stocks that have to do with Chinese telcos, those have to be delisted for security concerns. And there's a little bit of egg on the face for the New York Stock Exchange because of all these flip-flops here. It looks like there was some kind of managerial oversight, to say the least, at several levels. But heading into the new year, we're still expecting a robust IPO market. And you have to think that if it's mandated by Mnuchin and the Treasury Department, China can't place too much of the onus on the New York Stock Exchange.
All right, thanks a lot. Busy, busy day, Jared. And just a few minutes ago, we got the minutes from the Federal Reserve's last meeting, and our Fed correspondent, Brian Chung, is here now to break that down for us. So after looking over those minutes, Brian, did you get any more clarity on the Fed's bond purchasing plans?
Well, for those that were watching that December 16th meeting, they'll recall that that was the big focal point of that meeting, the Federal Reserve holding interest rates steady in that meeting, but saying that it would commit to continuing to buy at least $120 billion of assets per month until there was, quote, substantial further progress towards its dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices. Now, of course, the question then is, what does substantial further progress mean? And it seems like the minutes that we just got about 8 minutes ago unpack that a little bit more. Now, the participants broadly on the Federal Open Market Committee, again, that policy setting committee, said that they wanted to make sure that they were clearly communicating exactly what that meant in the coming meetings, that they preferred to actually keep it vague in that December meeting. There were some differences with regards to whether or not they should have made changes to the QE program in that meeting itself. There was, quote, a couple, so 2 FOMC participants that favored longer dated purchases announced in that meeting. Of course, that didn't happen and that wasn't the case, but there were also a number of participants that said tapering could, quote, generally follow a sequence from 2013 and 2014, which hints that they're actually looking forward ahead in time to a point in time when the Federal Reserve could start paring back on its quantitative easing programs. So you have people on different sides of the committee kind of differing on where they think QE should be going. And a lot of that is because of the trajectory of the economy. On one hand, there's the downside risks of the increasing amount of COVID cases around the world and in this country, including that new strain. But then you have the upside risk of the vaccine development, which is rolling out right now. Broadly speaking, the FOMC minutes noted that they saw that vaccine news as, quote, reducing downside risks over the medium term. But they said participants still saw, quote, significant uncertainties. That will be the big tell for what they do with their quantitative easing program going forward. But again, the big thing from the minutes that were just released about 10 minutes ago, that the Federal Reserve did commit to keeping that $120 billion as a floor for those purchases, but saying we could be quite flexible with it going forward. Alexis?
All right, appreciate it, Brian Chung. Want to get more on the markets now with Michelle Schneider, partner and director of trading, research, and education at marketgauge.com. Michelle, thanks for joining us on this very busy news day. When you look at how investors are reacting today, what does it tell you about how they are viewing a possible blue wave in the Senate?
Well, it's hard to argue with the fact that their optimism has gone to a new level today. And if we just remove ourselves from all the politics for a moment, as Jared was saying, I was listening to him before when you were speaking with him, this was already in gear long before we've come into 2021, really basically starting in July, where we saw this incredible rotation into the Russell 2000, the small caps, the transportation sector, and also the retail sector, which are really what I consider to be the best barometer for optimism in terms of the overall U.S. economy, of course, looking forward. So I don't see any great surprises here today.
Do you think if the Senate does indeed go Democratic, do you think that that change in control of the Senate is going to be a catalyst for investors to shift the kinds of stocks that they're going to want to buy in 2021 and in the next few years? Might we see the losers, so to speak, of last year become this year's winners?
Well, very possibly. One of the areas, and that seeing tremendous buying in today, and we've been in Viacom, is in the media sector, which got really pummeled during the Trump administration. And I don't believe they're going to be the major focus, at least not by the Democrats, as we're going into the next 4 years with Biden. So that's an opportunity. Another opportunity would be healthcare, which was another thing that was sort of out there, but never really dealt with in terms of Affordable Care Act. As we know, the Supreme Court did not do anything negative to it, but there hasn't been any great legislation to bring that forward. So some of these healthcare stocks, another stock we were looking at that made a move today is Teladoc, which is more online healthcare, but you could be looking at United Healthcare. And then, of course, there's cannabis, which I think probably the biggest winner out of all of this might be that it'll be perceived that this new blue Senate would be friendlier to making some kind of changes on a federal level in terms of right now we have interstate regulations as a big no-no when it comes to recreational marijuana and medical marijuana, and that might change. So we're seeing huge moves in some of those cannabis stocks today.
For sure, some double-digit moves to the upside in cannabis. We're going to have more on that sector a little later on when Emily McCormick joins us. But conversely, Michelle, what are some areas you think you might want to stay away from if we do have a Democratic-controlled Congress, or those that might not benefit quite as much?
Well, I've been hearing a lot of conversation about big tech, and it's been something that I've been talking about, quite honestly, long before this happened, because it seemed pretty obvious that when you looked at the momentum on stocks like Amazon and Nvidia and Microsoft, to use three, that they were already going into the negative area of momentum. They were waning in momentum. In terms of price, they seem to be very saturated. In terms of upside potential, very limited. So I would not necessarily be going into those stocks. Of course, if the market continues to rally, they won't go down much. But if we see any kind of major correction here, regardless of what happens with taxes, I think those areas will be hit the hardest for now.
I want to talk about inflation and the likelihood for it rising in 2021. If you look at the action in the bond market today, we've got the yield on the 10-year above 1% for the first time in months. So clearly bond traders are bracing for what could be higher inflation this year. Do you think that that's what we're in for? And if so, where's it going to come from? I mean, I guess you could argue that we're already seeing some food inflation, and we do have crude prices moving higher.
Well, Alexis, you just brought up my favorite topic. Yes, this is definitely something that's a concern. And finally, I think the Federal Reserve has taken their head out of the sand because they've been talking about inflation running hot and looking for it to be above 2%. But of course, it depends on where you look. So as you mentioned, food commodities, corn, soybeans, wheat have been flying. Even sugar, which is an interesting secret barometer of measuring inflation for many reasons, is also rallying. And then, of course, steel. If you look at U.S. steel today, that stock, it's up about 18%. Copper, they've all been flying. And so there's many reasons beyond what happened, obviously, with growing money supply and increasing debt. But also in terms of the food commodities, which we have felt this would be led by food commodities, this inflation. We also have La Nina happening. So we have drought conditions. We've had production being cut by many farmers going into this because of surpluses, on top of supply chain disruptions and low labor force. So this wouldn't plague any administration. And so I think that this will be something right now that they'll let run even hotter because they're worried about putting a big crash on the market. But again, with this potential tapering that the Fed is talking about, at least they're aware. And that is something that all investors need to be aware of as well.
Before we let you go, Michelle, if the Fed were to start raising interest rates, does that not happen until perhaps the early part of 2022?
That's probably correct. I think that we're just really starting to see the real signs of inflation. And I know you guys have been talking about Bitcoin versus gold, and gold not necessarily being the great barometer of inflation. But I would be watching also the gold miners here, because they've well underperformed. And if they start catching up, and if we want to look specifically at GDX, if that starts clearing 39.40, I think then you'll see gold follow. Silver's already started. And that will also mean that we're going to be in a situation where the emotional side of inflation trading will start to kick in long before the Fed can really act.
The emotional side of inflation trading. All right, Michelle Schneider of Market Gauge, we're going to leave it there. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Alexis.
Coming up, the latest food trend of 2021, plant-based shrimp. We're going to speak with the CEO of New Wave Foods up next. Welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. Well, if 2020 was the year of the plant-based burger, then 2021 could be the year of plant-based seafood. New Wave Foods announced today it just closed an $18 million Series A round for its plant-based seafood alternatives. Investors include New Enterprise Associates, Evolution VC Partners, and Tyson Foods, which owns a minority stake in the company. Joining me now is the CEO of New Wave Foods, Mary McGovern. Mary, thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations on the Series A round. Tell us what you plan to do with the money you've raised now. What will that allow New Wave Foods to do?
Well, thank you. Yes, closing the $18 million Series A puts us in a position to enter the market with great force. We are about to come in with a very aggressive go-to-market plan. We're coming in through food service, where 80% of shrimp is consumed. The shrimp market itself is an $8 billion market, so we are really entering some huge white space with an extraordinary product that has the taste, the texture, and the versatility of shrimp. So we are very excited. We have deemed 2021 the year of the shrimp.
Okay, so tell us I'm a big fan of shrimp, by the way. What is the New Wave shrimp made of exactly?
Well, New Wave shrimp is 100% plant-based. Cornerstones are, first of all, is seaweed. So there's a seaweed derivative that gives it its crunch. And there's also the protein. The plant protein is mung bean. So those are two of the anchors of our product.
So right now you've got shrimp. Plans for other products, I understand. Will we start seeing plant-based crab and plant-based lobster down the road?
Absolutely. So in this coming year, our plan is to own shrimp. So we are going to enter the market, and not only with the first shrimp, which is like a frozen pre-cooked shrimp, and it is the size that you would have in an entree. We're going to come with a second size, which is more of a popcorn size, as well as breaded and sauced. So we're going to come in and give the full array of shrimp in this year. And then we are going to follow next year to complete the shellfish portfolio with lobster, scallops, and crab. All plant-based, 100% plant-based.
Mary, I want to talk about where we can find your products, because it's my understanding that they are not in retail stores or online. And I guess that leaves restaurants. If you're supplying restaurants, it's a challenging time to be doing that. No, I mean, here we have this pandemic, lots of restrictions on indoor and outdoor dining. So how are sales right now to the restaurant industry for you?
So we are just starting to ship this month. And we are very excited to have a wonderful partner for distribution, which will give us national distribution very quickly. And because 80% of shrimp is consumed on food service, it's most certainly the channel to be in. There have been, even in these difficult times, some really highly successful adaptive players in the market, and we're going with them first. But we think that the back half of the year, we're really going to see things picked up, which is perfect timing and perfect positioning, not only for our product, but the fact that so many people want to get back out, normalize their lives, go out to dinner. And there's only that much more interest in plant-based, healthy, sustainable eating coming out of this pandemic period.
I understand you are not a publicly traded company, so you don't have to tell us all, but can you share with us who any of your partners are, what restaurants we might expect to see your new wave shrimp being offered in?
I wish I could, but I can tell you that in the second quarter, and certainly in the back half of the year, you will see us in national chains as well as regional, and you'll see us in a variety of settings. So this year you will start to see us in many locations.
You are a veteran of the consumer packaged goods industry, having worked at a number of the big names there, including General Mills. I would imagine with a background like yours, getting this product into retail stores will be part of the equation at some point. Do you have a timeline as to when you hope to do that?
We don't have so much of a timeline on retail, but I can tell you that from the CPG side of things, that this is a branded product and we will be a branded food company. And so we're coming in with very, very strong branding. We can see retail following at some point, but truly probably the first inroads in retail will be through their home meal solutions. So we've already had some interest from leading retailers in that arena. So that could be a very good segue, but we're going to let the culinary force and the culinary leadership and innovation in food service be the way this is introduced, and let the at-home follow.
What does Beyond Meat and Impossible Foods, two leaders in the plant-based food industry, what do those companies mean to a new wave foods, and do you view them at all as competition?
Oh, we don't see them as competition. Honestly, what they have done is they have shown and validated and opened up minds and opened up the market. And honestly, our entry into this marketplace has been facilitated greatly by what they have done and the success that they have had. And our plan is to come in and own this space. So, they're focused on meat and poultry and, meats of all types. And the seafood space is white space. So we plan to come in and by coming in as strong as we are with all that we're bringing to own the seafood, particularly the shellfish space. In fact, one of our investors calls us the Beyond Meat of seafood.
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? The way the stock has performed, maybe that's not such a bad thing. Mary McGovern, CEO of New Wave Foods, thanks so much. And we look forward to continuing to follow your company.
Thank you so much.
Coming up, we're going to have the latest on the Georgia Senate runoff elections for you and what it could all mean for your portfolio.
Is that right?
We're back to this. All right, welcome back to Yahoo Finance Live. We've got some breaking news for you. We saw a nice rally in stocks earlier. They're starting to pull back now. And in fact, the Nasdaq is lower by just about 2 points. The Dow had been up about 600. It's now pairing that gain up about 450 at the moment. We've got the S&P also off its highs of the day, up now just about 34 points. And this is on reports that the U.S. Capitol is in lockdown mode right now, with lawmakers inside as violent clashes begin to break out between supporters of President Donald Trump and the police. We've got our Washington correspondent, Jessica Smith, joining us now for more on this. So, Jess, what do you know? I know it's a very fluid situation there.
It is a very fluid situation, but what we know is that protesters have made it inside the U.S. Capitol. The Capitol is now on lockdown as these protesters that we've seen on the Capitol complex have now made their way into the Capitol building. According to reporters who are on the scene there, who are at the Capitol, protesters are outside the Senate chamber. A Huffington Post reporter says that some sort of gas has been set off. He says he's not sure by whom, but that is the situation that he is seeing play out on the ground. We know lawmakers had to stop debate. They were debating the objections to the certification of President-elect Biden's Electoral College victory, but they had to pause that because of the situation with these protesters and the lockdown. We know that Vice President Pence and other top lawmakers were pulled out of the chamber. We're not sure exactly where they were taken, but they were taken away from the chamber as these protesters got inside. We know that 2 other buildings on the complex have been evacuated at one point. Capitol Police were telling staffers and members of Congress to leave those buildings. Again, not saying a specific reason, but it is, as we've seen all of these protesters become more and more intense throughout the day. But again, we are still waiting to learn more information here about what exactly is happening there. But what we know, protesters are inside the U.S. Capitol, and the Capitol building is now on lockdown. They have shut the doors to the House and Senate chambers. We know that staff, the press gallery staff, was telling reporters what the plan was should protesters get inside. They said they would move reporters inside the chamber as well and lock the doors. So we will be continuing to follow this situation and bring you any updates as we get them.
All right, thanks very much, Jessica Smith, on the protests outside in the Capitol there. You're seeing some pictures of that right now. I want to get over to Jared Blickery, who has more on what President Donald Trump is saying about all this. He tweeted just moments ago. Jared, what can you tell us?
Sure. Let me just read this tweet, which we have up on the Wi-Fi Interactive. Mike Pence, and this is from Donald Trump, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones, which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. And just a few minutes later, Donald Trump Jr. seems to offer a little bit lighter tone, maybe walking back that a little bit, just reading into this. He's saying this is wrong and not who we are. Be peaceful and use your First Amendment rights, but don't start acting like the other side. We have a country to save, and this doesn't help anyone.
All right, Jared, thank you so much for that. I want to bring in Ed Mills now. He is Washington policy analyst at Raymond James. Ed, boy, oh boy, what a busy day this one. We thought it was going to be busy, but I think this is even busier than we expected. I want to first, before we jump into the Georgia runoff elections, get your reaction to what we're seeing happening in D.C. right now. I want to share with our viewers something that Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell said earlier today. He gave a forceful rebuke of President Trump's claims that he lost his reelection bid because of fraud, saying that there was no evidence of fraud, quote, anywhere near the massive scale that would have tipped this entire election. Ed, has President Trump basically set up the Republican Party for civil war in the months ahead?
You know, Alexis, this is scary. I worked on Capitol Hill for almost a decade. I was evacuated for terrorist attacks. I was evacuated for kind of suspicious packages. What I'm seeing here is not a scene that we want to see. There is a process that is supposed to take place. The Electoral College has already voted. This is opening the envelopes. This is certifying and writing down who was the winner. It is unfortunate, in my opinion, that this is happening right now. but it is happening because there are allegations that are being brought forward that have not been proven in a court of law or provided any evidence. And so I do see those tweets that came earlier, but it is important for everyone to start turning down the temperature.
What about those handful of Republicans who are siding with President Trump, who are contesting Joe Biden's victory, ingratiating themselves with Trump's base, like a Senator Ted Cruz? What happens to them when it comes time for midterm elections in a few years?
You know, it is an interesting question, because I think what we are seeing right now is that some of the response is clearly political. We do have some of the folks that are leading these charges concerned about primary challenges. We have individuals who are looking to run for president in 2024. Mitch McConnell, in his speech today, kind of rose to the occasion and highlighted that what Congress's role here is really more of certifying what has already been certified. And so ultimately, it's probably too soon to tell the kind of electoral consequences of this. But when you have a highly politicized environment here, and you have a highly polarized country, there will be some who are rewarded, and there will be some who are not rewarded and harmed based upon their votes and their speeches today. I do think that it will be remembered for the midterm election, and it's not a clear-cut case one way or another, who's helped and who's hurt here.
What does this all mean for Joe Biden, who I'm sure is looking at all of this playing out today? What does this do for his legislative agenda when you have these, and my understanding is there have already been a few arrests, when you have what are turning into violent protests now on Capitol Hill?
So for Joe Biden, the most important thing that is happening today is that he will be certified. He will be sworn in on January 20th as the next president of the United States. And we have election results in Georgia that look very likely that he is going to have a majority in the Senate. It's going to be 50-50, with the tiebreaker going to Kamala Harris. The House is also Democratic. And so what that allows him to do is he will have at least an opportunity for a vote for his agenda items on both the House and the Senate floor, as well as a confirmation of anyone that he puts up, as long as Democrats stick together. So he will be able to put his team together. And so what's important is the certification, as well as the ability looking forward for him to at least get a fair hearing of his agenda. For Republicans, what we have seen over the last arguably 12 years is that with the polarization in our country, if the other side does not view you as legitimate or has a very low opinion of you, there's very little incentive for compromise. So getting anything grand, getting the 60 vote threshold in the Senate, is still going to be difficult to impossible.
Just moments ago, by the way, Ed, the mayor of Washington, D.C. tweeted out that she is ordering a citywide curfew for the District of Columbia from 6 p.m. tonight through 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it goes to show you there, Muriel Bowser, understanding the severity of the situation playing out right now in D.C. with these Trump protesters clashing with police. I want to switch gears for a moment and talk about the Georgia runoff election. And that's sort of getting lost now amidst all of this drama that we're seeing in D.C., but we still don't know where one of those seats is going to wind up. We could be looking at a blue wave in the Senate. What do you make of the market reaction to that? Because there had been talk that, well, if there's a blue wave, we're going to see this big dramatic sell-off. That is not what we saw. So what are investors banking on?
Well, Alexis, I think you hit on the fact that this is a market that people want to invest in. There is no alternative. What we are seeing today is certain sectors outperform others based upon what the legislative and regulatory environment is going to look like for at least the next couple of years. So with anticipation for additional government spending, be it on stimulus, be it for infrastructure spending, there could be a little bit of an inflation concern that comes into the market, a steepening of the yield curve. That's very favorable for financials. Industrials get the bid on any talk about an infrastructure bid. consumer discretionary is supported on the fact that we could see a vote near term on a $2,000 check. What has been weaker today, what has underperformed, is technology, because there's a sense that there could be changes to the tax code, not only on capital gains, but also on profits, where you have a lot of tech companies that haven't been paying anywhere close to the statutory rate, as well as more potential regulation, especially on the antitrust side. So you will see market impacts because of this election, and I think they're reasonable. But overall, we have been telling folks, keep to your plan, buy any of these dips, because really there hasn't been a lot of other alternatives to the stock market and to equities, as well as the reopening trade and additional stimulus should provide a near-term boost to the markets as well.
All right, Ed, I'm going to ask you to stick around. I just want to get back to our Washington correspondent, Jessica Smith, for more on what she's hearing right now about these protests in D.C. Jess?
Yeah, as we mentioned in the last hit a few minutes ago, protesters have made it inside the Capitol, and now the officer in the Capitol building there is telling lawmakers that they may need to duck under their chairs and get ready to evacuate as protesters continue to make their way into the building. We have also seen several reports from reporters who are on the scene there, who are at the Capitol, saying that some sort of gas has been used. We know that staff and police are telling people to stay away from doors and windows. They are trying to get the situation under control. Again, the House and Senate both having to take a break from that debate over the Electoral College certification. And now they are on lockdown as these Trump supporters and protesters have made their way inside the building. So a very scary situation at the Capitol here. We're still trying to learn more about what exactly is going on, a very fluid situation here. But we know Vice President Pence has been taken outside of the building. He was presiding over that joint session of Congress, and he was taken out. Now lawmakers told to get ready to get under their chairs and get ready to evacuate, as again, they try to get the situation under control.
My goodness, it is deteriorating quickly. Lots of chaos there. Jess, thanks for the update. Let's get reaction now from Ed Mills, Washington policy analyst at Raymond James. Ed, you used the word scary a moment ago. Jessica did just now as well. What do you make of what's playing out right now in D.C.?
Well, I worked on Capitol Hill before 9/11 and after 9/11, and there was a significant change in the security posture, obviously. And so we have a Capitol Hill Police Department that is incredible. Really amazing men and women who know how to do their jobs. Every congressional office, to the extent that there is even any concern about a canister of gas, everyone after 9/11, every congressional office has a go bag. Every congressional office has enough gas masks for every staff member, unfortunately. There are responders to give messages out in the Capitol. For basically the last 80 years, every single seat in the House of Representatives is bulletproof. They are going to protect this chamber. I hope doesn't escalate from here, but there are plans in place that have gone back now for 20 years to make sure that members are protected, staff are protected, and they can respond to anything that happens.
It really is incredible, these pictures that we're seeing right now inside the Capitol. I want to bring in Andy Serwer, our editor-in-chief, who's also following all of this. And Andy, we thought that the biggest thing we'd be talking about today was the Georgia runoff election. Well, you know what? Think again. We see stocks now coming off their highs of the day. In fact, the Nasdaq has turned negative. You've covered many things on politics over the years, many elections. What do you make of what's taking place now in D.C.?
Yeah, I lived in Washington, D.C. in the 1960s as a boy, and I remember the protests then and the tear gas, and we've certainly seen tear gas and many demonstrations since then, but has been nothing like this. Breaking into the Capitol building. They've essentially, and there's sort of no other way to put this, 2 sentences. They have stormed the Capitol. That's one sentence. And let me put the second as a question. How is this not a coup attempt? Okay, you never thought you'd say that in America. But how is this not a coup attempt? They have interrupted and stopped the certification of the next president of the United States. Now, if this was happening in what we used to call a third world country, we'd be reporting this and saying, oh, this is a coup attempt. But this is here in the United States of America. And so it seems foreign for us to say this is a coup attempt. But I'm not quite sure how to characterize this otherwise. Now, these people don't have weapons. They've been relatively peaceful. They've kept the barricades up inside the Capitol when they're walking around. But who knows, things could change in a second. The current president of the United States is complicit in all this action. And then you've got the situation happening tonight where the mayor of DC has announced a 6 p.m. curfew. Who knows what's going to happen at that point? And the police are outnumbered. Now, when we had a Black Lives Matter protest a number of weeks and months ago, the police were not outnumbered, and they had plenty of weaponry to deal with the protesters. But apparently this time around, they were caught unawares. How is that possible? How is that possible? There are a lot of things to unwind. This is a big moment in American history, and quite frankly, a dark one, and it sends a very dark signal to everyone who lives in this country, and in fact, to people around the world.
Andy, I want to get over to Jessica Smith, our Washington correspondent, who's following all this for us. And I see that President Trump is busy tweeting at the moment. Jess, what is he saying now?
Yeah, President Trump just tweeted as these protesters are making their way into the Capitol. He says, please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful. As he is tweeting that, lawmakers are being evacuated from the U.S. Capitol, or at least from the House chamber. According to the Hill Pool, lawmakers are being evacuated as protesters, it seems, are banging on the door. So quite a stunning situation here to have lawmakers who were voting, who were debating on the certification of President-elect Biden's victory, now being rushed out of the House chamber as protesters bang on the door. So quite a development there. Again, we'll keep you updated as we learn more. A very fluid situation.
Antifa is rushing the building.
Yeah, I do want to read something that we're just getting from the House pool, again, or from the Hill pool, the Capitol Hill pool of reporters. It says that, you know what, we're going to come back. I want to find out more about this that we're just hearing, and then we'll come back to this.
All right, sounds good. Thanks a lot, Jess. We'll touch base with you in a moment. I want to bring in Michael Isikoff now. He is Yahoo News' chief investigative correspondent. Mike, thanks so much for jumping on the show with us here. It is an absolute incredible scene, what we see playing out right now in D.C. Our editor-in-chief, Andy Serwer, was just on saying, you know, you never thought you would say words like, there is a coup going on right now in our own country. What do you make of what's playing out right now there? Mike, I think you might be muted. Just on.
How's this? Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Yeah.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, look, this is absolutely extraordinary and unprecedented. I can't emphasize that enough. But just to put how the lead up to this was Trump's remarkable speech on in which he riled these people up, making all sorts of, completely outrageous claims, demanding that Mike Pence support him and do what's right, which is overturn the election, threatening to primary any Republican members of Congress who don't go along. We're going to primary them. We're going to go after them. And on he went, demanding what he called at one point a redo, as though there's any such thing in our Constitution as a redo of the election. So, you have the president of the United States riling up this crowd, getting them angrier and angrier. Then they do this. They storm the Capitol. They interfere. They disrupt the constitutional process of accepting the Electoral College votes. And then the president tweets, support the Capitol Police and be peaceful. Well, it's a little late, Mr. President, because you were the one who was essentially the architect of this chaos that we're seeing in the Capitol right now.
Earlier today, we know that Vice President Mike Pence came out actually numerous times saying, I have no control over what's the vote that's going on today to certify the election, even though he was getting pressure.
And I was like, no, I need a minute.
We also heard from Mitch McConnell, Senate Majority Leader, rebuking Trump's election fraud claims. What does all of this do to the Republican Party, Michael, going forward? I mean, are we just going to have this, stark divide within the party under the Biden administration?
Well, that is going to be really interesting to see whether some of those Republicans who have essentially caused this by announcing their determination to make these objections, whether they go through with this. Because at this point, remember, the members of Congress have now been evacuated from the Capitol because of these protests. Now, do they really want to continue this process under these circumstances, under the threat of mob violence, which is essentially what we're seeing here, or mob intimidation? So, already I'm seeing some tweets from Republican members of Congress saying this is outrageous, this cannot continue. Some of these are Trump supporters. Whether that will bleed over to the Ted Cruz's of the world and the others who have made, who have basically provoked the crowd with these baseless claims of fraud, and then triggered the process by filing these objections. Will we be going through that? Because look, they've disrupted it now. The debate is not going on. They've indicated plans to object to as many as 6 states. We'll see whether that happens or not. But this could make this process go on for many, many hours, if not days. As we speak, I'm getting an emergency alert here from Mayor Bowser issuing a citywide curfew for Washington, D.C. for tonight, starting at 6 p.m. And lasting until 6 a.m. tomorrow. This is affecting the whole city. It is really beyond the pale.
I want to bring back Andy Serwer, our editor-in-chief, because Andy, I want to bring this back to what we do here at Yahoo Finance, and that is talk about the markets. I mean, we're seeing all this play out in DC, and the stock market is behaving accordingly. We've got the Nasdaq now lower by about 75 points, the Dow and S&P well off their highs. What does all of this chaos that's playing out, you think, mean for Wall Street?
Well, I mean, it's not surprising. And maybe the whole thing is not surprising. I mean, this is our colleague Akiko Fujita just said that maybe this is an inevitable conclusion, or an inevitable chapter, I should say, of the Trump era. But of course, Wall Street's going to respond negatively and the stocks will sell off. And, I think peace will be restored at some point, and fairly quickly, once the security forces rally themselves and get organized. And I do believe that Joe Biden will be president on January 20th and the markets will recover. But make no mistake about it. I mean, this is a stain on our nation, and it is a permanent stain. And it is something that takes a country down a notch, right? It's sort of like a credit rating that is not something that you can actually see, but you can feel. It's like our country is not what it used to be. I don't think there's any question about that. And I think that will be something that's digested by the markets ultimately. It's not going to be something that's going to, tank your stock portfolio forever at this point. But it's bigger than the stock market. It really is. And that's the way to think about it, Alexis.
Ed Mills over at Raymond James has been with us throughout this hour. Ed, would you agree with that? Is this what's happening today a permanent stain on the U.S.? And how might investors interpret what's happening?
So when I look at the market reaction here, Alexis, it is off the session highs, but for the most part, we're still up for the day because I think there is a recognition here that there is a certain inevitability in terms of what happens on January 20th. And I think when you look at some of the challenges to these electoral college results, the question is, what's the end game? Because on January 20th at 12:01, someone needs to be sworn in president, or we go down the line of presidential succession. And that's a scenario where Nancy Pelosi, as Speaker of the House, becomes temporary president. So it's not as if there is a situation, based upon kind of any protest that keeps Donald Trump as president at this point. So the market is more focused on what are the policies of the next 2 years with the Congress that was voted in with the final election last night. What are the policies over the next 4 years? They're looking at COVID. They see vaccines being distributed. They are looking at a reopening. There is going to be a stain from these events. We have a lot of healing to do. This is a recognition of how polarized we are as a society. And it is also a reminder that when you have different members of Congress and elected officials willing to gin up groups, there are real consequences for that. And so that should be reserved when there are honest concerns versus allegations that have had no proof brought in a court of law, like what we have seen here.
All right, we are hearing now that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is requesting the National Guard to come in to get the situation under control. Let's check in with our Washington correspondent, Jessica Smith, again, who's been following all of it. Jess?
Yeah, a very chaotic scene at the U.S. Capitol here as we are trying to piece together exactly what is happening. We know protesters have made it into the building. We know lawmakers have been evacuated. They were debating over the certification of the Electoral College votes, but they have had to stop that because of these protesters. I'm looking through here at a pool report from reporters who are on the Hill, and they say that lawmakers, again, were evacuated. They were told to stay calm and wait for Capitol Police to come. We know some groups of lawmakers in certain areas of the Capitol are waiting for Capitol Police to come get them and take them to a safe location. We also know that Rules Committee Chair McGovern is telling members that there is tear gas in the rotunda of the Capitol and grabbing the mask under their seats and be prepared to put it on. So that is what Congressman McGovern is saying there. According to this pool report, it says it's absolutely chaos. The House chamber doors are barricaded. Glass has been broken into the gallery door. And again, members on the floor have been evacuated. Others are waiting for Capitol Police and sheltering in place. Members are praying. So that is what we're dealing with right now. Again, Vice President Pence has already been moved out, but it looks like more and more protesters are inside the building here. We know that Mayor Bowser has put in a 6 p.m. curfew. Speaker Pelosi has asked for the National Guard, so we'll continue to follow this situation. But again, lawmakers being evacuated, taken to safe locations. These protesters continue to storm the Capitol.
Absolutely incredible scenes that we see playing out there in our nation's capital. I want to bring in our political reporter, Kristen Myers, now for more on this. So what's your take on what you see unfolding?
You know, it's not completely unprecedented what we're seeing right now with these images. The Capitol has been breached before. However, it has been decades before we've ever seen anything like this. There have been shootings inside the Capitol before. I believe around 1954 or something like that. There was a shooting. There was another one again in the late 90s. But again, this is absolutely chilling. Some of these images that we are seeing. And if we are to consider that the president is the one, as Andy Serwer was saying just a little bit earlier, not just but complicit, but really fanning a lot of these flames, urging these protesters to march on the Capitol, of course, then tweeting out that he wants everyone to stay peaceful. However, this is truly something, these actions that we are seeing really honestly at the behest, I think, of the president. Akiko Fujita saying, wasn't this all the inevitable conclusion? I think that's something that is really spot on. This is the worst case scenario that I think a lot of people have been talking about. They were worried about happening on this day with Republican lawmakers protesting and challenging the certification of these election results. And now we're seeing this worst case scenario happen. And if this is what's going to happen on the day that lawmakers are joining together in this joint session of Congress, I really can only wonder what is going to happen on January 20th. when President-elect Joe Biden is supposed to take his oath of office. If this is what we are seeing today on January 6th, what happens in 2 weeks' time when the election is really over and we're supposed to transition into the next administration? I mean, honestly, it's absolutely appalling. It's galling. I can only think of what would have happened if President Obama had been behaving this way in the last weeks of his presidency. Absolutely chilling effect here, I think, on democracy and on the election itself.
But you know what? Having said all of that, take a look at how the market's holding up, right, Kristen? I mean, we've got the Nasdaq down, but by only 35 points. The Dow is still up more than 400. We've got the S&P up about 30 points. I want to bring in my co-hosts now of the 3 to 5 o'clock shows, Adam Shapiro and Shauna Smith, who are going to take over our live coverage of these unprecedented events playing out in Washington, D.C. We use the word unprecedented a lot, right, Adam and Shauna, but there are other times in history where we've seen protests, violent protests, play out in our nation's capital.
Well, we have seen violent protests in our nation's capital. There were the veterans benefit protests in the early days of the Depression, the World War I veterans. There were, as we just heard Kristen allude to, the thoughts that were shared by Puerto Rican nationalists in the 1950s inside Congress because they were demanding independence for Puerto Rico. But you are correct. But nothing perhaps on this scale with the president encouraging this kind of stuff. So, Alexis, thank you. And again, I am Adam Shapiro. Shauna Smith and I are going to lead you through the next 2 hours, which includes the closing bell. But as you can see in this video, protesters have stormed the U.S. Capitol, encouraged by President Trump to defy the law and the will of the people who voted for President-elect Joe Biden. This, as a blue wave washes across Georgia, the Democrats won one of the 2 Senate seats that were up for grabs, but it now appears they could claim the other. All of this, as Congress had started the process to certify Joe Biden's presidential victory, it is now on pause as those protesters storm the Capitol building and are trying to break into the chamber, the House of Representatives. We're also going to take a look, by the way, of the impact of all of this on markets and how investors should prepare for the next few years. We've got Nuveen's chief equity strategist, Bob Dahl. He is on deck to offer some insight on what we can expect ahead. Then there's Moody's Analytics chief economist, Mark Zandi. He will guide us through the just reported drop in private payrolls and what that means for the upcoming Labor Department jobs report. You don't want to blink because the last hour of trading promises to be a blockbuster as you see those live shots and the video of the protesters on Capitol Hill, live from Washington, D.C. I'm Adam Shapiro, along with Shauna Smith. Shauna?
And taking a look at the market's reaction, like Alexis was just alluding to a couple of minutes ago, it's kind of remarkable that we are seeing a bigger reaction here in the markets. The Dow is still up just around 449 points as of right now. The S&P holding on to gains up just around 0.8%. The Nasdaq, though, is in the red. The Nasdaq, though, has been the underperformer for most of the day as we have seen big tech under pressure. We have the Nasdaq off just around 0.3%. But Adam, like you are saying, really what we are seeing play out on Capitol Hill right now is a very, very chaotic scene. You can see some of the video there on our screen right now. The Capitol building is on lockdown. This, of course, coming amid the pro-President Trump protests. The Senate has been evacuated. The protesters storming the Capitol building during the certification of the election results. The Senate is not deliberating right now. They have been evacuated. So we, of course, are going to continue to monitor this situation. And for that, we want to bring in Jessica Smith, who, of course, is following the latest on these protests for us. Jess?
Yeah, Shauna, it is just chaos at the Capitol right now. We know that protesters have made their way from the Capitol complex, where we've been seeing them all day, actually to the Capitol. They have gone inside the Capitol, and now they are inside the Senate chambers. Lawmakers have been evacuated from the House and Senate chambers, taken to a safe location. But again, protesters have made their way inside. Lawmakers and other reporters who are at the Capitol have said there is tear gas in the Capitol. Again, not sure where that is coming from, but there's tear gas in the Capitol. Glass has been broken in the chamber at the door. There is what pool reports are saying. we're trying to figure out exactly what is happening right now, because this is all so fluid. But we know as they were voting earlier this afternoon, as they were debating, Vice President Pence was rushed out, and now lawmakers have been taken out as well. We are seeing lots of different reports of just chaos through the Capitol. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this and see what else is happening. As soon as we get more information, more updates, we'll be sure to let you know.
Jessica, there have been several tweets from key personnel. We know that the president attacked Vice President Pence. Do you have that tweet and what the president said? And then the follow-up tweet where the president alleges to call for peace, or for at least peaceful protest.
Yeah, I don't have that tweet in front of me of President Trump talking about Vice President Pence, but he did express his disappointment that Pence said he would not try to overturn the results of the election, that he would just be the moderator essentially of the vote in the debate today. But then we did see President Trump just a few minutes ago urging people to stay peaceful as you see this chaos erupt at the Capitol. And we should note that Speaker Pelosi did ask the National Guard to come and help secure the Capitol. But reportedly, again, according to the Washington Post, the Pentagon has denied request for the National Guard at the Capitol. Again, no reason for that. According to the Washington Post, the Department of Defense has denied that request. So we'll be looking for more updates on that.
Hey, Jared, we want to bring in Jared Lickery because Jared has those tweets that we were just referencing, just about what President Trump said about Vice President Mike Pence, and then also what he said when he was urging for peaceful protests earlier. Jared, what do you have on that?
Yeah, we have these up on the Wi-Fi Interactive. So let me just read through them. This came about 15, 20 minutes ago from President Trump saying, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. Only minutes later, and this may or may not have been related to President Trump's, his son, Donald Trump Jr., tweeted this: "This is wrong and not who we are. Be peaceful and use your First Amendment rights, but don't start acting like the other side. We have a country to save, and this doesn't help anyone." And then this just came minutes ago from President Trump. "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." So differing statements from President Trump there.
Jared, stand with us because we want to bring in Rick Newman, who covers politics here at Yahoo Finance as well, because what we're witnessing is absolutely historic. Before we go to Rick, we did hear Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell during the peaceful beginnings of the process to certify the Electoral College count warn about the dangers of the protests that were going to be taking place by Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley and others. And here's what Mitch McConnell said. Then we're going to have Rick respond to this.
If this election were overturned by mere allegations from the losing side, our democracy would enter a death spiral. We'd never see the whole nation accept an election again.
Rick, it sounds like it might have been too little too late.
Yeah, and something like an hour later, McConnell and all the rest of the senators had to vacate the Senate as these protesters got inside Capitol Hill. So McConnell, when he gave that speech, the immediate aftermath was, well, it might seem like too little too late, but at least Mitch McConnell is finally standing up for democracy. And it's pretty ironic that democracy seems to be in flight from Capitol Hill at the moment. Bigger context here, Adam. I mean, they are going to restore order on Capitol Hill. We are going to get through the certification of this vote that declares Joe Biden the president. Joe Biden is going to take office on January 20, and there's not going to be a coup, which is why I think markets are more or less taking this in stride right now. But this is Trumpism gone full flower, and Trumpism has now invaded Capitol Hill. And legislators are going to have some answering to do. I mean, you could argue that Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley, two of the senators who say they are basically supporting the efforts to overturn the election, you could argue that they incited this because obviously this crowd of protesters that assembled in D.C. did start to heading to the Capitol right afterward to do this very thing. So democracy is messy. It's probably never been about as messy as it is right now, but I think we are going to have democracy when we wake up tomorrow.
Rick, that's encouraging there, what you just said as your last sentence. But I'm curious just what message you think this sends to Americans and to not only Americans, but to people around the world. What we're seeing play out on Capitol Hill right now here in Washington, D.C., in the U.S. is not something that I don't think any of us would have expected that we were to ever see play out in our country.
Well, when was the last time somebody seized the U.S. Capitol? I'm not that much of an expert on history, but I've seen some people saying
1812.
not since 1814 when the British invaded. So I'm sure this is provoking gasps around the country. But I mean, again, to put this in perspective, I think everybody who's been following this very rough transition from Trump to Biden expected this to get bumpy, especially during the last couple of weeks of the Trump administration. I don't think many people expected this. But look, this was going to be ugly one way or another. And we're seeing what Trumpism really is. So I think people around the country, as with so many things regarding Trump, most people, this is not going to change anybody's mind except perhaps a few. But if anybody was wondering, if Trump really were unleashed, what would his style of governing look like? And we're seeing it. What you see right now is the type of Trumpism President Trump has been calling for the last 4 years.
Certainly is. And there's a chaotic scene, as you can see on our screen right now. We also want to get to another big story of the day, and that is of course, the runoff elections down in Georgia. And for that, we have Marquise Francis, who is on the ground in Atlanta for us. Marquise.
Absolutely. And I think what we're seeing in the Capitol is a direct response to what we've seen in Georgia. Today is history. Reverend Raphael Warnock becomes the first Black senator in the state's history, and John Ossoff is on track to be the second Democratic senator in the state, giving the Democrats control of the Senate, which obviously has huge implications for the country. President-elect Joe Biden will now have the Democratic Senate and the House and be able to enact progressive legislation, which was all the talk for the past 2 months. And honestly, from my perspective, it's actually a disappointment to see what's happening in DC, taking away from the news that's happening in Georgia. And from my perspective, especially as a Black man, seeing what happened over the summer with the social unrest and the police response to Black Lives Matter protests, and then to see protesters and police kind of going back and forth and not much force being exhibited, it leaves me scratching my head, wanting answers. I can't say that I'm surprised, but the big news in Georgia is that Democrats now control Congress, and we're seeing just the response from Trump supporters and how they're lashing out. I haven't seen anything happening in it. Yes.
Marquise, it's Adam, and we appreciate you taking your break from Yahoo News. It's not actually a break, but to bring us up to speed on the situation in Georgia. There was a report that a militia group had surrounded the Georgia state capitol, and that the Secretary of State had to be escorted to safety. Do you know anything about this?
I do not know anything about that. I'll look into that. But from what I understand, the numbers definitely are not as large as what we're seeing in DC. I think, for folks all around the country, I'm sure Trump supporters all over are upset with what took place. I'm sure most people will see what's happening in DC and just figure, hey, let's do it where we are. So I'm not surprised that something is happening in Georgia. If anything, I definitely expect some type of large demonstration this weekend on Saturday, because folks have work right now. Folks have to take care of children, but I definitely expect people to be out in large numbers on Saturday throughout Georgia, especially here in Atlanta. But obviously, we know the history of Georgia. Georgia is a southern state that has deep roots when you think about slavery, when you think about just a lot of deep-rooted racism. So the fact that a lot of people are lashing out right now in response to a Black pastor here in Atlanta, Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Dr. King once preached, and a Jewish young journalist who once interned for the late and great civil rights activist John Lewis, on the cusp of winning that second seat. This is really just a reaction to the change that we're seeing in Georgia and then across America.
Marquise Francis is a reporter with Yahoo News. We appreciate the update on what's happening in Georgia. That, too, is historic. But back in D.C., as protesters stormed the U.S. Capitol, we want to bring in Michael Isikoff, the chief investigative correspondent at Yahoo News. And, Mike, just have to ask you, why were Capitol Police not more prepared? It's not as if people didn't know the president was going to have that rally and then egg on his supporters to do this kind of thing. Mike, I think you're muted.
Yeah, excellent question. But I do think that the Capitol Police, the DC government, and the National Guard did not want to escalate things. They did not want images of gun-toting National Guardsmen and police canisters throwing tear gas. They didn't want those images. That's what happened during the protests last summer, and if you remember when the Defense Department, those former secretaries of defense, wrote that letter saying the military has no role in this process, I think that may have led into the decision, we'll see how long, whether it gets reversed or not, to not deploy the National Guard to the Capitol even after the Speaker requested, because they were very determined not to be involved in what seemed like a domestic political controversy. But when you see these images of things getting as out of hand as they are, I think people are going to have to revisit that thinking.
Mike, I want to bring us some headlines here that we're getting right now. Senator Ted Cruz is out with a statement saying that those storming the Capitol need to stop now. He went on to say the Constitution protects peaceful protest, but violence from the left or the right is always wrong. Mike, when you see what we're looking at right now inside the Capitol Hill, clearly this has interrupted and stopped the certification of the president of the Joe Biden for president of the United States. Do we have any indication just in terms of how long this could potentially delay this process?
Well, it could delay it for quite some time until they can clear all those protesters out and resume debate without the threat of violence. So, we don't know, but I suspect it's going to be a while. But since you brought up Senator Cruz, I want to make one point, just sort of stepping back from the violence about this, to just how ludicrous the entire process it was, even before we got to the protesters storming the Capitol. And that is Cruz himself, these objections, this objection that he raised. He says he doesn't want to overturn the results of the election. What they're asking for is an emergency 10-day commission to review all the allegations. Think about that for a moment. What commission? Who's going to appoint them? How in 10 days could they conduct any kind of review that would hold standing with the with people who are as passionate and determined as this crowd is? If that's the whole purpose, remember, what was Cruz's argument when he got up there and started to speak? Said, I'm not saying that these allegations are true. I'm saying that this is what people believe. Now, they believe because they've been fed this by the president and his allies for weeks and weeks. But the idea that you could put together a commission that's going to resolve this, it makes no sense whatsoever, remembering it would have to be done by January 20 because a new president has to be sworn in, and that president's going to be Joe Biden. But it just shows how unreal this entire process has been.
Well, Mike, when you talk about unreal, Donald Trump has tweeted yet again. I'm going to read a quote from the tweet. I'm asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful, no violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you. That from President Donald Trump. Do you think we will hear from President-elect Joe Biden? I mean, he's the calm, rational voice over the last several weeks. Will he address the nation, do you think, today?
I don't know if he'll do it while this is going on. He might want to wait until things have quieted down a bit. But a point I made earlier in the last segment, I mean, it was the president who riled this crowd up. He gave this speech in the Capitol, outside the Capitol, just a couple hours earlier, in which he was ranting about the stolen election and how we need Mike Pence to do the right thing, and we need a redo of the vote, as though there's any such animal in the Constitution for a redo of a presidential election, threatening to primary Republican members of Congress who didn't back him up here. So he gets the crowd angry. He gets them riled up. They storm the Capitol, and then he says, "Oh, please be peaceful." I think people will see through the contradictions of that pretty quickly.
Mike, I'm going to ask you a similar question that I brought up earlier and talking about people seeing through some of those contradictions. Just what message do you think this sends to Americans, to our viewers right now who are out there watching this and watching events take place that I don't think they would have thought were a possibility here in the U.S. in 2020?
Look, this is a incredibly sad day for our country, that things have come to this. We'll get through it. Biden will be sworn in. We'll have a mostly normal administration in just a few weeks, and Donald Trump will be gone from office. But the lingering, what lingers after this, the cloud of despair about what we've just been through, is going to be with us for a long time. And let's go back to that speech by Mitch McConnell, which was so forceful, about as passionate as you'll ever hear Mitch McConnell be, drawing such a firm line in the sand, saying that if we go down this road, the public will never have faith in an election again, that this will imperil our entire system of government. That was somebody who's played along with Trump, who's failed to speak out against his excesses, who's gotten what he wanted in terms of tax cuts and judges, but who had been pushed to the brink, and finally mustered the backbone to say, "No, enough. This is a line I cannot cross." And I think that will. That is going to penetrate for a lot of Republicans who have gone along with Donald Trump until now.
All right, Michael Isikoff, Yahoo News chief investigative correspondent. Thanks so much for jumping on here with us. We want to take a look at the market's reaction to this news. We still have the Dow and the S&P holding on to gains, although we are off the highs of the day. We're seeing stocks lose some ground here as we see the unrest on Capitol Hill, with the Capitol in lockdown. And for more on that, we want to bring in Bob Dahl. He's a chief equity strategist and senior portfolio manager at Nuveen. And Bob, when you're seeing these events play out as we are at this point, how are you looking at this from a market's perspective?
Well, you never like to see these sorts of things, this unruliness, this lack of order. It reminds me of some of the summer evenings when I turn on the news and see those riots. It may make me wonder, is this really America? It feels like a third world country. As your prior guest just said, we'll get through this, but it's not a fun period, and it's not what we're used to.
Bob, it's Adam. Thank you for joining us. As we keep these images from Washington, D.C. playing before us, I do want to turn attention to what the next several months, even the next year, holds for us. And one of the things that you've pointed out is that the U.S. economy, even with this kind of division, is expected to grow. You think it might actually grow as strong as 4%, the fastest pace in 20 years. What makes you believe that?
Well, there's just so much pent-up cash sitting around, if I can put it this way. Americans have saved almost $1.5 trillion of excess savings because the government gave them some money. They wanted to spend some money. They couldn't because they couldn't do things. Other people didn't spend the money because they're scared and hiding under the covers. We get some visibility on vaccine penetrating our society, and the economy opens further back up, and I think we'll have very strong growth. That, coupled with all the stimulus from the Fed, very low interest rates. The economy and therefore earnings are looking very good for 2021. Should be the strongest growth we've seen in 20 years.
Bob, does the unrest that we're seeing right now, does this change your view of the market, at least in the very short term? I mean, some of the volatility that we could potentially see, not only as we close out today's trading day, but also over the next couple of days?
Unlikely, like the summer riots that we saw, not that this is exactly the same, it didn't keep the market from doing what it was going to do related to the economy and earnings. To repeat, the economy looks good, earnings look good. Look, we're going to have, as we've seen today, modestly higher interest rates, which begins to put a bit of a lid on valuation of the market, so the PE ratio. So my guess is earnings will be great. Stocks will be good this year, but not as good as earnings as multiples come down a little bit from these very lofty levels.
So one of the things you point out is that stocks will outperform cash. Cash will outperform treasuries this year, even though the 10-year is now above 1%. How high could the 10-year go for that equation to stay intact?
Well, already, if the year ended today at 105, people will have lost money in treasury bonds, and therefore cash will have beaten bonds. My guess is, unlike the consensus, which is arguing for 125 by year end in the 10-year, I think we'll be closer to 150, which is still very low interest rates relative to history. But you get these forces moving, and I think rates could creep higher.
Bob, at what level or what point do you think the higher yields become a headwind or a challenge here for stocks?
Yeah, great question. Part of the question is how fast do we move up? If it's gradual and we end the year at 150, I don't think it's a big problem because the yield in the stock market is higher than 150. So stocks are yielding more than cash and more than a 10-year treasury, even if we get to 150. I think within the market, though, things will happen. A 150 10-year treasury is different from 75 basis points where we spent a lot of last year when it comes to valuing high PE, high growth stocks. That's where we'll see some of the air come out of the balloon. That's what we're seeing today, probably more of that to come.
These kinds of experiences, especially the economic cycle we're in now, add fuel to the fire that active managers are what many of us who really aren't in this every day need, as opposed to the kind of passive investing that a lot of us do through our 401ks. What's going to happen to passive investors who might just tie their retirement investments to, say, an index fund?
Well, there's no question when stocks go up, a double-digit percentage a year, the index looks just great. But if we end up having a year where it's more about stock selection, it's more about identifying the companies with good earnings and good cash flow, being careful about the valuations, that's when active managers can shine. We obviously hope and pray it's that kind of year, and we suspect it probably will be. So some of those people who ran into those indexes, which helped drive up those mega cap companies to, in some cases, very high valuation levels, some of that air could come out of that balloon as well. And then the indexes do okay, but not as well as many active managers.
Hey, Bob, where do you stand just on this need for more stimulus from a market perspective? I guess, how important is it that we do get additional fiscal stimulus from the Biden administration over the next several months?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that's going to be part of the debate. Obviously, the minority party now, the Republicans, some of them will argue we've got plenty in the system. Let's take our time. And I lean a little bit in that direction. Look, if we could take some of this money and target it specifically at businesses and individuals who've lost their way as a result of those industries and employment being in a deep recession, if not a depression, yeah, I'd be more interested in that. But this was a pretty broad program, and the next one likely to be. I've got friends and relatives who don't earn a lot of money or getting these checks, even though their income hasn't changed at all, hasn't been cut at all. Not sure that's where the money should go.
Bob Dahl is the Chief Equity Strategist and Senior Portfolio Manager at Nuveen. We appreciate your being here on what is an historic day. All the best to you in the new year, Bob. Also, I want to let you know that we have been told President-elect Biden is expected to speak soon, and we will bring that to you, those remarks live as soon as they begin. But right now, we want to bring in Yahoo finance correspondent Akiko Fujita, who has also been watching these dramatic events unfold. Akiko also anchors our programming from 11 to 1. And Akiko, it started out as a normal day, but wow.
Yeah, and I'm not sure I'm entirely surprised as I watch this when you think about how the conversation has played out over the last several months, where you have heard the president repeatedly question the results of the election. In many ways, he had sort of encouraged this. And I don't think that is a political statement to make here. What I keep wondering as I watch this, though, is what the view is from abroad. As you'll recall, as somebody who has spent a considerable amount reporting abroad, I can't help but wonder what the view is from Beijing or Moscow as they watch this play out right now. A friend of mine just sending me a note saying we are watching this over in the UK in disbelief. Not something that many of us here would have expected in the US, but of course, this is how it's playing out right now. One thing I think that is going to be an important conversation to be following, and of course, we're following the developing news out of Washington because this is still this is unfolding minute by minute. But it's going to be the question about the misinformation, the disinformation that went out in the lead up to the election and the follow up to that. And whether, in fact, social media companies are going to have a very serious conversation on the other side of this to say, well, did we, in fact, do enough to maybe discourage some of the conversation that's been playing out there? But of course, this is all conversations that are going to happen in the weeks ahead. Pretty extraordinary scene to watch playing out over in Washington, D.C. right now, though.
Yeah, Kiko, I'm curious what you just said about some of those big tech names, because I think that's a question here, how Facebook is going to respond, how some of the other social media companies are going to handle this. Do you have any indication, because I know you closely cover a lot of these names, just in terms of how they will respond to this or what we could hear from them over the next couple of hours or next couple of days?
Yeah, there's no question a conversation that's already happening internally there. And it has been changing, if you'll recall, by the week, really. It felt like leading up to the presidential election. I was watching some of the activity on Twitter yesterday. Twitter very active in labeling any quotes, any tweets out there that they believed were not accurate as it relates to the Georgia Senate runoff election. Of course, they did that in the aftermath of the presidential election as well. So Twitter, Facebook, no question, they are all monitoring this very closely. They have been labeling what they believe to be misleading false facts, that false information that has been put out there. But there's going to be an internal conversation here moving forward about whether, in fact, that was enough and what more needs to be done so we don't see scenes like this play out moving forward.
Akiko, stay right there. We're going to do a quick reset with the markets because we got the S&P 500 and the Dow in the green, but the Nasdaq is in negative territory. And Jared Blickery is following the markets and the reaction to this historic lockdown as the U.S. Capitol is stormed by Trump protesters. Jared?
Yeah, let's go straight to the Wi-Fi Interactive. We're still sitting on major gains for the day in the indices, except for the NASDAQ. You can see financials there still up more than 4.5%, but some of the sectors that have given up the most gains since this whole kerfuffle started over an hour ago are energy, and you can see it's off from its highs there. Not sure what that music signals to me, but also tech selling off and cyclicals. So we are giving back some of those gains. NASDAQ had been in the green, sunk back into the red. So let's take a look at what the Dow has been doing. That is the leader for the day. Here's an intraday look. You can see really haven't given back that many gains. As dire the situation is in the Capitol, these events don't tend to move markets for more than a day or two, and they tend to be mean reverting. So that is a little bit of good news for the markets. Now, let's get to some of the sector action for the day. This is the NASDAQ. We're just taking a look at that. Kind of mirrors what happened on the open. Apple back down to almost session lows here that it reached right after the open. Taking a look at some of the other tech giants like Amazon, that's down 2.4%. It's making new session lows right now. So tech kind of extending its losses here. Now, let's take a look at what's happening with some of the more cyclical sectors. You take a look at what bank stocks are doing right here. JP Morgan still holding on to gains of 5%. Taking a look at the intraday action, barely giving back anything. Bank of America up 6.5%. Wells Fargo up over 7%. So the reflation trade that is definitely on today, really not giving back too much. And we'll just take a quick look at the indices here on a world indice map. And you can see the Dow is up 1.4%. That's good enough for 435 points, still holding on to some nice gains there. Russell 2000, which was having its best day in 7 months at 5%, giving back some of those gains, but still up 3.6%. So all in all, not too much carnage in the markets right now, despite the situation.
Jared,
All right, thanks, Jared.
thank
We're
you
going to
very
check in
much.
with.
We want to bring back in Kiko Fujita and Rick Newman to discuss these historic things we're witnessing on Capitol Hill. Rick, we're getting tweets from members of Congress, Marco Rubio, saying that this is unacceptable. But where were those kinds of statements when people like Marco Rubio, the senator from Florida, were egging on the protests to reject the votes that had taken place in different states?
Yeah, people like Rubio are going to have some splaining to do. And I think an accounting is underway at the moment to determine, okay, who were all the Republicans who supported these baseless conspiracy theories and told lies to the people who are now rioting on Capitol Hill, and convinced, obviously, some of them that this election is illegitimate. Trump is probably pleased that he's created all this chaos at the moment, but this is very bad for Trump. There are Republicans right now going on to cable news networks denouncing Trump for not doing anything to tell these people to go away. He's basically said, he's put out a couple of tweets saying, everybody try to be peaceful, but he's not saying get out of there. He's not saying leave the Capitol. So this is going to be a real day of reckoning for a lot of Republicans, including, I'd say, about half of the Republican members of Congress who in one way or another went along with Trump's fraudulent claim of election fraud, which has now generated the riots and the takeover of the U.S. Capitol by American citizens.
All right, Rick, stand by. We want to bring in our D.C. reporter, Jessica Smith, because we just got news here that Virginia Governor Ralph Northam, he is now saying that he's sending Virginia's National Guard and troops to D.C. Jess, what can you tell us about this?
Yeah, that comes after Speaker Pelosi had requested help from the National Guard to secure the Capitol. Reportedly, again, this is according to the Washington Post, the Defense Department denied that request. So now you're getting that report that Virginia is sending help to the U.S. Capitol. We want to go over some of the other headlines that we're seeing now. The Associated Press, again, the Associated Press is reporting that one person was shot at the U.S. Capitol amid all of this chaos. I can tell you that according to reporters who are on Capitol Hill, they did see a situation where guns were drawn inside the Capitol. They saw guns out. And then later on, reporters did say they heard what sounded like gunshots, but we couldn't confirm that. But now the Associated Press is saying one person was shot at the Capitol. No word on their condition right now or how they're doing, who that person is. We'll be working to learn more of those details. We do know that lawmakers were evacuated from the House and the Senate as they were debating earlier today. They were taken to safe locations. I've been texting with some people on the Hill saying that they are in safe spots. They're not releasing where they are right now, but they are taking shelter. Capitol Police did escort them out. We are hearing a lot from Democratic lawmakers, especially saying that President Trump needs to step up and do more to calm the situation, to tell these protesters to get out of the U.S. Capitol and to stay calm. We're hearing a lot of them that are really putting the blame on him for stirring up this type of situation. But again, the big headline that we're seeing from the Associated Press is that one person reportedly shot in the Capitol. We'll work to learn more about that situation and let you know as soon as we do.
Jessica, very quickly, there was a report that Joe Biden will address the country momentarily, and we do intend to bring that. Are we getting any insight as to what he might say?
Well, this was scheduled to be a speech about the economy. We were going to hear some remarks from him about what he planned to do for the economic recovery, but I'd say it's a safe bet that those plans have changed as we have just seen this chaos erupt at the Capitol here. The pool that is with President-elect Biden says that they are still holding, they are still waiting. They're still waiting on him, not quite sure when he is going to speak, but that could be any time now. Of course, we'll be watching to see what he has to say about all of this chaos at the Capitol.
All right. Jessica Smith watching the events unfold for us in Washington, D.C. Let's go to Mark Zandi. He's Moody's Analytics chief economist, and we had booked him today to talk about the private payroll numbers as well as looking forward to the jobs numbers that we'll get from the Labor Department on Friday. But Mark, I have to ask you, because of the headlines and what we're all witnessing. What are your first thoughts of all of this, and what kind of impact would any of this have on the economy going forward, do you think?
Well, it's obviously very disconcerting to watch. I mean, hopefully there's no violence and hopefully cooler heads prevail. It'd be nice if the president would step up and tell these folks to stand down. That would be helpful. So yeah, there's obviously no upside to this for markets and the economy, but I do think we'll work through this. We've got a couple more weeks to go. We'll have a new president, a new Congress, and we'll get going. And the good news is that it looks like we're going to get some more fiscal support, and that's what the economy needs, and that'll get the economy going just about the time we get vaccines distributed more widely and adopted more broadly. So, this is pretty ugly, and the next few weeks, few months might be difficult, but I'm very hopeful that as we make our way towards the middle of the year, end of the year, we'll be in a much better place.
Mark, you just mentioned vaccinations as being part of the economic recovery here. When can we expect to see any meaningful impact, do you think, that could have to the economic recovery here in 2021?
Well, it's hard to know, right? I mean, because so far the rollout of the vaccines has been botched, like much of the response to the pandemic. I am hopeful with a new administration and a new approach to the pandemic and to the distribution of the vaccines that we'll get the vaccine out there more quickly to more people. The consensus view, and I think what's embedded in markets, is that about half the American population will have been inoculated by the middle of this year. And I think that's still highly likely. And if that's the case, then I think by spring, we should be in a place where the pandemic is starting to wind down, the economy is starting to gain some traction. And then by mid-year and certainly by the fall, we'll be off and running.
When we look at the fall off and running, and I think most of us hope that that is an accurate call, what do you expect to see on Friday from the Labor Department? I realize it's looking in the rearview mirror, but will it tell us anything about what the next quarter holds for us?
Yeah, not too far in the rearview mirror, right? This is for December, and it does highlight how much damage the pandemic is doing to the economy. We're going to, in all likelihood, we'll see a decline in jobs in December. And that's because of the reintensification of the pandemic, the infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. It's forced many parts of the country to start pulling back on businesses, and there's been more self-quarantining by fearful households. So, we're going to see job losses in restaurants and retail and recreational activities and leisure and hospitality, all the things that are on the front, kind of on the front lines here. And unemployment may tick up a notch. We're at 6.7%. As of November, that's very high. Might move up to closer to 7%. So it will certainly highlight the necessity of the fiscal relief package that lawmakers actually passed. In my view, if they had not passed that package, we probably would suffer a double dip recession in early 2021. So it's good that they did that. And it also highlights that we'll probably need more fiscal support when the new administration is in place, that this isn't going away fast, and next few months are going to be difficult, and more fiscal help will probably be likely. But the December job numbers, gives us, puts in clear relief how much damage the pandemic is still doing to the economy.
Hey, Mark, how much more fiscal help is needed? I mean, is there a dollar amount that you're looking at, or should it be targeted specifically to certain things? How are you breaking that down?
Yeah, my goal, if I were king for the day, or maybe I need a week or two, is get us back to full employment as fast as possible. That would be an unemployment rate that's closer to 4. Again, we're at 6, 7. We need to get to 4, and I'd try to get there as fast as possible. And it'd probably take another $500 billion or so package of relief to get us to the other side of the pandemic. And then once we're on the other side, probably a $1.5–2 trillion in more fiscal support. And that would be different kinds of support because we're on the other side of the pandemic. So that would be infrastructure, that would be, spending on housing and on childcare, education, kinds of things that Biden proposed during the campaign. If we were able to get a package like that in place, and I should say that the relief package, that should be deficit financed. The support package, the $1.5 trillion, would be paid for with higher tax rates on corporations, high income households. I think we did something like that, we'd probably get back to full employment, a 4% unemployment rate by the end of 2022. If lawmakers can't come up with anything, then it's probably going to be a year or so later, late 2023, early 2024, before we're back to full employment. But that should be our goal here, particularly in a world of low inflation and very low interest rates. I mean, the Fed has told us we're going to be at zero interest rates until we're back to full employment. And given that, I think it makes a lot of sense to step pretty hard on that fiscal accelerator and get us back to full employment as fast as possible.
Mark, when you point out as an economist that national economic activity is still only 80% of what it was pre-pandemic, what does that mean from an investment standpoint? Because we keep hearing about pent-up demand and lots of money in savings. But what the investors are asking is, how do you use that money in savings to gain on that 20% recovery that is expected?
Well, that 20% really reflects all the things that we're not doing because of the pandemic. So we're not going to ball games, we're not going to restaurants, we're not traveling, we're not going to the gym. I barely wear this suit except when I'm on with you guys. So, I don't have to clean it very much. I mean, these are the kinds of things that we're not doing. And as soon as we're free and clear of this pandemic and people feel safe, that's what we're going to do. And we're going to do a lot of it because there is a lot of pent-up demand for that, particularly by high-income households. They've been able to save an awful lot. Here's a statistic you might find interesting. Folks in the top quintile of the income distribution have saved over $1 trillion more than they would have typically during the pandemic because they've just not been spending on other things. They've been saving it. And so that's a lot of financial firepower that will get unleashed. So those are the kinds of industries, businesses that should benefit from getting on the other side of the pandemic. Other businesses, other industries, they're back to normal. I mean, in some cases, they're probably operating above what you would typically see. A lot of the Home Depot and Lowe's and home improvement, housing activity, that's really been, a lot of the tech-related stuff that's been supported by the demand for that's been supported by stay at home and the pandemic, and we might see some give back there, once the pandemic is over and people are spending on other things.
Mark, when we talk about, I know you were talking about the need for more fiscal stimulus a couple of minutes ago, but when we see Democrats gaining some headway down in Georgia, does this change, I guess, the economic picture at all in addition to more stimulus? I mean, are you adjusting any of your expectations as a result of what we saw play out in Georgia?
Well, the big difference here is we're going to get more fiscal support, and you can see it. That's what investors expect. I mean, you can see it most plainly and vividly in bond yields. So if you look at the 10-year Treasury yield, it's up 10 basis points. It was below 1% a day or two ago. Now it's above 1%. That's a pretty key threshold. And that goes to investors, buying into the idea that we're going to get a lot more fiscal support and a lot more economic growth. That means interest rates Fed's going to have to start normalizing interest rates sooner than otherwise would have been the case. So that's the biggest change. I do think it does empower, though, the Biden administration in lots of different ways. I mean, the most obvious, most immediate way is the president's now going to get his cabinet, pretty quickly. Before the Georgia Senate races, when it looked like the Senate would remain in Republican hands, that was going to be a bit of a slog. It was going to take some time, and I'm guessing the president wouldn't have gotten all of his cabinet picks. So he'll get those through pretty quickly, and that'll help get things moving here a lot faster than otherwise would be the case. He'll also feel more empowered on things like trade policy and on immigration policy, on climate change issues, on regulatory issues. All those things. I think he was going to move in those directions anyway, given he'd use executive order, but now with the support from Congress, I think he'll move much more quickly as a result.
Mark Zandi, always great to have you. Moody's Analytics Chief Economist, thanks so much for coming on today. We'll talk to you again soon. We want to take a look at the markets here with just around 15 minutes to go until the closing bell. Stocks off the highs of the day. This, of course, coming amid the protests that you're seeing on your screen on Capitol Hill. We want to bring in Miles Udland for a closer look at some of that selling pressure that we're seeing, even though we still have the Dow and S&P in the green. Miles?
Yeah, Sean, I mean, certainly an interesting day. At the very least, obviously, the pictures that you see on the screen are the main item of national news right now. But in the markets, it's been, as Mark Zandi was just kind of outlining there, really quite a fascinating session when you look at how investors last night reacted to those results out of Georgia and then sort of how they took them this morning. And then I think the story is really the extent to which these pictures we're seeing on the screen. Again, what is happening down in the Capitol is not really leading to huge market reactions. If we look at the S&P, Nasdaq, and the Dow right here, the Nasdaq is off 0.5%. Sure, it had been higher earlier in the session, but this morning futures were off, 2%. We were looking at a kind of a with Democrats holding all three, both houses of Congress, and then the White House. Maybe a more tougher regulatory environment for some of these names, the FANG names. I think there's this sense that a Democratic presidency, that a Democratic administration that's more focused on getting fiscal policy through, that kind of growth is maybe negative to the growth stocks. So economic growth, of course, positive for financials. We see bank stocks are still up, 5-6% today. And so once again, and I think this is a real lesson for our viewers out there who might be tuning in and saying, come on, what's going on? Why are we still looking at the S&P that's 4 points off of a record high when we have, protesters, basically domestic terrorists, moving into the Capitol just to sort of hang out and bypass no security? Basically, as far as we can tell, the National Guard is being scrambled up to the National Mall, and yet the market's not doing anything. Well, we've seen the market sort of focus on what it's going to focus on, and that is the future outlook for U.S. corporate profits, mostly for very big companies that are now the biggest parts of the S&P that we follow so closely, and even the Russell 2000, the Nasdaq, of course. And so I think all of these, this story coming together today between the way the market reacted to the results last night and the way it is kind of not reacting to the very troubling sort of constitutional crisis happening here. It's kind of all the 2020 storylines together in one spot. And I think another instructive point for folks who still maybe are confused why the market does or doesn't do certain things. I mean, this is a pretty clear example of what does and doesn't matter to markets. Yes, Adam.
As you prepare to write the morning note, I'm curious if you can give us a bit of an advanced preview. I realize markets haven't closed yet, but NASDAQ is down today. Is that because of, for instance, the analysts who've been on Yahoo Finance saying, okay, work from home tech, not so much a buy for 2021? What would you attribute to this?
Yeah, I think there's two stories with the NASDAQ today. The first I mentioned, I think maybe there's a tougher regulatory environment with Democrats having control of the Senate and, of course, Joe Biden in the presidency. But I think also there's this trade theme that we've circled around, but maybe haven't focused in on yet, that I personally hope comes through in 2021, which is, what's good for regular life in America and around the world is bad for some of these tech giants. They ran so far so quickly because these are the companies that are benefiting from a lot of the trends we were forced into as a result of the pandemic. And if we can maybe wean ourselves off only ordering things on Amazon, only spending our time going on Facebook or on YouTube, and get back to traveling, get back to the group of us getting together in a physical location to hang out instead of having to do a kind of a weird, lame after hours Google Meet hangout. That's all good for all of us, and I think you're starting to see some of that in those more cyclical plays. And so I think that's another big part of why the NASDAQ, I think in the year ahead, might have a tougher road to hoe than perhaps had been previously thought, just because, they sort of captured all the gains last year. And so I think, again, whatever is good for the country is probably bad for Zoom shares and Facebook as well.
Hey, Miles, what would you say is priced into the market at this point? Because we were just talking to Mark Zandi, Bob Dahl mentioned it earlier, just about now the likelihood of more stimulus is a little bit higher than it were prior to the Georgia runoffs. Is that priced into the market? And how much of this slow rollout of the vaccinations have investors already taken into consideration?
Well, Shauna, you and I did this show long enough to know that the answer on what's priced into the market is whatever is priced into the market at that time. But no, to answer the question seriously, I mean, I think the market's initial reaction, especially in treasuries, and I know this has been talked about all day on our programming, and I'm sure Jared Blicker will love to expound on this at some point coming up soon. But what's happening in treasuries is really saying there's going to be more growth in the year ahead. Maybe that requires more stimulus, but we know that whatever is needed will be done. So if we think about an alternative universe where Donald Trump was going to be the president, Republicans were going to control the Senate, a downturn in the spring probably almost certainly would not be addressed. And I think the market today is saying, if things get rocky with the vaccine rollout, if there is another pullback in economic growth, we believe that the government will come through with even more fiscal stimulus, because let's not discount the size of the package that has been passed, and $900 billion that's going to go out. That's a meaningful increase in first quarter GDP. And, if the economy can't stand on its own two legs, I'm taking the market to say we trust that a Democratic Senate will go ahead and get more fiscal stimulus out the door. I mean, Joe Biden himself said this was kind of a primer bill. We'll see what happens when he's actually in office, but there is certainly an expectation that at the very least, whatever's needed will be done. If not, then some extra.
Miles, thank you. Let's bring in Jessica Smith, our correspondent from Washington, D.C. We've watched the Capitol in lockdown and the Trump protesters breaking into the Capitol, but there's much more to report. Jessica?
Yeah, we just got a joint statement from Speaker Pelosi and Minority Leader Chuck Schumer. They said, "We are calling on President Trump to demand that all protesters leave the U.S. Capitol and Capitol grounds immediately." So a very short statement from the Democratic leaders there. But again, putting this on President Trump, something we have heard from many lawmakers today saying that President Trump has incited this with all of the talk of the rigged election, the stolen election. And we saw him at the rally earlier today before this moved over to the Capitol and all of this chaos started. So again, as we've been saying, the lawmakers have been evacuated. I've been talking to a few people who are on the Capitol grounds right now. They say that they are safe. They are in hiding. They are waiting for Capitol Police and law enforcement this whole situation under control before the Capitol can get back to normal here. But right now, still on lockdown as these protesters, as this mob makes its way through the Capitol.
All right, Jessica Smith, we appreciate the update from Washington, D.C. We, of course, are going to keep these photos, these live images up for you, and want to remind you, Joe Biden, President-elect, is expected to begin speaking. We're going to go to that. But right now, with roughly 7 minutes to the closing bell, we want to invite into the stream Simeon Hyman. He is ProShares Global Investment Strategist, along with Ed Igalinsky, Directions Managing Director and Head of Alternatives. Thank you both for joining us. Let me start with you, Simeon. The markets are kind of shrugging what we're witnessing off. Will they do that tomorrow?
I think they likely will. I mean, look, our democracy is pretty strong, and the odds of making it through this reasonably intact are pretty high. And the markets this morning are certainly reacting more specifically to, the odds of the Senate going into Democratic hands and a little bit of an assumption of a little more stimulus money out there. Let's not worry about those higher taxes. They're kind of further off, which is, at least in the near term, pushing interest rates a little higher and the market up a bit.
Ed, what do you think? Do you agree? Do you think investors are going to be able to continue to shrug off this unrest that we're seeing? Ed, it looks like you might be muted. All right, Ed, we're going to try and fix your mic there. But Simeon, let me just go back to you just in terms of some of the sectors here that you are favoring as investors try to position their portfolios, not only because of what we're seeing play out on the screen right now, but also from the results out of Georgia. Are you making any changes as a result of that?
No, I think we're where we've been for several months now, which is as we look into 2021, there are a couple of pieces of folks' portfolios that we think would work well together. One, this whole question of rotation to value. We think the better play here is rotation to quality. For us, one way of achieving that is through consistent dividend growers. They're almost as cheap as value stocks and much higher quality, with higher returns on assets and even higher yields these days. So that's a good piece of a core portfolio that can withstand the near-term bumps, but also take advantage of what will be very likely an end to the pandemic, even if it's not till the second half of the year. But to accompany that, we don't suggest giving up on growth entirely. The opportunities and growth from our perspective need to be tied to trends and secular opportunities, some of which have been accelerated by the pandemic, but are likely to continue beyond it. A favorite example for us is online retail as an example. In this entire period of lockdown and semi-lockdown, only 14% of retail sales have actually been online. There's a lot of growth there. So a combination of quality and thematic growth opportunities we think is a good portfolio for 2021.
Right, and I think we got your audio situation worked out. So I'm going to toss it to you on the same question that we were talking about earlier. Just what do you make of the market's reaction to the unrest that we're seeing on Capitol Hill and the fact that the Dow and the S&P are both in the green? The Dow is still up over 400 points.
Well, I think the market has underestimated the House and Senate becoming Democratic. You're certainly seeing a rotation trade today. We've seen this before for short periods of time, but now as a result of what's going on in Congress, this actually might have some legs to it. As a result of significantly more stimulus, which is now imminent, you have a reflation trade potential, higher rates as somebody discussed before, off a low base, albeit, and a weaker U.S. dollar. So what does that mean? More favorable for commodity stocks, financials, emerging markets, small cap, and industrials. And we're seeing that on a very short-term basis. We have leverage products just like ProShares does. So from a tactical standpoint, we're seeing a lot of traders take short-term positions today, both in long financials, triple leverage, FAS, as well as taking the opposite side, FAZ, which is our triple leverage bear.
We want to bring in Jared Blickery. We're just around 2 minutes here from the closing bell. And Jared, as we do see stocks off the highs of the day, energy and cyclicals here leading some of the declines earlier, what are you watching into the close?
Well, let's go straight to the Wi-Fi Interactive, and you can still see a lot of green here in the U.S. indices. Dow is still up 1.5%. The Russell 2000 up 3.7%. These markets had been up a little bit higher earlier, but really not off their highs as much as a lot of people would have thought. Now, the big tech losses have accelerated. We're seeing Apple now down over 3%. And we can see it's making new session lows right now. Microsoft, let's take a look at software because they've had some issues since the new year. That's down to session lows, new session lows. And we're also taking a look at Facebook. And Facebook is not at its session lows, but down back to 2.8% down for the day. Now, some of the winners here, well, Tesla has nothing to do with the current situation, but it is off of its highs here. And just looking at the sector action, we can see financials still at more than 4%, along with materials, energy and utilities, industrials, healthcare, discretionary. All of those are still outperforming. So despite the dire situation in Washington right now, not really seeing it reflected too much in the markets. And that's because a lot of the times these disturbances usually only cause market disruptions over a few days max. They tend to be mean reverting. So I think the market is still pricing in a transition of power, a peaceful transition of power on the 20th, even though it's not peaceful right now. Now, just checking in on some of the bigger sector movements of the day, we can also look at the banking sector. Excuse me, there we go. JP Morgan off of its highs here, still at more than 4.5%. Bank of America up 6%. So the value in cyclical trade and the rotation into it continues. And here is the closing bell on Wall Street on an incredible day here.
Incredible is right, Jared Blickery. You're watching Yahoo Finance Live. Here's where we expect the markets to settle. The S&P 500 will be up about 20 points. The Dow is going to be up more than 435 points, almost 1.5%. Nasdaq, however, is going to be off more than 75 points, which is a little more than 0.5%. As Jared was just saying, some of the sectors which performed very well today, materials up about 4%. Also, financials up more than 4%. Energy was up 3%, still getting a boost from the Saudi announcement that they intend to cut back production in the new year. That gave a boost to oil. Energy, again, up about 3%. Some of the sectors which were in decline today, communication services, along with information technology and the real estate sector. It's a lot to break down on an historic day, and we're going to continue to do that with our guests. Simeon Hyman from ProShares Global Investment Strategist, and Ed Egalinsky, Direction Managing Director and Head of Alternatives. Ed, do you suspect when we hear people like Mark Zandi in the last hour talking about the pent-up demand and the potential for GDP growth of 4%, do you expect that to be reflected in the earnings we will see on the S&P 500? And will we as investors be able to replicate some of the really large gains we got this year based on that?
Well, I think it's going to be more selectivity in terms of where the opportunities lie. I think you're going to have to be more of a stock picker here, look for individual sectors to take advantage of. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the segment, I think there's going to be a shift in rotation in some of the things that outperformed. I mean, we've been talking forever about value finally outperforming growth, or small cap outperforming large cap. Emerging markets outperforming large cap in the US. These have been trends for 10 years that have gone basically one way. I think some of what's happening in Congress right now might shift that sentiment.
Hey, Simeon, I'm curious just to get your take on what's going on in the bond market right now, because we had yields rising, breaking above 1% for the first time since March. At what level do you think we would see, or what level would it pose some sort of headwind or some sort of challenge here to stocks going forward?
Sure. I mean, first, from a valuation perspective, if you're at 1% on the 10-year, right on the trend line would be about a 22 for a PE. Now we're 30 times trailing, but 22 times 2021. So that kind of makes sense. We're assuming we're out of the pandemic. And by the way, to get there, to reach consensus expectations for 2021 earnings would simply require a return to just the margins of 2019 without any extra top line off of what's been experienced in 2020. Specific to your point, what happens if those rates start to rise? From our perspective, if they go up to even 1.5, even 1 3/4, particularly if that's accompanied by the beginnings of reopening and that GDP growth, that shouldn't be a headwind at all. And the Fed's likely to let that happen in that regard. I don't think you have anything to worry about till you at least see a 2 handle. And I think we're far away from that. But we will slowly start to drift in that direction in all likelihood.
All right, Simeon Hyman, a ProShares Global Investment Strategist, and Ed Egalinsky, Direction Managing Director and Head of Alternatives. Thanks so much to you two for joining us today. We want to bring in Lonnie Chen. He's a Hoover Institution Fellow and also former Policy Director for Romney Ryan, a 2012 presidential campaign. And Lonnie, looking at the video that we are showing right now, the protests on Capitol Hill on the lockdown, what do you make what we're seeing play out in the U.S.?
It's never something I thought I'd see. I mean, some of the places that have been breached, I've spent a lot of time in and around the Senate chamber, for example. That's a very heavily fortified area. There's usually a very difficult process to get in there. You have to get through some screening. You have to, report while you're there to the U.S. Capitol Police to see the facility overrun, to see the violence, to see the defacing of some of the most important buildings in Washington is beyond discouraging. It's sad. And people around the world who watch American democracy look at this and they think, is this what America has become? Is this what it's come to? And to think that the president of the United States was the one who essentially encouraged people to go to the Capitol and do this, to me is beyond angering. It is, it's sad. And there's not a whole lot more to say aside from the fact that I hope they get this under control. Law enforcement's on the way. They're going to have additional fortifications soon. There'll be a curfew in Washington, D.C. imposed. But what an awful day, a black eye for democracy.
Well, Lonnie, actually, the Manufacturers Association has put out a statement. I want to read you the quote from this because they say, quote, "The outgoing president incited violence in an attempt to retain power, and any elected leader defending him is violating their oath to the Constitution and rejecting democracy in favor of anarchy." So let me ask you, I mean, Mitt Romney has been vocal against what we are witnessing now, but Josh Hawley, Ted Cruz, several members of the House of Representatives, are they culpable and should they be criminally prosecuted?
Well, two things. First of all, Mitch McConnell this morning, before all this started, gave what I thought was one of the most important speeches of his career, his long career in the Senate, when he basically said this is nonsense, the kinds of objections we're hearing. And I think that is something that other Republicans need to echo. I think those who have had objections need to frankly put those aside now. The time for partisan plays is over. It's time to come together as a country. And the only way to do that is to accept the results of the election, to reinforce the importance of the peaceful transition of power, and to reject any notion that there is any acceptable outcome.
Lonnie, we've got
that.
to interrupt you right now. President-elect Joe Biden is addressing the nation. We want to listen to what he has to say.
We've seen in modern times an assault on the citadel of liberty, the Capitol itself, an assault on the people's representatives and the Capitol Hill police, sworn to protect them, and the public servants who work at the heart of our republic. An assault on the rule of law like few times we've ever seen it. An assault on the most sacred of American undertakings, the doing of the people's business. Let me be very clear. The scenes of chaos at the Capitol do not reflect a true America, do not represent who we are. What we're seeing are a small number of extremists dedicated to lawlessness. This is not dissent. It's disorder. It's chaos. It borders on sedition. And it must end now. I call on this mob to pull back and allow the work of democracy to go forward. You've heard me say before in different contexts, the words of a president matter, no matter how good or bad that president is. At their best, the words of a president can inspire. At their worst, they can incite. And therefore, I call on President Trump to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege, to storm the Capitol, to smash windows, to occupy offices, the floor of the United States Senate, rummaging through desks, on the Capitol, on the House of Representatives, threatening the safety of duly elected officials. It's not protest, it's insurrection. The world's watching. Like so many other Americans, I am genuinely shocked and saddened that our nation, so long the beacon of light and hope for democracy, has come to such a dark moment. Through war and strife, America's endured much. And we will endure here, and we will prevail again, and will prevail now. The work of the moment and the work of the next 4 years must be the restoration of democracy, of decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain, simple decency. The renewal of the politics. It's about solving problems, looking out for one another, not stoking the flames of hate and chaos. As I said, America is about honor, decency, respect, tolerance. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. The certification of the Electoral College vote is supposed to be a sacred ritual, which we affirm. The purpose is to affirm the majesty of American democracy. But today's reminder, a painful one, that democracy is fragile, and to preserve it requires people of goodwill, leaders with the courage to stand up, who are devoted not to the pursuit of power, but or the personal interest pursuits of their own selfish interest. at any cost, but of the common good. Think what our children watching television is thinking. Think what the rest of the world is looking at. For nearly 2.5 centuries, we, the people, in search of a more perfect union, have kept our eyes on that common good. America is so much better than what we've seen today. Watching the scenes from the Capitol, I was reminded, as I prepared other speeches in the past, I was reminded of the words of Abraham Lincoln in his annual message to Congress, whose work has today been interrupted by chaos. Here's what Lincoln said. He said, "We shall nobly save or merely lose the last best hope on earth." Went on to say, "The way is plain, peaceful, generous, just, a way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless." The way is plain here, too. That's who we are. It's the way of democracy, of respect, of decency, of honor, and commitment as patriots to this nation. Notwithstanding what I saw today and we're seeing today, I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up. May God bless America. May God protect our troops and all those folks at the Capitol who are trying to preserve order. Thank you, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
President-elect Joe Biden addressing the nation, calling on President Trump to, quote, step up. Let's bring in Yahoo Finance anchor and correspondent Julie Hyman, along with Yahoo Finance editor-in-chief Andy Serwer. And one of the things, Andy, that the president-elect said was, quote, the restoration of democracy, decency, honor, respect, the rule of law, just plain simple decency. That's what he is calling for. On a day when markets look at all of this and don't seem too troubled by it, but a great many Americans are. How do we reconcile those two things?
Well, we are witnessing, Adam, remarkable history before our eyes, and not in a good way. I mean, this is shocking stuff. We just heard a president-elect calling on a sitting president to call back his mob that are occupying the Capitol building. And let's just take that in for a second, right? We probably never thought we were going to see that in our lifetime. And it's something you expect at a country, in a country potentially other than the United States. But no, it happened here. It's an insurrection, it's a coup, they're a mob, and they're inside this building. Our nation, Adam, is diminished by this. I don't want to overstate this. And yet I know there are people who are going to say this will all be over in 24 hours, and it probably will be. But we are diminished. And I was thinking about this from sort of a Wall Street perspective or markets perspective, and it's sort of like a stealthy credit downgrade, a psychological credit downgrade on us from the rest of the world, from the perception of the rest of the world, and indeed from us ourselves, that we are no longer what we were before. We're still an amazing country with an amazing economy, with an amazing political system. But from now on, we're different. We've just gone through this. We're still going through it. And it is not something that will be easily forgotten, Adam.
Andy, stand by. We want to bring in Julie Hyman for a little bit more just on this disconnect that you were talking about, Andy, when it comes to the market and what we're seeing play out on Capitol Hill. And Julie, when you take a look at how we finished today, the Dow at a new record high, what do you make of the disconnect? And does it make sense that we're seeing record highs on Wall Street while the Capitol building right now is under lockdown?
It does. It makes perfect sense, in fact, because while this is a political crisis, one could say an American existential crisis, a psychological crisis for many Americans, and certainly the folks who were trapped there in that building, it is not a crisis for American democracy at the end of the day. It looks like that indeed this is a lot of sound and fury, but are these people overthrowing the government? It doesn't appear so. Are they keeping President Trump in office? It doesn't appear so. And it appears indeed that the Democrats may have taken the Senate. So when you consider those things, it makes sense that, yes, stocks rallied today. And if you look at the patterns in stocks throughout the day, I mean, as Miles pointed out earlier, they're pretty much intact from where they were this morning in reaction to the Georgia Senate runoff, not in reaction to the events in Washington. So when you look at the patterns like things like renewable energy and marijuana stocks rallying because of this view that Democrats were going to take control of the Senate, that is a sort of longer term and from a stock trader's perspective, more logical reaction. Now, if this does turn into something more, if it's more longstanding, you have one member of Congress now, a Democrat from Missouri, calling on the expulsion of some of the members of Congress who she says incited these riots today. Effectively, you know, maybe we can revisit, but the market is not paying attention to this as a market event.
Andy, I'm curious that what you think, because one of the proudest moments of my career, my life, was actually standing in the Capitol Rotunda on a regular basis as a correspondent. You've interviewed some of the most powerful men and women in this country's history from that Capitol building. When you see this, what do you think those men and women are thinking right now? Because some of them are on the side of the agitators.
Yeah, and shame on them, Adam. Shame on them. I don't think they should be surprised. I mean, in a way, none of us should be surprised. This is sort of the ultimate culmination of the fury, sound and fury, as Julie probably rightly characterized it, and we know what that signified. The ultimate culmination of all this agita, and but you're right. And I've interviewed Ted Cruz in that rotunda, who was at the very fore of this political insurrection that he was trying to run this morning or this afternoon. It'll be interesting to see, if they're really going to still be able to say, well, this is what you get when you have a fraudulent election. Whether they're still going to be able to look the camera in the eye, look the American people in the eye and say, well, this is what's to be expected when you have fraud. Really, that's not what's going on here at all. And I don't know if anyone really knows where things go from here. I do agree with Julie that I think that ultimately, to what I infer from what she's saying, that Biden will be made president on January 20th. So I think that is going to happen. But it's an ugly, ugly way to get there.
Certainly is an extremely ugly way to get there. Yahoo Finance editor-in-chief Andy Serwer and also Yahoo Finance anchor Julie Hyman, our thanks to you for jumping on here today. We want to bring in Michael Chertoff. He's a former United States Secretary of Homeland Security. He's also the co-founder and executive chairman of the Chertoff Group. And it's great to have you on, sir. We're also joined by Kiko Fujita, and she's a Yahoo Finance anchor and correspondent. But Michael, let's just get your reaction to what we're seeing on Capitol Hill today. We just heard from President-elect Joe Biden. He was saying that democracy is under unprecedented assault today. He's calling on President Trump to go on national TV to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution. What is your reaction to what we're looking at?
I think the visual image of protesters literally, I believe in the Senate, occupying the chairs and using their muscle is an image that, to my mind, frankly, is comparable to what I saw on September 11th. And in both cases, what we saw were attacks on the fundamental values and democracy of the United States. So I consider this very, very serious. And I agree that Donald Trump should repudiate this. I'm not holding out a lot of hope. I think the members of Congress who've been out there talking about raising objections ought to now stand down and say, you know what, we're withdrawing our objections. Let's get this certified and move on. Because this is very much an attack on our democracy, an attack on our country.
Michael, it's Adam Shapiro. Good to see you. It's been quite a while, but President Trump has actually put out a taped message in response to these protests. We're going to bring you the taped message as soon as we turn it around. But essentially, he has told these protesters to go home now. Quote, "You have to go home now." Sounds like somebody who got caught with their hand in the cookie jar and said, didn't mean it, just fooling. I mean, how do you react to this?
Well, it's better than nothing. But the fact is, the reason they've done what they've done is because he talked about having wild demonstrations, and he culminated his remarks today with saying, go to the Capitol. We also have seen over the last weeks threats against public officials, bomb threats, other suggestions of disorder. So it's not as if calling protesters for a wild event, it could have surprised him that this would result in a violent entry into the Capitol. Better now than not to say it. I also think that the members of Congress have to step back from these ridiculous objections and let us get done with the business of certifying the election so the public will is followed.
Again, you have been very critical of the Trump administration as well as the current Republican Party. And it feels like there is a very deep division right now. Even going into this joint session of Congress, you had the group of Republican lawmakers who said they would not allow for this electoral vote count to go forward. And then you've got those like Mitt Romney who have been outspoken. How do you think the party moves forward beyond this when you've still got the shadow of President Trump, even after he leaves the White House, watching over the party?
Well, I think, anybody who's a Republican is going to have to think very carefully about where their values are and where their commitments are. For those whose ambition tells them they need to continue to curry favor with Donald Trump, I think not only is that morally offensive, but I also think ultimately it'll wind up being counterproductive. Look at the results in Georgia, which appear to have actually been a backlash against Donald Trump. This is not an issue of tax policy or economic policy. I mean, we can have debates about that. But fundamentally, the rule of law, the obligation to obey the Constitution, treating Americans fairly, these are beyond party affiliation. And frankly, if you're going to be a public servant and you're going to take an oath to the Constitution, you've got to look deep inside yourself and saying, why am I doing this? Do I have my fingers crossed as I'm swearing my allegiance to the country? Or do I really mean what I'm swearing to?
We also just got news here, AP reporting that Jon Ossoff has defeated Senator David Perdue. This is the second runoff that we were closely watching down in Georgia, meaning that Democrats have now taken both of the Senate seats in these runoffs. And Michael, I'm just curious, just your reaction to this as we look at the Democrats gaining momentum. And what do you think this means for the Republican Party then over the next 4 years, just some of the changes that they have to make and some of the internal turmoil that we're seeing play out within the GOP?
Well, first, I think from a purely kind of technical standpoint, it's a repudiation of Donald Trump's efforts in Georgia to gin up support for Republican candidates because it actually had the opposite effect. So that ought to chasten those who believe that, hitching their wagon to the Trump star is going to get them anywhere. It's a little bit more like signing on to the Titanic after it's hit the iceberg. But look, beyond that, I think Joe Biden has the potential and the desire to unite the country, to move us to policies that benefit the vast majority of people, to appoint judges and public officials. And I know many of his proposed appointees who are outstanding public servants who believe in the Constitution, and having a Senate that will support that and not obstruct, I think is going to be an important thing. Frankly, I think the Republican Senate from time to time has taken the position under the Obama administration, we're going to block everything. And that was not helpful. So I think we've got now a team in place in Washington that can produce progress, restore respect for the rule of law, and also, frankly, respect for the country globally. Because I have talked to a lot of senior people from other countries, and they are yearning for American leadership again, collective leadership, not just go it alone. And I think that with the support of the Senate and the House, Joe Biden is going to be able to deliver that.
But won't he still need Mitch McConnell, although McConnell will not have the controlling leverage he's had in the past, to forge compromise? Because you're going to have Tommy Tuberville there. You're going to have lots of Republican senators who are going to still be obstructionists.
Yeah, but what's happened is ironically, the Republicans, when they were in power, withdrew a lot of the filibuster requirements that used to give a minority of the Senate the opportunity, for example, to block judicial appointees. So now they're going to discover what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. This will basically give Joe Biden an ability to name judges that some of the more extreme parts of the Republican Party would object to. Now, I think the Democratic Senate is also balanced. There are people who are much more liberal and people who are much more moderate. So he's still going to have to calibrate that. But the idea of doing what was done, for example, to Merrick Garland, which is simply not holding a vote, that disappears once Mitch McConnell is no longer the majority leader, but becomes the minority leader.
Secretary Chertoff, as somebody who's very familiar with national security, I can't help but wonder, as we go back to those live images in DC, how this happened. It almost seems so easy for these protesters to go in and gain access into the Capitol during a joint session of Congress. If you can tap into your expertise, during your time in government, what are you thinking as you see how quickly this unfolded?
Yeah, I'm going to be very blunt. I think this was a real failure on the part of the Capitol law enforcement authorities. You always prepare for the worst, and you always have on hand and ready to move much more force than you actually need as a minimal amount of protection, because you never know what's going to happen. And it looks to me like there was a point at which there was not sufficient pushback on people entering the building. To me, that's a no-no. Setting foot in the Capitol without permission in the building itself is absolutely something that is forbidden. So I think that ultimately, when someone looks back, there'll be a lot of criticism about the failure of the Capitol Police to either bring adequate resources, or if they didn't have them, to request support from other law enforcement authorities and other security authorities. Now, I know the National Guard is now headed to the Capitol, better late than never, but I do think there'll be a hot wash and a look back after things settle down about what we need to do to make sure we're securing our basic institutions of government. I will say that I think the mayor has done a very good job in putting out a curfew and mobilizing the Metropolitan Police and the National Guard, but she doesn't have jurisdiction, as I understand it, on the Capitol grounds. That's the architect of the Capitol.
And Secretary, as you talk about some of the changes or some of the things that need to be made here going forward, I'm curious what you think are some of those longer term ramifications of this. A lot of the details are still unknown at this point, but as we try to put everything in perspective, what do you see as some of those long term ramifications?
Well, I think one of the things which has been building for a while is an increasing concern about domestic terrorism. When I was in office, we were focused on global jihadists. And that is still obviously a very serious issue, and we've seen attacks in Europe. But what has mounted over time, certainly since the Timothy McVeigh era, there was a period of time when the extreme right kind of laid low. But since Charlottesville, they've been emboldened, and frankly emboldened to some extent by the rhetoric out of the White House. I think now, with all the talks about a stolen election and I won by a landslide, you are going to have a minority of people, I don't mean all the protesters, but a minority of those people who support Donald Trump, who are going to believe that they are justified in engaging in acts of violence to either interfere with or reverse the victory of the new administration. So we're going to have to get very serious about identifying and investigating and, where appropriate, prosecuting these domestic terror actors. And I would start, frankly, by identifying the people who broke into the Capitol, and that's what it was, into the building, and to the extent you can, arrest them and prosecute them.
Secretary Chertoff, those people were not wearing masks, so there will be photos and video to do what you've just described. But we've also had, if you look back 20 plus years, there have been issues of domestic terrorism, Oklahoma City. So are you saying that we need which branch of government, who would actually then, is it FBI, Homeland Security, would then look at who might be the violent folk within opposition to President-elect Biden, those who want to bring about violence?
Typically, the FBI does the investigation and takes the point. Homeland Security assists government entities and government buildings, as well as the private sector, in doing what they need to do defensively to secure their premises. And that includes sharing information and advice about best practices. But the actual process of going out and investigating and arresting is an FBI function.
Secretary, something you and I have talked about before, the role of social media in fanning the flames, the disinformation that is out there. We've got Twitter coming out with a statement talking about limiting engagement with the tweets that are labeled from the company, saying under our civic integrity policy, because of the risk of violence, meaning those that are labeled tweets will not be able to be replied to, retweeted, or liked. This is part of a longer statement they have put out. But how much of the blame lies with some of these social media platforms? In many ways, they have been very active since the election in labeling anything that talked about election fraud, that talked about violence. And yet you have to wonder how many of these rioters who are in DC right now were encouraged by what they saw online.
Well, I think there are several dimensions, and the media issue is a somewhat complicated one. First of all, I'm not sure labeling is enough when you're getting near things that look like they're inciting violence or, for example, misinformation about vaccination or health that actually can cost people's lives. And I think removal may be required there. We also need to recognize that some of the organs of the so-called mainstream media that are on cable TV or talk radio sometimes purvey information that's inflammatory or false. And that is also something we need to think a little bit about. I know there's a First Amendment issue here, but certainly sponsors and advertisers ought to consider whether they want to support networks that take those points of view. And finally, we do have platforms that are not, what people normally think about, like a Facebook or a Twitter, but they're like Parler, which are really, or 4chan or 8chan, which are really designed for subgroups that are very dedicated to extreme positions. And they are not acting responsibly. So I do think at some point, we'll need to look at whether there needs to be some regulation with respect to incitement or similar kinds of comments along the lines of what the Europeans have done. And it's a complicated legal issue, but we need to understand that, as we saw today, this can come up to matters of life and death.
Secretary, want to play the actual videotape of President Trump, but also want you to know before we get your reaction that Twitter, as Akiko pointed out, flagged this video citing a risk of violence. So let's watch this and then get your reaction. Here's the tape.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
Secretary, I think a great many people watching that might be speechless. What would you say about what we just heard from the man who is president of the United States?
I guess I would say it's a mixed message. First of all, I put it in the context of what he said earlier when he said in his speech in the morning, go march on the Capitol, and the violent imagery he's used in the past, all of which can't be erased by this. yes, it's good to say go home, but the problem is that it's wrapped around a sense of grievance and victimization that is inconsistent with the go home message. So there's a kind of a pro forma quality to it, as opposed to a sincere, you've gone too far, we have to respect the result. And that's the critical omission to me is this. He doesn't say, we gave it a good try to win, we didn't win, we'll continue to, compete in other elections. He still talks about it as stolen. So what one hand is saying, restrain yourself, the other hand is still kind of encouraging.
Michael Chertoff is former United States Secretary of Homeland Security and co-founder and executive chairman of the Chertoff Group. Thank you for joining us here on Yahoo Finance Live. We're going to bring into the stream right now Mike Baker. He is a former CIA covert operations officer. Mike, it's good to have you here. I don't know if you've had a chance to see or hear that video that President Trump has put out, but he keeps saying that this was a fraudulent, stolen election, when it was not, and even Mitch McConnell has said it was not. I mean, how do you react to that?
Well, it's it's pathetic. It's sad. It's embarrassing on an international, national level, and it's frankly, too little, too late. Look, he hasn't learned a thing from 4 years of self-inflicted wounds. Not a thing. Even my youngest kid, right, learns from mistakes and not to repeat them after a period of time. And this message, such as it is, I think Secretary Chertoff put it well. It's still wrapped in grievance, right? He's trying to placate while trying to back out of a situation that he didn't anticipate.
Well, Mike, comparing that to what we heard from President-elect Joe Biden earlier. Now, he earlier in the hour addressed the nation. He called on the president. He's saying that the words of the president matter, no matter how good or how bad a president is. He was calling for the mob to pull back, to allow the work of democracy to go forward. How do you compare the rhetoric that we've heard from President-elect Joe Biden, comparing that to what we just heard from President Trump?
Well, I don't think you can. Look, we all know that it's night and day, right? There's never been any change in the messaging from President Trump or from the White House over the past 4 years. It's always been sort of direct and eloquent, in your face. It's sort of indicative of who he is, right? He's a property developer from the tri-state area that spends his time over the years punching people in the nose and getting punched back. There should be no surprise that to the final day, he's consistent in sort of his behavior. Look, the President-elect Biden, absolutely correct in trying to bring some sense of stability to this. But the president's words up to this point regarding the fraudulent election, and I apologize, I got some construction going on here, but those words have created this mess that now the president-elect and the incoming administration has to deal with.
Mike, Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, put out a statement. I want to read you the statement and get your reaction. Quote, "Thank you to the brave law enforcement officials who have put their lives on the line. The violence must end. Those who attacked police and broke the law must be prosecuted. And Congress must get back to work and finish its job." Nothing about his involvement in bringing about what we've witnessed today. What do you think?
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people trying to walk the dog back in terms of their actions, related to, fraudulent election. Look, were there instances of fraud? There have been instances of fraud in elections for generations. It's a human endeavor. There's always going to be something. Was it enough to overturn a court? No, it's not. And yet there was this effort to try to drum up this concept. Look, I had dinner the other night with someone who still believed, to their bones, that President Trump was going to turn this around. And it's, again, I go back to the same word: sad, frustrating, pathetic, embarrassing on a national level. But breaking the law is breaking the law. I suspect a lot of those people that were, barging their way into the Capitol grounds today were the same people that were bemoaning some of the actions of Antifa or people taking advantage of BLM protests. it doesn't matter what side of the spectrum you're on. You break the law, you should be charged, arrested, fully prosecuted. It's a simple thing, a simple concept.
Mike, what do you make of the Capitol Police here and their lack of preparedness? I mean, I know we're going to go back into this event. This day is going to be hashed out and looked at very carefully over the next coming days and weeks. But it seems to me they dropped the ball. And you talked about BLM protests. Boy, they sure were ready for them. They had all kinds of weaponry and gas and this and that. I mean, you knew tens of thousands of angry people were descending upon Washington, D.C. and the Capitol, and yet this occurred.
Yeah, no surprise, was there? Look, I know some of the people. Again, apologize for the construction noises, but I know some of the people in Capitol Police. I have a great deal of respect for them, but there does seem to be. Apologies again. There does seem to be, but this compound's going to look beautiful when we get this construction done. But there does seem to be a lack of either awareness or preparedness that is got to be looked at, as Secretary Chertoff mentioned, in a hot wash after the fact. And they will do that. I can't wait for that to be turned into a meme.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Mike Baker, great to have you on the show. Thanks so much for taking the time. We're going to let you go and get back to that construction that's going on in your house right now. But Andy, so just to get your reaction to what we just heard from Mike Baker, now the conversation shifts to what needs to be done in order to get the situation on Capitol Hill under control. What needs to be done in order to get the mob to retreat? From what we know now and from what we've heard from Secretary Chertoff, what we just heard from Mike Baker, how are you thinking about all of that?
Well, let's not forget, Shauna, that one objective of the mob was to disrupt the certification process. Okay? And there they succeeded quite successfully, didn't they? I mean, they dispersed the sitting houses of Congress. I mean, remarkable. Now, so they need to clear the protesters out. We understand there's more police on their way from Maryland and Virginia. It seems like they're taking their time getting there because we can still see images of people milling all over the place. So that needs to happen. And then Congress needs to go about its business of certification. I mean, that's what this day is all about. So, if you ask the mob what their objectives are, what does any mob say? Where are they going to show ourselves? We're going to show ourselves. It wasn't a coincidence that they picked this day, right? Of course, they wanted to show that their side had a voice. And then once the president turned them loose down the avenue, they wanted to disrupt this thing. And then let me just make one more quick point, Shauna, that we are about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 15 minutes until the curfew. And so a lot of people are going to have to get off the streets very quickly in Washington, D.C., if they want to be in compliance with the curfew. Shauna.
It's Adam, Andy. I wanted to bring Akiko Fujita back into this discussion because there have been these other protests. For instance, in Georgia, the report of protesters surrounding the state capitol, protests not nearly like this in Kansas. And then you had the president's Twitter video in which he says this was a fraudulent election, go home. He's sending a mixed message, which seems to accomplish nothing but to help him, right?
Yeah, I mean, Adam, I think that's pretty much stating what we have seen play out. If you look back to where a lot of these protests have all started, you can just go back to the president's Twitter feed, and we can see how he has encouraged this behavior. I think, as I said earlier, to me, what the conversation is going to be on the other side, that's going to be interesting, at least in sort of the space that we cover, is how social media is going to respond to this. And that's not to say they are entirely responsible for all of this, but because of these platforms available, this kind of information has been able to be disseminated in a much more significant way in terms of scale and scope of that. The fact that Twitter came out with that statement earlier that we alluded to, saying they are watching this situation as they've described it proactively in DC, tells you that they're seeing a lot of activity right now. And going back to what Secretary Chertoff said earlier, I think it's fair to ask whether, in fact, labeling tweets and saying and adding information, adding links to information, to outlets that they as in Facebook or Twitter believe to be factual. Is that really going to be enough? Because what we have seen in all of these protests you just alluded to, Adam, is an organization that's happening all online, not necessarily in public view in the way we have traditionally seen it. So that's going to be an interesting conversation to have. And we, of course, will be looking for any reaction from any of these companies as it comes in.
And Julie, I'm bringing you back into the conversation, sticking with tech, you're labeling tweets, adding information to posts like Akiko was just saying. I guess the question is, do you think that's enough, or whether or not we will see more regulation, a little bit more antitrust scrutiny, all of the things that we've been talking about when it comes to big tech play out here over the next couple of weeks, and especially in light with how they deal with this situation today?
Yeah, I think it's, one of the legacies I think of this, and this is something that we've already begun to see in recent days, is this schism within the GOP. And I think that's going to have implications for any kind of legislation to regulate technology in Washington, because already you had a split within the party between those who were supporting this futile attempt on the part of President Trump to stay in office. And then you had people like Mitch McConnell on the other side of that saying they were no longer going to support the president's efforts on that front. And so I wonder, beyond today, as we hear comments from the various members of Congress like Josh Hawley, who seem to support what these rioters were doing, is that then going to deepen that schism, and what kinds of implications will that have? I mean, when we watch these events unfold in DC, I will say, a friend of mine on Twitter commented, these people seem like Instagrammers than insurrectionists, as you saw them fan out through the Capitol, taking pictures of themselves in the Senate chamber and whatnot. They didn't appear to be super organized. But that said, is the effect at the end the same? As Andy pointed out, they disrupted the goings on of Congress. Someone got shot, although we still don't have many details on that. So, it seems like in the coming days, it will be interesting to see what the reaction on the part of Republicans is, and what that says about their ability to, they've presented a remarkably united front in recent years against any kind of Democratic action. We'll see if that can continue.
It's hard to imagine that being able to continue when you're taking a look at what's happening today. We also are getting some reports out of CNN saying that the entire DC National Guard has been activated. Again, this is according to CNN. For more on this, we want to bring in Matthew Schmidt. He's a University of New Haven Associate Professor of National Security and Political Science. And Matthew, we saw the U.S. Capitol storm today. The Capitol largely unprepared for what happened. When we determine who is responsible, how to prevent something like this happening in the future, how do you even believe that something like this could happen? What are your thoughts on that?
So I think, first of all, yesterday this was impossible in the United States of America, and today it's not. Today it's possible, which means tomorrow it's possible, and the tomorrow after that. And I think that really changes the political environment that we live in this country. Secondly, I think you have to call this an insurrection, right? Just because it's incompetent doesn't mean it's not an insurrection. It does exactly what everybody has said before me, which is it's disrupting the fundamental institutions of democracy in this country, right? Which is what insurrections try to do. If you looked at this in Kiev or in Belarus or in Afghanistan, you would be using those words. You describe it as a coup. You describe it, as an attempt to overthrow government. And I think it's important that we treat this that way. And we need to prosecute people. And we need to be very careful here, because there's a possibility that this president will issue, a blanket pardon for everybody who's involved here. And I think that would be terrible for our system.
Well, let's explore who's truly in control in this regard. The National Guard, for instance, now being deployed, and it's shared authority with the federal government and the state governments. So the National Guard originally takes its orders from the governors of each state, unless they are then federalized by the president, How does that work, especially with the curfew coming into play in just about an hour? And who's going to be in charge, perhaps, of rounding up the people who disobey that curfew?
So this is why we have lawyers, right? It's complicated. It's everything you just said, but it's in the District of Columbia. It's not in Maryland. So the district is controlled fundamentally by Congress in the end. And then secondly, there are a variety of ways that you can deploy the Guard. And the mayor in DC, right, or the state governor could deploy the Guard for emergencies. These would be, floods and hurricanes and things like that. And the Pentagon wouldn't get involved. But this isn't that kind of an emergency. And secondly, the Guard would primarily be needed on federal property, downtown, right, on the Capitol grounds, on the mall. And so that now complicates whether or not that authority has to come from the Pentagon or it can be issued by someone else. And so I haven't heard yet, but I'm very curious to see if the Guard troops that are reportedly coming in from Maryland and Virginia, or the DC ones that have been activated, are operating on federal grounds, or are basically buttressing the DC Metro Police by operating in the rest of the city and allowing them to move personnel downtown. I haven't heard.
Matthew, I want to ask you about a tweet that we're just getting here from Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. She's saying that she's drawing up articles of impeachment. Donald J. Trump should be impeached by the House of Representatives and removed from office by the United States Senate. We can't allow him to remain in office. It's a matter of preserving our republic, and we need to fulfill our oath. What is your reaction to this when we're hearing these types of words from Congresswoman Ilhan Omar?
I agree with it. I think, again, that what we're dealing with here is we will deal with this today. And Congress will reconvene, and we've heard from several members of Congress that they will immediately go back to their work certifying the election, and we'll go on. But in the long term, this has to be dealt with, and a signal has to be sent that at its most basic level, a democracy is a country where when you lose an election, the losers accept that defeat and they don't start an insurrection to overthrow the election. They work within the system, and when the system says that lawsuit is frivolous, we're throwing it out, right? They stop. That's not what you see here. It's now possible in the United States of America to see people storm the legislature of the country, as we're seeing. And we need to send a very clear message that that is not allowed, that we cannot have future presidents do what this president did to incite, right, incite this violence. We've seen now that people have been shot. There are injuries going on. We don't know the whole story yet, but I mean, you could classify this in some sense as an armed insurrection in some way, right? And when you were talking earlier about who's organizing this, well, the person who has the most direct responsibility seems to be the president. So impeaching this president and sending that signal, right, and barring this president from seeking federal office again because of the impeachment, I think is important.
Matthew, you're a political scientist, and you compared what's going on here today in Washington, D.C., what might have gone on or taken place in a third world country or another country around the world, and it's so shocking to see this here. But in fact, in history, things like this, somewhat like this, have taken place in America. And so I'm wondering, does being in this century sort of give us this false sense of security, like, oh, we're so much more evolved politically as a society, as a nation? And maybe that's a false sense of security that we had.
Yeah, I stand by what I said before, that I think it's important to really be clear about putting this idea down that you can do this. But you're absolutely correct. When you look at American history or world history, right, political environment that we've seen in the post-World War II era, right, that the baby boomer generation represented by Trump and Biden, right, and these leaders is actually abnormal. And the normal style of politics is much more driven by identity. It's much more chaotic, like what we're seeing today. And it is important for people to recognize that, because I believe that we are coming out of that post-Cold War era now and moving back into something like what we saw in the 19th century in this country and really in the pre-Civil War era.
So as Andy points out, that we've seen this in the past but not perhaps quite like this. What steps does a president take or somebody take to prevent this in the future? How do we not become Venezuela or Belarus or Ukraine?
I don't think it's the president that takes this step. It's Congress. This is why impeachment is so important. This is why the Supreme Court stepping in at some point, perhaps, and laying down guidelines for how you can give pardons, right? And whether or not you could pardon yourself, whether or not you could pardon people engaged in this kind of activity. These are the things that are important in establishing the norm of behavior that we want in a democracy. I don't think that the White House has a lot of role to play in this, because it's really about, in essence, constraining the future occupants of the Oval Office.
Okay, so if it's up to Congress, does the House of Representatives refuse to seat the 140 Republicans who signed on to what we all know was just a political effort to save their own necks with their own voting base? And does the Senate expel or refuse to seat the 12 Republican senators who were also culpable?
I'm not sure you would go that far. I'm not sure it's politically plausible to do that, but you could certainly censure. Right, you could find. I don't know. This is unprecedented, right? Maybe you could find some grounds in the ethics regulations to censor people who engaged in this kind of thing. I think if you expel people, or you don't seat that many members of the opposite party, then you're pouring gas on the flames here. However much I think theoretically that would be the right thing to do, and so there might be other creative ways, though, to issue some kind of censure.
What do you see as just some of those potential creative ways? I know it's hard to decipher all this at this time, but anything that comes to mind right off the bat?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, I'm thinking out loud here. I think you could look to the ethics rules, and see if you're going to do something there. I think that you could probably use the power of assigning people to committees, and not assign people to certain committees, or just perhaps don't assign them anywhere, right? Things that you could do using House rules or Senate rules in that way would be two of the things that would come to mind.
Are there any last thoughts you have as to what's going to happen next?
I think, as you see right now, right, that we're going to get this back under control. I'm still curious to find out if the Pentagon actually was involved in releasing the National Guard, or if they worked the sort of bureaucratic, workaround and didn't get involved, but still let the troops go out there. You're going to see the real question next is what's going to happen at curfew to everybody. Then I think you're going to see the details come out about what happened on the inside. Reportedly, someone was shot in the chest. Who shot them? Who are they? Right? What other injuries were there? What else went on in the Capitol? Did people try to get into the SCIFs, the secured compartmentalized information facilities, right, where intelligence data is? What else went on? And as that stuff starts to trickle out, it will paint a bigger picture of what this is, and really sort of what the prosecutorial ground is that we're going to be able to look at and maneuver in. And and then I think the next big question is the president going to issue a pardon? And if he issues a pardon, what's the response? And then will people take up the impeachment cause here? So that's where I see this going. I think as far as tonight, viewers should be looking for the story starting to trickle in from inside the building, and then what's happening during curfew.
Matthew, people around the world are watching right now. What do you think are some of the foreign policy implications or potential implications as a result of this?
First of all, I think they'll go on for years. Secondly, the thing that's hard to explain to people is that the optics themselves that we're seeing have an effect on actual policy. So domestically, Americans are used to politicians talking about good optics and bad optics. Well, this is really bad optics. And if optics matter and they move people to act or not to act domestically, they do the same thing internationally. And so part of American foreign policy, really the foundation of it, is to say that we support democracy, right, in its variety of forms. Because the more countries that are democratic, the safer we are, right? That's the core of what it means to secure our nation. When something like this happens, the optics are so terrible that it makes it hard for us to promote democratization, to promote our kind of form of government in other countries. And when that happens, you get people in power who try to do what our president has just done, which is to try to act like an authoritarian. But Trump is an inept authoritarian, right? He's a clown because he doesn't really have the courage of his convictions to, authorize force. But other people do. And now they'll be able to do it with more impunity because they'll say, don't come here and monitor our elections, right? Those aid groups that the International Republican Institute of the Republican Party or the National Democratic Institute of the Democratic Party that they send out to help groups in Russia, right? We've actually been kicked out now, but in other places, right? We're going to kick them out. Right? We're going to say that they are foreign agents, and we're going to say, who are you to talk to us about improving our democracy? And they're going to hold up, a picture, a video of what you see on the screen right now, and that changes things over time slowly in a lot of places. But in a place like China, this is going to have a direct effect on our ability to push back on their treatment of the Uyghur population. Because again, right. China will come back and say, don't lecture us on human rights. Don't lecture us on democracy when your president has incited violence against his own legislature.
Matthew, that notion of Trump pardoning the protesters that you brought up blows my mind. And, you wonder if you can break a window on the Capitol and get pardoned. You wonder about Black Lives Matters protesters looking to get pardoned as well. But that's not my question. My question is this. What happens to the Republican Party here now? I mean, Georgia was lost, both Senate races. And so essentially Donald Trump has scuttled Mitch McConnell's position. And I think the events today certainly undermine mainstream Americans' love for this wing of the Trump party. So where do you think they go from here?
Again, I think you're right in what you were saying before about the nature of politics and how it's shifting. And I would add to that as a political scientist, what we actually know is that policy doesn't matter, or at least policy is really a proxy for identity politics, for the idea that I am a member in a group. And people who are here in DC will go back to their pro-Trump communities and they will say, I was there, right? I threw a rock. I punched the Capitol Police officer. And other people will say, gosh, I wish I had been there. And then 5 years from now, they'll lie and say that they were there, because that narrative is binding people into a group, right? And those people are the core of the Republican Party today. And that's a problem, because the rest of the country, never mind the election results, because remember, right, our system is crazy in terms of, the Electoral College. So if you had a true popular vote, this would be a center-left country, but it doesn't look like that because of the inequalities built into the Electoral College system, right? But what that means is that the majority of the country doesn't fit into the identity group of the people you see on your screen, right? And that's just going to get more and more the case as we go forward in time, and the Republican Party is going to have to decide, right?
Well, Matthew, when you talk about the Republican Party, I want you to react as we wrap up to this tweet from Senator Lindsey Graham. Quote, I could not agree more with President-elect Biden's statement to the nation. Time to retake the Capitol, end the violence, and stop the madness. Time to move forward in governing our nation. This from a senator who phone called the Secretary of State of Georgia to try and get him to essentially throw out the will of the people in the vote in Georgia.
Well, let me be frank. Lindsey Graham is an old white man, as I will be soon. And the future is not the future of old white men in America, right? It's AOC. It's people who look more like her, who are young like her. And the Republican Party, the group that you see on the lawn, is fundamentally reacting to that massive demographic change that's happening in this country, and the perceived values change that is going along with it, right? And so the problem, while I agree with the words, right, that he's released there, the problem is that those people on the ground here don't believe that people like me or people like AOC are actually members of the same nation, that is, members of the same identity group, right? We're not real Americans in this way. And That's the problem, right? Until the Republican Party starts to work through that and find a way to reconnect to the change in the country that it cannot stop, right? This long-term demographic, religious, change in the country, then the only way it has to exert power is what you see on the screen.
Matthew Schmidt, University of New Haven, Associate Professor of National Security and Political Science. We thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Once again, U.S. Capitol on lockdown. D.C.'s 6 p.m. curfew set to take effect in just 55 minutes from now. We want to bring back in Jessica Smith for the latest on everything that's going on down in D.C. Jess, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, there is still a group of people at the Capitol right now. It's not as big of a group as it was earlier when that mob was just going inside the U.S. Capitol, but it looks like it is still on lockdown, and they're trying to make sure everyone gets cleared out and that everyone in the building is safe. Lawmakers are still in secure locations, and the Capitol, again, is still on lockdown. Law enforcement has been sweeping the area, trying to make sure everything is safe. We've seen video of FBI agents, other law enforcement officers there at the Capitol. And the DC mayor did say in the past little bit that Metro Police is working to help the Capitol Police. She says police departments from Virginia and Maryland, the surrounding areas, are also coming in to help. The DC police chief did confirm that one person was shot inside the Capitol. No other details on that, on how that person is doing or who exactly that person was, but one person was shot according to DC police. Now, President Trump did release a video earlier today telling these people to go home, but he also went on and on in that video about how the election was stolen, how there was all this fraud. So it's not going over well, especially with Democratic lawmakers. You're seeing more Democratic lawmakers start to call for impeachment. We've seen Congresswoman Ilhan Omar say that she's drawing up articles of impeachment. We've seen similar statements calling for impeachment or removal of President Trump from Democratic lawmakers, even some Republican lawmakers saying that he is fanning the flames in this situation, that he incited the violence that we did see today. Now, lawmakers are trying to figure out how they're going to get back to work because these protests, these riots, interrupted the certification of President-elect Biden's victory. So now lawmakers are trying to figure out how they're going to get that done, if they're going to move back into the chambers and return to work, if they're going to do it elsewhere. That's all still up in the air right now. So we'll be looking for answers to those questions. Another big question that I have, and that I think many other people probably have, is what about those lawmakers who were planning to object earlier today? Are they still going to do that after we saw all of this violence, after we saw this mob of people rushing into the Capitol? Will they be willing to stand up and object to a free and fair election now, after all this happened today? So I think that's a big question that we're waiting to get the answer to at some point today, maybe tomorrow. We're still waiting on that timeline.
Jessica Smith, thank you. I know you've been watching this all day and are on top of it, but so is Arthur Delaney, senior reporter with HuffPost. He's joining us from outside the Capitol. We understand that there are new shots of tear gas being fired. Can you update us on this? Arthur, do we have you? Arthur, you might be muted. Press *6 if you can, Arthur. I think we're going to try and get back to Arthur in just a second. One more time, Arthur, you can unmute by going *6. But while we're waiting for Arthur to get the technicals worked out, we're going to go to Jared Blakerid. Oh, we've got him. Arthur, can you start over, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, this is Arthur. I'm actually not outside the Capitol right now. I was there earlier today, and I saw when they first pushed past the barricades and then overwhelmed police on their way to storm the building.
Arthur, what do you make of the scene that you were
like?
seeing? I mean, just describe to us what it was like.
This was not a peaceful protest at all. I mean, I was actually in Baltimore after Freddie Gray's funeral when a riot kicked off. It started with a little skirmish with police. This was a huge mob of people that were totally intent on causing trouble. at one point when they were outside, but before they had started storming in, some big black SUVs were making their way out, and people were trying to jump on them. And that was right before they started going in. And I don't know why this was. Normally the Capitol Police is just an overwhelming show of force day in, day out, no matter what's going on. And today they were just totally outnumbered on the west front of the Capitol. They made a human wall to stop these protesters, these rioters from approaching the Senate steps, but they went right past the Senate into the front steps, and you could see them violently struggling with the police to push past them and wave their flags from the top of the steps. And it was after that moment that they actually got inside. I'm not sure if they went in through that big iron door right there or found a side door because they were climbing all over the walls. But it was like a real unity of purpose. And after they had first pushed past, there was no one to close the barricades that had been opened, and everyone who had been at the ellipse or at least a lot of people who had been at the ellipse for the president's rally just kept streaming up the hill and around the Senate and to the front. And it was mayhem. And when a giant explosion would go off, the people would cheer even louder. They loved it.
Arthur, when you spoke to the protesters, did they tell you what they hoped to accomplish with this protest? And if so, what was that?
I mean, they think that this is them like overthrowing the government, basically. I mean, when people started pushing past and the cheers went up, people were going, "This is it. This is what we came here for." We know it's a little scary, but they're totally serious about what they're doing. It's not a joke to them, even though they might be wearing weird costumes or whatever. They were dead serious about getting in there. And you can just see, totally unintimidated by officers, walking right up to them, fighting them. It's a lot more serious than I think people might assume. Just having a general familiarity with obnoxious Trump supporters, it's not like that. It's really serious. And you could hear them say things like, we've been. They had a sense of purpose from the president himself, who was repeatedly telling them to come here. It was not that spontaneous, is what I'm trying to say.
All right, Arthur Delaney, Huffington Post senior reporter. We hope that you stay safe. And thanks so much for taking the time to jump on the phone with us. We want to get to our colleague, Jared Blickery. He has the statement out from the Pentagon. Jared, what do you have?
Active. I'm going to read this here. Chairman Milley and I just spoke separately with the Vice President and with Speaker Pelosi, Leader McConnell, Senator Schumer, and Representative Hoyer about the situation at the U.S. Capitol. We have fully activated the D.C. National Guard to assist federal and local law enforcement as they work to peacefully address the situation. We are here to provide additional support as necessary and appropriate as requested by local authorities. Our people are sworn to defend the Constitution and our democratic form of government, and they will act accordingly.
Jared, this statement, it's not the kind of thing and where past the market close. I'm trying to figure out how the markets will digest all of this tomorrow. Is this the kind of thing that adds agita to investors?
Potentially. I think the bulk of it happened in the afternoon here. We could get some more developments overnight, but if you look at the Wi-Fi Interactive here again, I have some charts up, and we can see the Dow close the day up 437 points. So still bullish action in the indices and overall in the markets, and just slightly off the highs there. Now, the Nasdaq did close in the red. It was down at the beginning of the day, and we've seen there's kind of been a rotation out of those big FANG stocks and some of the software names. So that closed in the red, but this was already underway well before we got this information. Nasdaq probably would have closed in the green otherwise. And the Russell 2000, really the big winner of the day. It's up 4%. And you can see even after this low here, this low right before the 3 p.m. Final hour, it was able to climb off of that. And you look at what the bond market is doing. It's still above 1%, up 9 basis points today. So all in all, this has had a muted effect on the market so far. Could that change? Perhaps, but it's not being reflected. And I will say, and I'll add that usually these political disruptions, protests, whatever they are, they tend to be resolved rather quickly within the markets. They don't tend to have long-term effects. If we still have things going on by January 20th, I think there will be some more disruption. We'll see higher VIX, and we could see the market sell off a bit more.
All right, Jared Blickery, thank you very much. We have Representative Carolyn Maloney, Democrat from New York City, joining us now on the telephone. First, I assume you're in a safe location. Are you okay? Representative, you may have to unmute your phone by hitting *6.
Okay. Hi, I'm safe and sound with two members of my staff. We're in lockdown. I've never seen anything like this. He calls all of his followers to come out and go to the Capitol. Now he's telling everyone to go home. That's President Trump. I tell you, I have never seen anything like this. Since 9/11, I've participated in many Capitol Hill security drills that involve sheltering in place and donning protective gear, but I never dreamed I'd have to do it for real because of terrorism inspired by the President of the United States.
Congressman, what was the scene like? I mean, what did you feel in the moment? How chaotic was it? What were you hearing from your colleagues, from your staff in the moment, and when you were going into lockdown and into shelter?
We are doing our work. We were debating. There were some Republicans protesting the vote in some of the states, and we were debating the issues and taking votes on them. And they stormed the Capitol. They stormed into the chambers and the House and the Senate side. Because of COVID, we only have 11 members of the Democratic side there at a time, along with 11 from the Republican side. I was in my office watching the proceedings. I saw it looked like undercover agents ushering out Leader Hoyer. Jim McGovern was in the speaker's seat, and chaos was breaking out on the floor. The members of Congress left the floor. It was disturbing to see desks pushed up against the doors to keep them out. I never thought in my wildest dreams that this would ever happen to the United States Capitol, a country that values the peaceful transfer of power. This is unheard of. It's beyond belief and devastatingly disruptive. And I've never been so upset. They are around the Capitol still. More police have moved in and moved them to away from being right at the front, but it is beyond horrible. I can't believe that this is happening in America.
Hi, Congresswoman Jessica Smith here. Do you have any idea when work will be able to resume, when you'll be able to go back and certify the election results at this point?
I believe that we will go back into session. We do not have to go into the chambers if they've been compromised. There are other rooms at the Capitol that we could use. But personally, I think we should go back and complete our work tonight.
Congresswoman, I want to get back to what you said about how this all unfolded, because we've been discussing for some time here on the show about just where the police were, what the security presence was at the time. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Well, obviously, there's a great number of undercover officers here. There's also a great number of police officers. The National Guard, I understand, has been called out. I understand police officers are coming in from other cities. My office is across the street from the Capitol, so I've been able to view it from my window. There have been sort of groups of police officers moving into the Capitol, sort of moving in precision. I'd say roughly 30 at a time. They have, it appears, restored complete order. They've gotten the people out of the Capitol, I believe, although we don't know. I was told they stormed the Cannon office building. There are 3 legislative office buildings, the Cannon and the Rayburn, where I am, and Longworth. We are all in our offices. I'd say there are roughly 30 offices that are in the vicinity on the floor that I'm on. We're all locked down in our offices, and some members from other staffs have come over to join us. Because of lockdown, only 2 members of my staff are with me. We were here for the proceedings and for the votes. This is horrifying beyond belief. This is like storming Bastille. It's like I've never seen, or did I ever expect to see such disregard for the values of our country and the values of a peaceful transfer of power and respect for our elections and the voice of the American people. I am sickened beyond belief. I can't believe that it is happening in the capital of the United States of America. This is something you usually see in some revolution in some faraway country.
Representative, let's break this down specifically to the political process next, and then the steps after we've gone through that as to what happens next to protect the U.S. Capitol and our democracy. The political process, you said you expect Congress to reconvene. How quickly are you hearing from leadership that actually could happen? And have you heard from the 140 Republican members of the House of Representatives if they feel any shame at their culpability in what we have witnessed today and whether they'll back down from the continued protests of the votes of the American people?
I am told that the leadership and the members that were in the chambers when the incident happened are in undisclosed areas in lockdown in the Capitol at this point. Personally, I believe once security is restored, we should go in and finish our work and vote to ratify the election of President Biden so we can proceed to the swearing-in ceremony that's required in the Constitution of January 20th. So that's what I believe is going to happen. We came to work today knowing that we would stay here until the proceedings ended. I have no idea what the Republicans are going to do. I am pleased that President-elect Biden called upon Trump to come out and tell his supporters to go home. He did come out and tell his supporters to go home after he called them all to come to the Capitol. So he created this crisis.
Congressman, I know you were saying that you're in your office, which is across the street, but just going forward, at least until Inauguration Day, are you going to feel a little bit more hesitant or a little bit more nervous just in terms of your safety and the protection that is available for you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no question about it. I do not think it's safe to walk the halls of the office building I'm in, the Rayburn building, nor do I think it's safe to walk the halls of the Capitol at this point. And to see the conduct of the protesters, it really borders on sedition, smashing the windows of the United States Capitol. There was a lot of smoke coming out from the Capitol. I don't know what that was or where it came from, but I do not think it is safe to be in the Capitol, nor is it safe to leave our offices now. We are locked heavily into our offices now. And I think that some of the people are armed. I did see some emails that some of my constituents gave me where they were being told to go to the United States Capitol, quote, conceal your arms, conceal your arms. And if you can't get to the Capitol, then go to your state capital and protest. I asked the Capitol Police if they were ready for any type of activity. They said they were going to have an army here, that they were well prepared. But personally, I do not think they should have been able to storm the United States Capitol.
Certainly not. Congressman Carolyn Maloney of New York, our thanks to you so much for jumping on the phone. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us today, and all the best.
Well, thank you. I am beyond shocked. I cannot believe this is happening in the great United States of America that values elections, democracy, and the peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, I think we all echo your thoughts right there. Again, Congresswoman Maloney, thank you so much for giving us your time. We want to turn and look at the role of big tech in all of this. And for that, we want to bring in Sinan Aral. He's the author of The Hype Machine, on how this really could impact some of those big tech giants that we've talked about, like Facebook and Twitter here. And Sinan, when you take a look at the role that big tech has played, at least today, they have been flagging tweets. They have been flagging those that they say could incite violence. But from your perspective, what do you think the role of big tech has been and should be in this type of situation? And it looks like you might be just unmute.
Rather than just focus on superficial social media tweets or posts, I think it's worthwhile to think about the underlying information ecosystem that is contributing to coordinating and enabling this kind of activity. So people who study the riot process, people who understand deeply the concept of protest and the concept of violence erupting from riots and protests, understand that this does not happen without information. Information is necessary to motivate. Information is necessary to coordinate. Social proof that you see others in your community saying they will or are actually in the Capitol doing what you are thinking about doing, that others are supportive of what you're thinking about doing. All of this type of information is essential to this kind of outcome. And what we've seen, whether it's in the plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan, in different types of Boogaloo Boy arrests and violence, in what we're seeing in the Capitol today, in even the Pizzagate scandal, where the person who was believing in those conspiracy theories about the pizza parlor who shot up the pizza parlor, information is absolutely essential to all of these outcomes. Yes.
It's Adam. It's good to see you. We only have about 2 minutes. So what do? The Biden administration, as well as Republicans, want to repeal Section 230. I know we only have 2 minutes. Is that enough? Is that what you do?
No. Repealing Section 230 will either cause social media to become a swamp if the social media companies decide not to moderate anything, or it will completely curtail speech if they decide to moderate everything. The protection from civil liability allows them to make educated choices about moderation, which is a much better middle ground. We can reform Section 230, but we can't repeal it. Otherwise, large parts of the internet will be destroyed, the free internet. What I'm really concerned about, Adam, is what's going to happen next? What's going to happen tonight? What's going to happen in the next 2 weeks before the inauguration? And what is the information role in what happens tonight and the next 2 weeks? What's Facebook's role in stopping the coordination, the motivation, and the social proof? What's Twitter's role? How can we subvert sort of the information, motivation, and mobilization of this kind of violence?
So now, real quick, we only have about a minute here, but just your biggest concern here between now and tomorrow morning. I know you're saying that the role of information and what that plays and what these big tech giants need to do, but what's your biggest concern right at this point?
My biggest concern is that social media platforms, through private messaging, through public messaging, through shows of public support, will be used to motivate, coordinate, and mobilize further violence. And I think that there are ways that the platforms can curtail this. And I think that they have a responsibility to make sure that any information that is advocating violence, supporting violence, advocating the violent overthrow of the government, and so on, be stemmed. This is a content moderation decision. It is a flashpoint in actual physical violence. Someone was shot on the Capitol today. And I think they have a responsibility to play a role here.
Sinan Aral is author of The Hype Machine. We appreciate you joining us here on Yahoo Finance Live. We want to remind everybody that markets did close a bit of a mixed picture. The S&P 500 closed up 21 points. The Dow was up 437 points. Nasdaq was off 78 points. The curfew in Washington, D.C. goes into effect in roughly